Today's society is divided by class, family authority, and the complexity of human nature. Whether it's the Liu family or the Mu family, there are overt and covert power struggles between these two great families. They reveal countless sharp social issues in modern society. The Liu family possesses a mysterious File Zero, which seems to concern the family's future direction. The Mu family holds some confidential information, and its members are involved in various secret operations and missions. As for the Bei family, they're involved in slave trade and other little-known activities. Their internal sinister forces inspire fear. My name is Liu Minjing. I'm the young mistress of the Liu family and the leader of the secret organization Dark Kuei. Due to my family's decline, I've taken on the responsibility of reviving the family. September 18th, Lantern Festival. Honghu Theater was bustling with activity. Enchanting music drifted through the air. The popular performer Xue Qingyang's Dance of the Flower Fan moved the audience below and raised the curtain on our story. Late at night, I left the theater with Lu Ming. She's the young lady of the Liu family and my best friend. Seemingly attracted by Master Xue's handsome appearance, Lu Ming was swooning all the way. Just then, a thief wearing a baseball cap snatched the hairpin from her head. He started running into the crowd. That was a birthday gift from Ming's mother. It couldn't be lost. Lu Ming wanted to call the police, but I told her not to hurry. Then, despite her warnings, I went alone to retrieve the hairpin. Shortly after, in a small alley, I had the thief pinned under my foot. He never imagined that a seemingly fragile woman could possess such strength and could only wail on the ground. I forcefully broke one of his fingers, telling him not to steal from just anyone. Then I secured the recovered hairpin. The midnight bells had already rung, and I was timing myself thinking about completing my mission. I actually had an important task tonight. That was to intercept the Lin Hao files from Mu Fian, the son of the Mu family and a warlord. So I immediately started disguising myself, transforming into the appearance of a little beggar, and began running towards my destination. Just now, alarms went off at the police station. The Lin Hao files containing all evidence of crimes had been stolen. The perpetrator was Mu Fian. Taking advantage of the panicked crowd, Mu Fian turned and ducked into a small alley, only to run into me, who had been waiting there all along. After a brief exchange of glances, without any hesitation, Mu Fian grabbed my throat. I was pressed against the wall, barely able to breathe. He fiercely asked me which master had sent me. Just then, Mu Fian's wallet fell to the ground. A flash of inspiration hit me. I immediately put on a pitiful act, constantly explaining that I was starving and that's why I stole the wallet. His grip loosened slightly. I continued wailing, my stomach growling along. Mu Fian grabbed my hair, examining my face up and down. With tears in my eyes, I looked truly pitiful. So, Mu Fian pulled out some coins from his pocket and threw them at me, saying take it and turning to leave. Of course, I wouldn't let him leave, so I quickly grabbed the hem of his clothes, praising his good looks and kind heart. To escape quickly, Mu Fian didn't want to get entangled with me and forcefully shook me off. Just then, the exploding fireworks in the sky caught his attention. Now's the chance. I timed it perfectly and insisted on taking him to watch the fireworks, despite his objections. Surprisingly, Mu Fian didn't resist. I forcefully pulled him into the crowd, because I had never watched fireworks this close before. As we walked, I pretended to have my foot stepped on. I suddenly pulled Mu Fian down with me as I fell. The surrounding crowd coins in my hand, thinking how generous Mu Fian had been. He must be furious now. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, it was the butler. He approached me with a file folder, informing me of a new mission. The butler also told me that my father was very pleased with my acquisition of File Zero. The old master repeatedly praised my competence, saying the Liu family's fate now rests in my hands. I took the file from the butler and began reading the mission details. This time, I would infiltrate the Beiyang Military Academy undercover as a young master. Yu Xiao became my new name. A week later, at the Beiyang Military Academy gate, I arrived there disguised as Yu Xiao. From afar, I saw a young man with brown hair in a ponytail walking towards me. That was my target, the Bei family's young master, Bei Xian, owner of the underground slave market. From what I knew, this guy had a volatile temper and was arrogant. Even at the military academy, few dared to provoke him. My current goal was to get close to him and obtain the specific location of the underground slave market transactions. So, I deliberately brushed past him and stepped right on his leather shoes. The hothead indeed lived up to his reputation, turning around and cursing me for not watching where I was going. He then kicked my leg, making me lose balance and about to fall. A hand quickly steadied me. Just as I was about to apologize, I looked up to see it was Mu Fian. Why was he here? I put on a grateful expression and thanked him. Mu Fian waved it off, saying it was nothing. I really hadn't expected this. I was trying to avoid the Mu family, but you really do encounter what you fear most. In this awkward moment, another angry shout rang out. A hand grabbed my collar. Only then did I remember Bei Xian was still angry. I prepared to apologize, but the hothead wouldn't have it. He punched me in the face. Seems apologizing was too late now. He really was someone not to be messed with. I showed distress on my face. I saw Mu Fian watching the show with a smile on his face. After staring at me for a while, the hothead seemed to recognize my identity. He angrily exclaimed that I was Yu Xiaoji's cursed relative. No wonder he found me so irritating. I quickly smiled apologetically, telling him that yes, I was his distant cousin Yu Xiao, and asked if he remembered me. Mu Fian grew impatient and urged Bei Xian to leave. So they knew each other. For the sake of the mission, I quickly tried to grab the hothead, wanting to build a connection for better protection. Bei Xian immediately got annoyed, shook me off telling me to get lost, then caught up with the departing Mu Fian. Getting beaten up really put me in a bad mood. I thought to myself, just you wait, brat. I'll tear you apart sooner or later. After completing the enrollment procedures, I was about to go to class. Before entering, the teacher told the students that a transfer student would be joining today. Under the expectant gazes of the students, I walked into the classroom and began my self-introduction. Looking around, I found Bei Xian sitting in the middle of the classroom. What a fate. I pretended to greet him enthusiastically, but he just sat there stone-faced, ignoring me. Seeing that we knew each other, the instructor immediately decided to assign me to the same dormitory as Bei Xian. Bei Xian objected immediately, shouting that it wouldn't work. The instructor naturally wouldn't tolerate such behavior, slamming the table and telling him to shut up, threatening him with solitary confinement if he said another word. Seeing his angry but helpless expression, I was quite pleased. I thought to myself, now that I'm here, you'll have to deal with it whether you like it or not. Walking to the back of the classroom, I found another familiar face, Mu Fian again. Why does he keep haunting me? I smiled but didn't speak to him. During lunch, I carried my tray around the cafeteria searching for Bei Xian. I found him sitting with Mu Fian. I really couldn't understand why these two were always together. I needed to find a way to get rid of Mu Fian, so I bounced around, shouting as I ran towards them. The hothead heard my voice and couldn't even hold his chopsticks steady. I pretended to trip and threw my food-filled tray towards Mu Fian, thinking to myself, just leave already, the further away from me the better. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian was agile, dodging to the side. With one hand, he redirected the tray right into Bei Xian's face. The hothead yelled, his face now covered in food. Being humiliated in front of everyone, Bei Xian couldn't take it. He roared and lifted a stool to beat me. At this moment, I was speechless and could only apologize while running away. Could Mu Fian really be my nemesis? That night, I lay in bed waiting for Bei Xian to return, but no one came after a long wait. Just as I was thinking about improving relations with Mu Fian, the dormitory door opened, and looking closely, it was Mu Fian again. I got up and asked if he had the wrong room. He pointed to the room number, telling me it was correct. He had switched with Bei Xian, and we would be roommates from now on. God, I was about to break down. How could I ever get rid of him? Seeing my plans disrupted, I showed clear displeasure. Mu Fian glanced at me and asked what I meant, wondering if I really wanted to room with Bei Xian that badly. I quickly shook my head in denial, explaining that I just only knew him here. Mu Fian looked disgusted, pointing out that I'd just been beaten this morning, yet still wanted to get close to him. He suspected I was a masochist. Early the next morning, I had just left the washroom. When I saw Mu Fian was already up, sitting on his bed lost in thought. He ignored my greeting, so I awkwardly walked toward my bed. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed my head. Before I knew it, I was pressed against Mu Fian's chest. What was this guy doing? Had he become suspicious of me? He sniffed at my head. I was terrified and quickly pushed Mu Fian away, asking what he was doing. I had no interest in men, no matter how handsome he might be. Seeing me trembling, that guy was also stunned. Then he awkwardly turned and ran to the washroom. He warned me not to get the wrong idea, saying he just smelled that my hair was getting musty. On the training ground, considering our cousin relationship, Bei Xian and I were placed in the same group. Because I always came last in physical tests, the instructor made us continue training after everyone else finished, until we passed. Bei Xian was unhappy again when he heard this, yelling that I was holding him back and demanding a different partner. I rolled my eyes, realizing that pretending was quite tiring, especially in front of the hothead. The instructor didn't coddle him, criticizing him for lacking team spirit and telling him that instead of complaining, he should help his teammate improve. After saying this, the instructor left to lead the next team, completely ignoring the hothead's rage. I pretended to look guilty and kept apologizing to Bay Xian. His face turned black with anger, threatening to beat me to death if I said another word. I urged Brother Bay to calm down, but unexpectedly, this guy really came after me hard after class. When returning to the dorm after training, Bay Xian's followers were tailing me. I wondered what they were up to. Two creepy guys rushed over and grabbed me from both sides. They dragged me into a storage room. As soon as we entered, someone closed the door. I saw it was that bastard Bay Xian. He held a wooden sign, coldly asking what should be done about all the trouble I'd caused him these past few days. I apologized with a terrified expression. Bay Xian didn't waste words and hung the wooden sign around my neck. He wanted me to go to each dorm room, admit I was a jinx, and let everyone there slap me. Looking down, I saw 6 large characters on the wooden sign that read, "Yu Xiao is a jinx." Clearly, he wanted to humiliate me in person. But that wasn't enough to satisfy him. This bastard suggested stripping off all my clothes and making me walk around outside naked. They found a dirty cloth to gag me and prepared to start. Listening to their shameless laughter, I became furious. Even if I died today, I'd make them pay. Thinking carefully, I couldn't fight back directly, or my identity would be exposed. I needed to use noise to attract others, preferably the instructor. With such a commotion, others would surely come. As I struggled desperately, the surrounding boxes crashed loudly. Seeing this situation might expose them, they all shouted to control me quickly. I kicked one minion's leg. He howled in pain. The hothead got angry again, cursing these idiots. One minion quickly increased his grip on me. I couldn't help but glare at him. The scumbag quickly withdrew his hand in fear. Seeing his hesitation, afraid of exposure, I pretended to look pitiful and about to cry, leaving him confused and unsure what to do. Just then, the door opened. Mu Fian stood at the door with a group of people, all complaining about the noise inside. Mission accomplished. I looked at Mu Fian with tearful eyes, begging for help, but he simply ignored it. The instructor's voice came from downstairs, telling us to go to sleep or we'd be running all night. The crowd quickly dispersed. Mu Fian called Bay Xian away, saying he needed to talk to him. With his prey escaping, the hothead was clearly displeased. But due to young Master Mu's request, he could only leave with a threat to deal with me later. Then he scurried away, finally saved. I maintained my extremely wronged expression, thinking to myself who would deal with whom was yet to be seen. The lights in the dorm were all out. Bay Xian and Mu Fian stood one after another in the silent corridor, quietly plotting something. As it turned out, Mu Fian had been suspicious of my identity all along, so he arranged for Bay Xian to investigate secretly. The hothead thought that from his impression, Yu Xiao was just an incredibly stupid-looking person. Both the height and appearance were no different from my current self. He felt Mu Fian was just being overly worried. Mu Fian frowned, telling the hothead not to let his guard down. Seeing young Master Mu's suspicious demeanor, Bay Xian remembered something had been stolen from his home, so he mentioned it. Mu Fian nodded, saying if Bay Xian could help him find the lost item, he would help him graduate from military school smoothly. The latter gladly agreed. The bell of the late-night hour had already rung. In the hall of Honghu Theater, Xue Qingyang sat cross-legged on the sofa, appearing to be asleep. A flash of cold light, a blade suddenly thrust toward his brow. Boss Xue opened his eyes. With sudden force, he grabbed the attacker's hand. Bad move. I cried out as I was thrown to the ground by tremendous force. The dagger in my hand was somehow already pressed against my throat. Xue Qingyang mockingly called me his dear disciple while scolding me, saying if my skills weren't good enough, I shouldn't think about betraying my master. Actually, Xue Qingyang is my master. He's been teaching me martial arts since I was 7 years old. It's been 11 years now. I still can't figure out Mu Fian's personality. I don't understand why such a skilled martial artist became an actor. He says it's out of interest, but I never believe that excuse. Tonight's visit, I wanted to report on my recent mission at the military school. Seeing the old man sleeping soundly, I decided to play a prank on him. But the old ginger was indeed spicier. My skills were still no match for him. I complained to Master that this mission wasn't going smoothly. Because of that annoying Mu Fian's appearance, I kept running into obstacles. Old Shwe thought about helping me eliminate the problem. I quickly refused, firstly because I didn't want to owe him a favor, and secondly, because I wanted to accomplish this on my own. So Old Shwe threw the dagger back to me. He returned to the sofa sulking and tried to send me away, saying we'd train another day. To complete this mission, I needed to intensify my training. I urgently needed Master's help, so I begged desperately, even offering to cook for him as a condition. Finally, Old Shwe agreed. By the time I returned to the military school, dawn was breaking. I dragged my sore and tired body through the dormitory window. Thinking to myself how vindictive Master was, he nearly broke me apart. Then a voice came from behind, asking where I'd been. It was Mu Fian's voice. I went to his side and checked his pulse. He was indeed asleep. What I heard must have been sleep talking. I was startled, but thankfully, before leaving I had prepared some special colorless and odorless incense to help him sleep. The next day, at the shooting range, because I kept missing targets, the instructor couldn't stand it anymore and threatened that I wouldn't be able to close my eyes if I didn't work harder. So I requested to stay behind after training to practice more. That nasty Bay XIN was overjoyed that finally no one would hold him back. After everyone left, thinking about the recent humiliation and that annoying Mu Fian, it was infuriating. I angrily raised my gun and fired, followed by a whooshing sound. A bullet went straight through the bullseye. Just then, I heard soft footsteps behind me. Turning around, I found the hothead sneaking out of the dormitory. So late at night, what's he up to sneaking around? Could he be making a move? I quickly followed him. Right after I left, Mu Fian came to the shooting range. He looked at my target, which was indeed terrible. Then his gaze shifted to a target beside it. 2 consecutive bullseye hits caught his attention. Mu Fian was stunned, recalling today's shooting practice. Besides him, no one else had hit the center. Just now, only I was practicing there, which raised his suspicions again. I followed Bay XIN to an old mansion. He went in and closed the door. I had to climb the wall to observe what was happening inside. I saw a group of slaves kneeling in the courtyard, both men and women, all bound with ropes. Bay XIN stood before them, and a servant handed him a paper that looked like some kind of order form. I understood now. This was a slave trade. Bay XIN mockingly kicked one of the slaves on the ground, a dark-skinned youth with long hair. The youth showed a fierce look in his eyes. Bay XIN cursed loudly and kicked him into the corner again. The youth looked up, and our eyes met by chance. I made a gesture to stay quiet. He quickly closed his eyes. The servant told Bay XIN that this youth was called Luo Ji. In half a month, he would need to escort these slaves to the slave market. Looking at those poor people below, I thought I needed to change my original plan. I had to make the hothead hate me even more. Time passed quickly. It was almost a month, and soon it would be time for another day off school. Classmates started gathering to celebrate. They wanted to take this chance to have some fun. Bay XIN and his followers were planning to go to Bale Pavilion. I stared at him intently while holding a bottle. How could such scum be worthy of anything? Seeing a wasp nest in the tree above his head, I immediately had a good idea. Just as I was about to turn around, I accidentally bumped into Mu Fian. He helped me up and scolded me for being clumsy. I was confused. Weren't you the one who tripped me first? This guy glared at me and asked if I disliked him. I quickly shook my head, saying he was handsome, had good grades, and came from a good family. Nobody in military school disliked him. I still underestimated this bastard. Mu Fian said if I didn't dislike him, then I must like him. What kind of logic was that? I spoke honestly on the spot. I hurriedly made an excuse about finding Bay XIN to escape. But after just a few steps, Mu Fian suddenly threw his glass bottle at me. He was still suspicious indeed. Was this a test? I didn't dare defend myself and had to let the bottle hit my head. With a crack, I felt cold on my forehead and blood immediately started flowing. Surrounding classmates all gathered around to see what was happening. I pretended to be in pain and started shouting loudly. Mu Fian pretentiously came over, clearly not expecting this scene. He suggested taking me to the infirmary. Despite my refusal, he helped me up and was about to leave. The surrounding classmates erupted in discussion, all speculating about my relationship with Mu Fian. They really love watching drama. Well, I'll give them something to watch. I flicked a small stone from my fingers, hitting the wasp nest from earlier. Unfortunately for Bay XIN, he was still standing stupidly under that tree. Suddenly, he started screaming as he got stung. Mu Fian was still playing dumb, showing fake concern for me, asking how I could be so unlucky to get hit by the bottle. I wailed loudly, thinking to myself, karma is watching. Just you wait, you'll pay for this someday. At the infirmary, Mu Fian insisted on treating my wound himself. To test me, he really would do anything. I tried to refuse, but he pressed the cotton swab hard against my wound, making me scream in pain. Mu Fian not only suspected me, but was torturing me. I couldn't take it anymore. I backed away while questioning his rough handling. Seeing me acting crazy and muttering, Mu Fian lost his patience and grabbed my collar, putting on a stern face. He insisted on continuing to treat my wound. Seems like no matter how much I act, he can't do anything about it. At this time, Bei Xian also came to the infirmary. Hearing strange noises from inside, he couldn't help but burst through the door. He saw his good friend intimately entangled with me. Bei Xian got angry again, blaming me for the bee's stings, and wanted to get physical. Mu Fian quickly stopped him, telling him to calm down. Unexpectedly, his good friend was defending me, this jinx, Bikesen was Hotbolken. He randomly asked if Mu Fian liked me. Thinking about the previous dormitory change, he became more convinced that his good friend might like men. Mu Fian's face darkened hearing this. He told the hothead to stop talking nonsense and treat his wounds. I agreed, saying things weren't as he thought. The hothead was already furious, incoherently demanding Mu Fian choose between him and me. He slammed the door as he left. Mu Fian coldly asked if I did it on purpose. I denied it, waving my hands. He told me to stop pretending and said he would send me home. I made an excuse to leave. Mu Fian warned me that although he didn't know my purpose, he advised me not to target Bei Xian. He was testing me again. I gave him a smile, telling him I don't like men and won't target Bei Xian. At that moment, in an old mansion, servants were shouting to catch someone. The slave boy Luo Ji ran frantically out the main gate. Coincidentally, there was a car parked at the entrance. A young lady was sitting in the back seat, so the boy shouted for help. The young lady slowly turned her head. The beautiful girl in the car glanced back. The street was empty, with no one in sight. She thought it was strange, as she clearly heard a voice just now. The driver asked if she was still going to the Liu family. The beautiful girl held an invitation in her hand. She boasted that she must go, saying he had to personally deliver the birthday invitation to her. At that moment, Luo Ji was being chased and beaten by thugs, crying out in pain. The thugs hit him brutally in the stomach, making him unable to stand straight. 2 days later, the Liu family mansion was as lively as a festival. Mr. Liu introduced Bei Xian and Fian to Lu Meng, asking him to show the guy around the mansion. It was his birthday today, and Lu Meng was quite annoyed, though he could only comply politely. He walked with Bei Xian and Mu Fian, all silent like clams. Mu Fian suddenly spoke up, startling the frowning Lu Meng. Mu Fian told Lu Meng he didn't have to stay with them if he had something else to do. Upon hearing this, he ran off as if a weight had been lifted. Bei Xian complained that Mu Fian didn't know how to make women happy. He replied he had no such interest. Like since Eiswiedend. Could it be that the great young Master Mu really had no interest in women? Bei Xian couldn't believe this guy liked men, especially the Yushiada. He wanted to find a chance to sort this out with him. They saw Fian staring intently at something. A group of women was chattering around a man. Bei Xian immediately recognized him as the famous actor. The lady standing next to him seemed to be the Liu family's young miss. Mu Fian remarked that he didn't know the Liu family had a young lady, having never seen her before. Bei Xian told him that the Liu family's young lady rarely went out, and he had only briefly seen her once. Mu Fian seemed thoughtful. Bei Xian noticed his interest in Miss Liu and decided to play matchmaker. The women kept flattering Manager Shui, trying to build connections. Manager Shui smirked and said he already had a sweetheart, suddenly pulling me over and introducing me as that person. The women were skeptical. He secretly signaled me to play along. I widened my eyes in fear, warning him to let it go this time. I told the women that Qing Yang and I had known each other for a long time, unexpectedly calling him by his name. The old fellow showed a slight displeasure. At this moment, Lu Meng was searching for me everywhere. He was suddenly stopped by the handsome Manager Shui. He turned back puzzled. Manager Shui offered birthday wishes and asked for a favor. Looking at the elegant gentleman before him, he unconsciously nodded in agreement. I was also searching everywhere. Lu Meng was running around foolishly. Thinking about the birthday gift, I hadn't found a chance to give it to little Meng. Now Master had disappeared somewhere too. As I was thinking alone, suddenly someone came up to greet me. Looking up, surprisingly, it was that hothead. Why was he here? Xin stood straight and introduced himself. I pretended not to know him. His sleazy appearance made me suspect he had ulterior motives. Seeing my coldness, he looked slightly displeased but still shamelessly asked if I was already engaged. I was already unfriendly, and he asked such an abrupt question. I really couldn't understand what he wanted. Xin told me not to misunderstand, pointing to the distance, introducing his friend Mu Fian and wanting to set us up. The Mu family, I had certainly heard of them. Looks like this hothead was playing matchmaker again. Across the coming and going guests, Mu Fian and I looked at each other from afar. I felt that something very bad was about to happen. After a while, seeing Mu Fian still staring at me, it seemed everything was as Xin expected. For Fian's future happiness, she decided to take a risk. Xin poured a glass of red wine. He took out some prepared powder from his pocket and carefully sprinkled it into the wine glass. Gently swirling it, he thought once Fian experienced the goodness of women, he wouldn't like that Jinx Yu Shao anymore. I shifted my gaze from Mu Fian. Xin handed me a glass of red wine, seriously asking what I thought about Mu Fian. I took the wine, thinking carefully. Xin watched me nervously, looking at the wine, urging me in his heart to drink it quickly. He was so nervous his face turned red, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. I had already sensed something was off. Smiling, I grabbed Xin and suggested we take a walk outside. Xin agreed immediately, turning back to make a gesture to Mu Fian. I left with a sweet smile. Mu Fian looked bewildered, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. Outside, the noisy crowd gradually faded away. Xin suggested we drink while talking. This fool, why did he have to act so eager? I raised my glass to toast with him. Xin thought I was falling for it, about to speak. Unexpectedly, I poured my wine into his mouth, saying I didn't like red wine, and asked him to drink it for me. Xin was furious, his eyes blazing as he pushed me away. The wine glass shattered on the ground. I teased him about why he was so angry, saying I just couldn't drink red wine, and asked if there was something wrong with that. Bei Qing was so scared he started stammering, insisting there was nothing wrong with the wine. Then he turned and ran inside. But the effect seemed to kick in, and he collapsed after a few steps. I dragged Bei Qing into the bushes and slapped his face repeatedly. This brat daring to drug me. Seems like last time's bee stings weren't enough. Time for some more punishment. Meanwhile, Manager Shui took out 2 necklaces, asking Lu Meng to help choose which one looked better. Lu Meng considered briefly. He thought the right one, elegant amid its grandeur, outshone the other, and made his choice decisively. Manager Shui put away the box, saying he trusted Miss Lu's taste. Then he took out another box, saying that was the birthday gift. Lu Meng smiled foolishly, having thought the necklace was the gift, disappointed it wasn't. In his daze, Bei Qing heard someone calling him. He struggled to open his eyes and saw it was Mu Fian. Suddenly, he felt his face stinging. Coming to his senses, he started cursing at the air. Mu Fian asked Bei Qing what he had done, but he could only stammer incoherently. Looking at the shattered wine glass, Fian understood. This guy's drugging attempt had backfired. Mu Fian warned him not to do such nasty things again, then hurriedly walked upstairs. Xin asked where he was going. Mu Fian turned back, telling him to get in the car, but not to look in the mirror, lest he see his pathetic state. Xin covered his face, crying in pain. As I was about to return to the hall, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Mu Fian rushing over. I froze, wondering if he was coming for me. He had discovered the hothead in the bushes. What a bother, couldn't they just stay away from me? As I turned to leave, Mu Fian rushed straight behind me and loudly called out Yu Xiaoji's name. I was shocked, my mind going blank. Mu Fian shouted wait while reaching out his hand toward me. At that moment, Boss Shui grabbed him and told him that he had already made plans with me, asking him to come another day. Then he put his arm around my shoulder and was about to leave. Mu Fian kept a straight face and coldly asked me when I would be free. I secretly felt troubled, leaving just a smile and saying next time, Master, and I entered a room. Master closed the door. He covered my eyes with a cloth. I asked him what he was doing. Master gestured me to be quiet, saying he had a surprise for me. I sat confused on the chair while old Shui turned around to open a chimney box. He heard movement outside. He saw Mu Fian peeking through the window like a thief. He snorted and walked away. I felt old Shwe fumbling around my neck. Then he suddenly pulled off the black cloth from my face and happily wished me happy birthday. Looking at the exquisite necklace on my neck, I was stunned. My birthday wasn't until next month. Old Shwe must have gotten it wrong. He said that's what outsiders think, but Master's words must be right. I pressed my lips together without speaking, feeling genuinely touched. I thanked old Shwe. He looked at me and sighed, saying his good looks had no effect on me. I nodded, saying perhaps I'd seen too much of it. Then I prepared to go give Lu Nong his gift. Master told me to wait for him to take me home in the evening. I agreed and walked towards the door. After I left, Boss Shwe's face darkened. He called Shwe Fei to ask about the wound on young Mrs. Forehead. Shwe Fei said it was from being hit by a glass at military school a few days ago, but they didn't know who threw it. Old Shwe suddenly felt his disciple had grown up and wasn't telling Master anything anymore. He gripped his teacup so hard it cracked. Just as Shwe Fei was about to speak, the teacup flew into his face, causing blood to splatter. Old Shwe angrily scolded Shwe Fei for not reporting young Mrs. Situation promptly, telling him to get out. The latter repeatedly apologized and quietly closed the door as he left. Shwe Qingyang lay down on the couch, recalling the previous scene with secret delight. After making up, Lu Ming apologized for not having time to accompany me and promised to go out together another day. I readily agreed, saying I would be available whenever needed. Laughing all the way out the door, Boss Shwe was already waiting by the car. I said goodbye to Lu and got in the car. Mu Fian watched as the car disappeared. Though the driver called her to get in, she ignored it, thinking that Miss Lu looked more and more like Yu Xiao. Perhaps they were the same person all along. The day before military school vacation ended, everyone was asking about the wound on my forehead. After Fian took me to the infirmary, these guys suddenly became very friendly. I felt they were only showing concern out of respect for Mu Fian. While I was expressing my thanks, Mu Fian walked over. Everyone invited him to go to a new bathhouse for massages, saying the service was good. He immediately agreed. Everyone looked incredulous. Mu Fian suddenly put his arm around my shoulder, telling everyone there was one condition. He would go only if I came along. My face darkened. This guy was causing trouble for me again. I quickly declined, complaining that the scar on my forehead hadn't healed yet and couldn't get wet. Mu Fian was stunned, lifting my hair to check the wound. Everyone watched our intimate behavior and started gossiping among themselves. I absolutely refused to go. Mu Fian said to be careful. It shouldn't be a big deal. I grimaced and gave him a dirty look. Mu Fian pouted, saying I must go, unless I was hiding some unspeakable secret. I cursed silently in my heart. Everyone was talking nonsense. Mu Fian patted my shoulder, telling everyone to call a car and head to Yulong Bay right away. This guy wasn't giving me any chance to prepare. I was getting nervous and made an excuse to use the bathroom. Mu Fian wanted to come with me. I waved him off and hurried into the bathroom. I heard a threatening voice saying don't try to run. If I didn't come out in 3 minutes, Mu Fian would come in to find me. This was really big trouble. 2 hours later, in the north of the city, we found the bathhouse called Wan Wan Long Yu. Looking at the name, I felt this might not be a proper place. Just as I was thinking this, a group of flirtatious young girls were waving at the entrance. Soon they surrounded us, chattering and talking nonsense. A woman called by Jiujio approached with an infatuated look on her face. She pinched my cheeks and said she liked me. Seeing me stuck with Bai Jiujio, Mu Fian tried to come help, but several women blocked him, saying they would take good care of him. I was pulled into a private room with several girls surrounding me. They served me drinks, especially Bai Jiujio, who kept kissing my face. After some time, I became dizzy. When Mu Fian came in, he saw the table full of alcohol. His eyes widened. My face was red as an apple, with lipstick marks all over it. Mu Fian grabbed my hand, angrily asking why I drank so much. I said dizzily that I was very happy, but then thought again. Actually, I wasn't happy at all. These people were bullying me. They were all bad people. Seeing my unfocused eyes, Mu Fian started glancing at my open chest. It turned out to be flat. At this moment, he noticed someone sitting on the sofa nearby, holding a wine glass and watching the show. Mu Fian questioned if he had bathed with me. The person nodded, saying he was right next to me. Seeming to doubt his own thoughts, Mu Fian's eyes flashed with uncertainty. By then I couldn't hold it anymore and threw up on Mu Fian. His face turned black. Bai Jiujio could only tell him to quickly change clothes while she would take care of me. He had no choice but to go change first. 5 minutes later, when Mu Fian returned, everyone was gone. So he asked the girl there where I had gone. The girl said sister by took me away, probably to rest in the innermost room. Mu Fian quickly went to look for me, pushing the door open. I was lying on the bed, with Bai Jojo on top of me under the covers. I was calling out sister. The kissing sounds gave people goosebumps. When Mu Fian suddenly burst in, Bai Jojo screamed in surprise. Mu Fian was stunned. Bai Jojo sat up straight, her bathrobe slipping down like a noodle. She tilted her head and asked Fian if he had entered the wrong room. He quickly averted his eyes, telling her to clean me up and bring me out. I was still calling out for the beautiful sister. Mu Fian was worried, telling Bai Jojo he would wait outside, then slammed the door shut and left. I opened my eyes and sat up. Bai Jojo asked how I got involved with her. I rubbed my eyes, saying it's a long story. She poked my silicone chest, telling me these things don't work well in good lighting. Actually, during those 3 minutes in the bathroom earlier, I had called Bai Jojo. That's why she came to help. Mu Fian urged from outside, but Bai Jojo said we weren't dressed yet, so he had to keep waiting. I thanked Bai Jojo while getting dressed. She patted my head, telling me to be careful. I nodded firmly. The door finally opened, and Bai Jojo pushed me out. She made a heart sign, hoping I would come play again. I pretended to agree half-heartedly. Without delay, Mu Fian pulled me towards the exit. While walking, he apologized to Bai Jojo for ruining her fun. Outside, Mu Fian said he'd take me home first, ignoring the others. Suddenly, a paperboy rushed over and crashed into me. His newspapers flew everywhere. Mu Fian casually caught one and started reading, completely ignoring the boy frantically picking up his papers. The headline featured a photo of Ba Shui and me from the birthday party. The article claimed Ba Shui revealed his confidant, breaking the hearts of many socialites. I wondered who took that photo, making it seem like there was something between my master and me. Mu Fian asked how the two people in the photo looked. I praised them both as beautiful people. Mu Fian suddenly pinched my face, asking if anyone had ever told me I looked very feminine. My heart sank. Was I exposed? I clenched my fists nervously. Meanwhile, Shui Qingyang was sleeping shirtless in bed. A subordinate reported from outside that the young miss and the military school group went to Yulong Bay. Ba Shui sat up startled, saying such a place was no place for a girl. The subordinate said the young miss returned to school with Mu Fian, seemingly without being exposed. Ba Shui wondered if Mu Fian was just cautious or had feelings for the young miss. The subordinate also mentioned that Ba Shui and the young miss had made the newspaper headlines. Shui Qingyang was delighted, asking for the newspaper to read carefully, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Mu Fian doubted my gender, but I refused to admit anything. To avoid his questions, I claimed I needed to throw up again. Mu Fian quickly pushed me away. With disgust on his face, he told me to get in the car after I finished. The next day, everyone at the military school gathered to chat. Seeing Mu Fian holding me as we returned, everyone gasped in surprise. I wondered what he was thinking, still suspicious of me. I told him our hugging might give people the wrong impression. Mu Fian said he didn't care, saying it was what I wanted anyway. What did I want? There must be a misunderstanding. He was getting back at me for what happened in the infirmary. He was being so public about it, not worried about his reputation at all. Just as I was about to explain, I saw Bei Xing walking towards us with a box. The other students were chattering about our outing last night, making Bei Xing curse at them angrily. I put my hand on Mu Fian's waist, deliberately letting the hot-headed guy see, wanting to provoke him. He took the bait, roaring as he charged forward to cut off my hand. Mu Fian stepped forward, blocking Bei Xing's charge, telling him we're on the same side now and he needs to take care of me. Bei Xing was confused, thinking it was a joke. Seeing Fian's serious face, he became furious and stormed off angrily. Mu Fian said he stood up for me, asking if I was satisfied now. I was puzzled but used class as an excuse to escape. Something was off about him. I wondered if he was planning another trick. Later, Mu Fian drew and analyzed on the blackboard. Obviously, Yu Zhao's goal now was to get close to Bei Xing. The best solution was to get that guy out of the way first, but he couldn't figure out why Yu Zhao was doing this. This pretty boy was becoming more and more intriguing to him. Bei Xing, still angry, paced back and forth. He heard from his subordinate that Fian and Yu Zhao invited him to dinner. This made him even more furious. He wished Yu Zhao would just disappear. Then, he had a bold plan. Why not take that jinx to the slave market? He could fetch a good price. After that incident, Mu Fian stuck by my side for the next few days. Whether in the cafeteria or training ground, wherever I was, he was always there. This caused major privacy issues for me. Now, my last refuge was the bathroom. I sat on the toilet. Moo's voice came from outside again, knocking and asking why I locked the door. He seemed unwilling to give me any privacy. I was going crazy. I had to shout for him to go to class first and not wait for me. Only then did the knocking stop. Moo Fian said goodbye and left. As I heard the dorm door close, I finally relaxed. Looking at my haggard face in the dresser mirror, I knew this couldn't continue. He was too cunning. I was sure he hadn't dismissed his suspicions about me. He must be plotting something. Fortunately, in 3 days, Bay Xin would go to the slave market. Thinking that after completing the mission, I could leave this place and get rid of these annoying people, I silently encouraged myself. Through inquiries, Moo Fian learned that day at the bathhouse. The guy who bathed with me actually didn't see my body. After all, with county beauties right there, who would be interested in watching another man bathe? So there was still no conclusion about my gender. As Moo Fian pondered this, he unconsciously walked to a dorm room where Bay Xion's gang was plotting to sell me to the slave market. Moo Fian silently entered the dorm. By the time they noticed, he had been standing behind them for a while. They thought young Master Moo would be furious about this. Surprisingly, Moo Fian said he wanted to join in and asked about the detailed plan. That evening, as I was heading back to the dorm, my right eyelid kept twitching. They say a twitching right eye means trouble. I wondered if something bad was about to happen. Strangely enough, Moo Fian hadn't eaten dinner with me tonight and was nowhere to be seen. While I was wondering, I suddenly felt cold water splash over me. Who dared throw water at me? Looking up, I saw Bay Xion's lackeys laughing, still holding the water bucket they'd used. Furious, I wanted to confront them. Just as I reached the second-floor stairs, all the lights went out. Some students going upstairs complained about how strange it was and said they'd get the power room key from the instructor. After they left, I heard Bay Xion's gang behind me. They were looking for me. Sure enough, trouble had come. Just as I was thinking what to do, a hand suddenly covered my mouth from behind. Before I could react, I was pulled into a room. I saw it was Moo Fian who pulled me in, so I asked him to remove his hand. Moo Fian told me to be quiet and said everyone outside had planned this tonight. I nodded to show I understood, but he still wouldn't let go. He leaned to my ear, smugly telling me no one was on my side tonight, including himself. What? I realized this was his idea. As he spoke, Moo Fian started unbuttoning my clothes. With one forceful pull, my entire chest was exposed. However, things didn't go as Moo Fian expected. As my clothes came off, my flat chest was revealed before him. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, I cursed and punched him right in his dog face. After hitting him, I stormed off, ignoring the gang members searching for me in the hallway. Seeing their target appear, one of them cursed and tried to stop me, but Fian pulled him away. With a cold face, Moo Fian warned that he wouldn't spare anyone who bullied me in the future. The gang members were confused. Hadn't he agreed to join them? Why the sudden change? They discussed reporting to Brother Bei Xing, calling Moo Fian a traitor. Moo Fian called my name and chased after me. I stopped. Crying, I told him not to come closer and to stop following me. I thought Moo Fian would be different from those who bullied me. I was too naive. What terrible luck to meet someone like him. After saying this, I turned to leave without looking back. That guy seemed to realize his mistake and stood frozen in place. What he didn't expect was that after walking away, I could no longer contain my joy. Thinking about that fool's shocked and defeated expression was so satisfying. I hugged a tree and couldn't stop laughing. By now, the gang had gone to Bay Xion's dorm and told their brother everything that happened. The hot-tempered brother frowned in anger, unable to speak for a long while. He had been considering whether to sell me to the slave market, but now he was determined that I couldn't be allowed to stay. Since that day, Moo Fian stopped being so clingy with me. I kept acting cold and didn't want to deal with him at all. Even when he helped me get books I couldn't reach from the shelf, I showed no mercy, snatching the book and trying to run. Moo Fian pulled me back, frowning as he warned me not to provoke Bei Xing anymore, saying that even he couldn't stop that madman when he goes crazy. I thought to myself, how could I complete my mission without getting close to Bay Xian? Not wanting to waste words with him, I turned to leave. Moo Fian suddenly grabbed my hand. He lowered his head like a child and started apologizing. This cunning guy was actually apologizing. Looking at Moo Fian's expression, I held back my laughter, thinking this guy must be crazy. I kept a straight face, shook him off, and left. This brat, he thinks I don't know he's still acting. I'm not falling for it. As I walked, I heard footsteps behind me. Looks like real trouble was coming. A hand reached out and covered my mouth. As I inhaled some powder through my nose, my consciousness began to fade. Before losing consciousness, I heard Bay Xian and his gang's voices around me. I don't know how long passed, but in my haze, I heard someone calling me. Opening my eyes, I saw it was the slave guy from that day. The dark-skinned guy called Loki woke me up. Looking around, I saw iron cages everywhere, with torches lighting up the environment. This must be the slave market. Seeing I was finally awake, the guy greeted me, asking if I wasn't the person from the roof that day, and how I ended up here. I ignored him. Many slaves were kneeling around us, tied up with ropes like me, unable to move. The masked overseer heard us whispering and came over with a whip to beat us. I shouted that I wanted to go home, frightening Loki, who quickly told me to shut up or I'd suffer. Sure enough, the overseer grabbed my collar and warned me to stop shouting. I kept yelling and bit his hand. Angered, he kicked me to the ground and called his associates to take me to the punishment room for a lesson. Just as I was about to be taken away, Loki rushed over and knocked away the overseer holding me. Loki stood in front of me, telling the overseers not to be too cruel. He really had a strong sense of justice. Unfortunately, they outnumbered us, and we were bound by ropes. The guy ended up taking a severe beating. The overseer he had knocked down stood up and warned that if someone important hadn't paid a high price for him, he would have been crippled long ago. Although Loki was beaten, he still begged for mercy on my behalf. He shouted desperately, pleading with the overseer to let me go. I was deeply moved by this scene. Although we had no real connection, few people would do this much for me. As expected, the guy's actions only fueled these villains' anger. They were definitely going to take me to the punishment room today. At this moment, I stopped crying and silently watched the suffering guy crying and cursing. As the punishment room door slammed shut, the guy could no longer shout, only lying on the ground, waiting for the terrifying screams. Surprisingly, after a long while, the punishment room remained silent, not like someone was being punished at all. With a creak, the door opened from inside. I stood intact at the doorway, holding a blade. While wiping blood from the corner of my mouth, I coldly smiled at the overseers at the door. I had waited too long for this moment. Now I had dropped my disguise and was ready for a massacre. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand where this girl had come from. Amidst the gasps, I swung my blade, quickly dispatching all the traffickers present. After the battle, slaves called out female bodhisattva, while the dark-skinned youth stood frozen, staring blankly at me, standing in the pool of blood. In the military school dormitory, Mufian leaned by the window, wondering why I hadn't returned as lights out approached. Considering that Bei Xian had also disappeared after dinner, saying he had important business. What business? Mu suddenly wondered if it had something to do with me. At Honghu Theater, Xue Qingyang removed his stage makeup, thinking about my promise to cook for him. This naughty disciple really doesn't take her master seriously. Xue Qingyang smiled bitterly. Just then, a servant rushed in, hurriedly whispered something in old Xue's ear. Whatever it was shocked him, his pupils dilating and smile fading. Back at the slave market, Bei Xian was now tied up on the ground by me, roaring, demanding my identity and threatening to kill me. The funny thing was he thought I was Yu Zhao's sister, seeking revenge for my brother. I didn't bother with this fool, letting him roar helplessly on the ground. Under my threat, Bei Xian's underling got me a slave list. This was the ultimate goal of this mission. While the hot-tempered brother kept trash-talking, I knocked him out and told the underling to take him away quickly. Then, I raised the torch, wanting to burn this place to the ground. After today, this place would cease to exist. Fortunately, I got the list before the buyers arrived, saving me a lot of trouble. Loki hadn't left, standing behind me, hesitating. I glared at him, but unexpectedly, he knelt before me, shouting about wanting to become my disciple. I ignored him and walked towards the exit. When he tried to follow, I stopped him. I told him not to get involved with me if he didn't want trouble. He was stunned, not understanding why I was so cold, but he still clenched his fists, showing a never-give-up attitude. The roaring fire soon consumed the entire slave market. Xue Qingyang stood outside the fire, anxiously ordering his men to search for people. Meanwhile, Bei Xian limped out the gate, supported by his underlings. He saw Mu Fian already waiting there. Bei Xian exclaimed, asking how he found this place. Mu Fian, with an ashen face, replied that he went to Bei Xian's house first to find him. He then asked if Yu Zhao was also here. Bei Xian, nearly in tears, roared that Yu Zhao was actually a woman. The slave list had been leaked. The entire Bei family was likely doomed. Mu Fian froze. Everything had happened as she predicted. Now the most crucial thing was to catch the perpetrator quickly. That is me. When leaving, I couldn't find any cars. Fortunately, there were many horses behind the slave market. Other Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to get back. While galloping away, I suddenly heard hoofbeats behind me. Someone was following. Looking back, it was that persistent Mufian again. He rode fast and caught up with me quickly. I glared at him fiercely. He jokingly asked if I wanted to return to school together. As he spoke, he grabbed my saddle and leaped onto my horse. I angrily told him to get off. Not only did Mufian refuse, but he also wrapped his arm around my waist, shamelessly telling me he couldn't ride and had to stay with me. As he spoke, he reached for my chest, wondering how a girl like me could make it so flat. I was furious, but couldn't do anything while controlling the horse. On a distant hilltop, Shui Qingyang was watching everything below. His seemingly playful eyes flashed with anger. That brat Mufian really made him angry. The horse ran faster, and Mufian held me tightly from behind. From identity to appearance, everything about me seemed fake. This displeased him greatly. So he grabbed my face, intending to verify what was real and what wasn't right there. I pushed his hand away, not knowing how he could be so shameless. Mufian said that was because I didn't know him well enough. The more shameless part was yet to come. Just then, several cross-shaped throwing stars flew towards his face with a whoosh. Mufian calmly dodged left and right. He even managed to catch one of the throwing stars. I knew these were Master's weapons. My savior had arrived. To help Master, I kicked hard against the horse's back, hoping to throw off this bastard. Seeming to sense my intention, Mufian quickly reached into my pocket and grabbed the list I had just obtained. I quickly tried to grab it back, but only caught a corner of the list. As Mufian fell backward, the list tore in half with a ripping sound. Though he fell off, he wore a triumphant smile. I wanted to turn back and grab it, but found Master had somehow already taken his seat behind me. Old Shui pulled the reins, keeping the horse running forward. I was furious, shouting to go back. Old Shui told me we wouldn't be able to escape if we returned. Mufian had brought many people. I had no choice but to compromise and think of another plan later. Dozens of cars roared across the grassland, their bright headlights illuminating the wilderness like daylight. The car stopped behind Mufian. A large group of people gradually got out of the cars. These were all Bay Xian's people. Mufian told them they were too late. The person who stole the list had escaped. A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt walked up to him and took the torn half of the list. Mufian stated that this incident was entirely due to Bay Xian's poor judgment, and no one else was to blame. After hearing the young Master Mu's explanation, no one present dared to complain. They could only turn their vehicles around and head back. On the way back, Master looked half dead, seemingly very uncomfortable. I was terrified and quickly asked what was wrong. The old man leaned on my shoulder, weakly saying he was unhappy. This made me angry too. Of course we couldn't be happy. The list we'd worked so hard to get was torn in half. Who wouldn't be angry? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Suddenly, Master hit me on the head. I yelped in pain, just as I was about to ask why. I saw his stern expression, as if I hadn't understood his meaning. It turned out Master was angry, because he saw that bastard Mufian touching me inappropriately on the horse earlier. But I didn't care about it at all. Master couldn't understand why. I explained that what Mufian touched was just my fake body, not my real one, so it didn't matter. Hearing this explanation, Master finally smiled with relief. Afterward, we didn't go home or to the theater, but instead went to an inn. Master had already arranged people there. I needed to meet someone important. After dismounting, I told Master I would handle everything from here. Then, without waiting for his response, I pushed open the door and went in alone. Inside sat a person. It was the missing Yu Xiao himself. Seeing me enter, Yu Xiao stood up, staring at my face that looked extremely similar to his. He froze, stuttering as he asked who I was. Later, I secretly released Yu Xiao. Master didn't blame me for this, since even if released, that boy couldn't return to military school anyway. The brother responsible for detaining Yu Xiao was very worried, believing Mufian might look for Yu Xiao. Releasing him remained a hidden danger. It would have been better to eliminate him directly. Master looked relaxed and casual, comforting the brother that it was fine. He was actually somewhat looking forward to seeing what Mufian would do next. On the street, Luo Ji walked aimlessly with an empty stomach. He didn't have a penny and wanted to find work quickly to feed himself. Suddenly, someone rushed out from behind. This person was running impetuously and accidentally bumped into Luo Ji. He looked and saw it was a girl, as pretty as a doll, very beautiful. Luo Ji stared in a daze. By the time he came to his senses, she had already run far away. Rich people are no good. Luo Ji shook his head, annoyed by the beautiful girl's recklessness. This girl was Lu Ming. She ran all the way into the Lu residence, excitedly calling for her father. At this time, Lu Fu was on the phone. The old man's brows were furrowed, his words carrying anger, seemingly about an issue with his daughter's birthday gift. Lu Ming pushed open the door, shouting about where her black dog gift was. Lu's father put down the phone. Seeing his precious daughter so excited, he didn't know what to do. The old man awkwardly apologized to his daughter, saying there was a problem and the dog was gone. They would have to choose another gift. Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically. All that anticipation had been for nothing. She turned around, wanting to vent her anger on her father. At this moment, Lu Ming still didn't know. Her black dog was actually a slave named Luo. Half a month later, because the underground slave market's buyer list had mysteriously disappeared. While people were condemning human trafficking, the Bei family also fell into an unprecedented crisis. Due to damaged credibility, shareholders of Bei family's businesses began withdrawing their investments. This incident not only devastated the Bei family financially, but also severely damaged their reputation. At this time, I was buying apples on the street. A suspicious man wearing a hat approached me and stuffed an envelope into my arms. I was stunned for a moment, thinking a new mission had arrived. Back at Hongwu Theater, I saw Master sleeping on the sofa in the hall. Don't know what sweet dream this old guy was having, but there was a smile on his face. I put the apples on the table, found a blanket to cover Master, then prepared to cook. I've already cooked more than 30 meals for him during this time. Need to figure something out. That evening, Bale Pavilion's branch was holding an opening ceremony. The scene was lively with songs and dances. Mu Fian came to celebrate as a business partner. The dancers on stage made him drowsy, wondering when he could leave. Following the host Miley's speech, an important figure was about to appear. Under the spotlight, a beautiful woman in a blue dress with golden hair appeared on stage. This is Miss Xiaochan, the expensive songstress star of Bale Pavilion. Mu Fian became interested, his eyes deeply attracted to this stunning beauty. Luo Mieying, was playing the role of songstress Xiaochan. The mission was to get close to Bale Pavilion's mysterious boss and obtain his treasure key. Speaking of this mysterious boss of Bale Pavilion, he had never appeared in public, and information about him was scarce. The only certainty was that he was a foreigner. Tonight, my appearance attracted many guests' attention. Guests expressed that they would definitely come when Bale Pavilion officially opens. Unexpectedly, when I left work, I saw Mu Fian again at the entrance. His servant seemed still enchanted by my singing, constantly chattering around him. Fortunately, Mu Fian didn't recognize me. He calmly glanced at me, seeming to believe that songstresses like me were destined to become playthings of the powerful. I couldn't look at him and quickly walked away in silence. After returning home, Bai Jiujio came to me with a bottle of perfume. He said he bought it from abroad at a high price, saying it would help with my mission, so he wanted me to take it. I smelled the strong, pungent scent of the perfume. I reluctantly accepted it. We chatted until late at night. Bai Jiujio, in his flirtatious manner, jokingly asked me to teach him disguise techniques so he could flirt with respectable young men. I rolled my eyes, really wanting to argue with him. Suddenly heard noisy sounds from downstairs, like people arguing. I looked out and saw that young man called Luo Ji, surrounded by a group of servants. A servant snatched a silver coin from Luo Ji's hand, angrily accusing him of theft. The young man hurriedly explained that it belonged to someone else, and he was about to return it to its owner. The servants didn't listen to his explanation and started beating him. Bai Jiujio told me that such things happen every day, and I should get used to it. Late at night, Luo Ji lay injured on the ground, thinking about his bitter life, his lips twitching. At this moment, a pair of feet stopped in front of him. Looking up, he saw a man wearing a hat and coat. The man sneered and told Luo Ji to help him with a small favor, promising a large sum of money upon completion. The man threw a small bag of deposit money on the ground. At this point, to survive, Luo Ji had no choice. He got up from the ground, grabbed the deposit, and responded that he would help with anything except murder or arson. On Bale Pavilion's opening day, many people came. Mu Fian, entrusted by Mr. Liu, accompanied Miss Lu Ming for entertainment, watching the beautiful singers perform on stage. Lu Ming became infatuated again and stood up wanting to meet the performer. Mu Fian had a gloomy face, clearly not too happy. After finishing a song, I went backstage to rest. A group of noble young masters came looking for me, wanting to arrange entertainment for the evening. They even started fighting over this matter. Then I saw Lu Meng come in too. The scene became chaotic, frightening her into gesturing wildly. Suddenly, a hand pulled me into an embrace. Turning around, I found it was Mu Fian. This bastard declared I would be accompanying him tonight, telling others to leave. He seemed to be trying to help me out of the situation. The young masters asked if this was true. I thought dealing with Mu Fian would be much harder than handling these minor characters. Just as I was about to deny Mu Fian's words, he told me not to say anything, leaving the rest to him. Mu Fian held my waist and was about to leave. Those minor characters shouted not to be too overbearing. Mu Fian threw them a fierce look, saying, "So what if I bully you?" Those people were so angry they stammered, unable to say a word. Just as I was about to thank Mu Fian, she indicated no need, saying I should thank the lady inside instead. I looked and saw it was Lu Meng, who was waving hello to me. No wonder, I was wondering why this jerk would be so kind. Lu Meng wanted to get to know me, while Mu Fian stood aside with a stern face. Suddenly he grabbed my hand. Little Meng and I were both stunned. We quickly asked if something was wrong. Mu Fian immediately let go, resuming a calm expression, saying it was nothing. Has this guy become suspicious again so quickly? Just then, with a waiter's announcement, the big boss of Bale Pavilion finally appeared. His name was Vikas, a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He introduced the two children beside him, one boy and one girl. The girl was called Savita, his daughter. She looked somewhat foreign, with darker skin and a red dot on her forehead. The boy was called Paka, his nephew. I thought he looked familiar, and after careful observation, realized he was the dark-skinned boy from the slave market. How did he suddenly become a young master? Using a street urchin to pose as his nephew. Clearly, the boss of Bale Pavilion was suspicious indeed. Vikas stated that these two children would help manage Bale Pavilion's business in the future, hoping for everyone's support. After speaking, he came over to kiss my hand, expressing his honor at my joining and hoping I would showcase my talents. Still seeming uncomfortable, Luo Ji looked around and suddenly spotted Lu Meng in the crowd. Wasn't she the girl he had bumped into before? Lu Meng noticed Luo Ji staring at her, so she gave him a sweet smile, making him feel embarrassed. Meanwhile, Savita was staring intently at Mu Fian. This man was exactly her type. After greeting us, the boss went upstairs alone. What I'm looking for this time is Vikas's treasure key. According to intelligence, there are two keys, one large and one small, both made of pure gold. The large one is about 25 centimeters, not easy to carry. The small one is only 5 centimeters. I guess the key is upstairs. Although the possibility is slim, I can't let this chance slip away. Shortly after, the boss came back downstairs and walked towards the exit by himself. Good opportunity. I put down my wine glass and told Lu Meng I needed to use the bathroom. Little Meng said she needed to go too, so I had no choice but to go together. Earlier, I had already sabotaged the first floor bathroom. Upon entering, I headed straight for the second floor. A waiter came over and stopped us, saying the second floor was off limits to outsiders. I pretended to be anxious and told him the first floor bathroom was broken, begging him to make an exception. Seeing two beautiful women pleading, the waiter softened and finally agreed to our request, telling us to be quick. I expressed my gratitude and quickly pulled Lu Meng upstairs. At the bathroom, I let Lu Meng go first. After she came out, I told her my stomach wasn't feeling well and I might take a while. Lu Meng said it was fine and she would wait outside. Inside the bathroom, I quickly locked the door, took off my high heels, and climbed through the window. According to my investigation, the study should be next door. I should be able to complete everything within 10 minutes. Squeezing into the study, I opened the door and started searching through everything, but couldn't find what I was looking for. Finally, after checking everywhere, only a locked drawer under the desk remained. Taking out a hairpin, I worked on it until the drawer opened. Inside were only letters, no sign of the key. I felt disappointed. Just then, I heard someone opening the door, so I quickly looked for a place to hide. Just before the door opened, I managed to hide. Looking out, I saw it was Mu Fian and Savita. Mu Fian stood with hands in pockets, scanning the study. Then he asked Miss Sa, wasn't the boss supposed to be looking for him? Why wasn't he here? Miss Sa suddenly rushed forward and hugged him, shouting Mu Fian's name, expressing her love at first sight and insisting that Mu Fian must be hers. I frowned awkwardly at witnessing such a scene. Mu Fian, who would have thought that you, such a shameless person, would have a day of being harassed? I quietly watched from my hiding place as Miss Sa held that bastard tightly. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian wasn't appreciative. While saying, please show some restraint, he pushed Miss Sa away. With that stern face, he told Miss Sa not to touch him, saying they barely knew each other and shouldn't act so inappropriately. Miss Sa laughed, explaining that girls from her hometown were very open and bold in pursuing those they liked. Mu Fian's face darkened as he angrily stated he wasn't interested in her. Miss Sa knew better and gradually stopped smiling. The atmosphere became awkward. Mu Fian adjusted his clothes, not knowing what to say next. Just then, that guy noticed a piece of red cloth stuck in the cabinet door. So he quickly used the excuse of avoiding misunderstandings to chase Miss Sa out. Miss Sa snorted and ran out angrily. The door slammed shut, and Mu Fian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeming to know I was in the room, Mu Fian called out for someone to come out, but there was no response after waiting for a while. So, he yanked open the cabinet door with the red cloth stuck in it, but found nothing inside except for that piece of cloth. Mu Fian tossed it aside, seemingly letting his guard down. He sighed and left the room. The room fell silent again, and I wondered if that guy had really left. Suddenly, the door was pushed open violently. Mu Fian had returned, checking around the room for any movement. Finding nothing after looking around, Mu Fian had no choice but to close the door and leave again. I was lying in a compartment above the door, thinking this cunning fellow almost tricked me. Since I had already aroused Mu Fian's suspicion, I needed to get out quickly. Mu Fian arrived at the second-floor bathroom door, seeing Lu Meng waiting. The waiter was also urging, saying time was up and asking him to tell the person inside to come out quickly. Mu Fian came over and asked Lu Meng if I was inside. Little Meng anxiously nodded, and without thinking twice, he called for someone to open the door, only to find it was locked from inside. So he kicked it hard, breaking the door open. Everyone present gasped in shock, including me, who was touching up my makeup in front of the mirror. Lu Meng rushed over to ask if I was okay. I said I was fine, just startled by their sudden entrance. Little Meng pointed at Mu Fian at the door, explaining he kicked the door because he was worried about me, making him look all innocent. I pretended to be very grateful, looking at Mu Fian with deep appreciation. He gave a cold smile, warning me to take care of my health, his tone sounding sarcastic and making me uncomfortable. So I pulled Little Meng along to leave, leaving Mu Fian there to discuss the door repair with the waiter. After everyone left, Mu Fian, still suspicious, went to the window to investigate. He realized it wasn't difficult to get to the study from here, just a few minutes round trip. As he was thinking, a footprint on the windowsill caught his attention. Mu Fian seemed to understand something, but then he thought what happened at Bale Pavilion had nothing to do with him. He shouldn't meddle too much. Mu Fian patted his head to calm himself down, but whenever he saw me, this Miss Xiaochan gave him a strange feeling, just like Jia Yuxiao from before. After work, Lu Meng and I walked out side by side. We found that Mu Fian was already waiting for me. He seemed to have taken the earlier rescue joke seriously. As soon as we met, he asked me to get in his car, saying I had to accompany him tonight. I quickly played dumb. I declined, saying wasn't that just a joke earlier? Mu Fian was firm, telling me not to misunderstand, and saying he wasn't someone who joked easily. I cursed silently, knowing I couldn't refuse, so I asked where we were going. Mu Fian smirked and said to his house. His words left me frozen in place. This guy actually invited me to his house. Seeing my hesitation, Mu Fian raised an eyebrow, asking if I disliked him and wouldn't give him face. As I tried to make excuses, he assured me I didn't need to worry about safety with him around. At this point, Lu Meng felt awkward and quickly said her driver had come to pick her up, then bid farewell. I said goodbye to her outwardly, but was very unwilling inside. Meng Meng, my good sister, How could you not try to keep me with you? I eventually went with Mu Fian to the wood pavilion, which was his home. An elderly woman opened the door for us, with kind eyes and gentle features, apparently their housekeeper. Seeing young Master Mu bringing a girl home, the elderly woman was both surprised and delighted, repeatedly praising my beauty, and brought out freshly made cake for me. I wondered if Mu Fian had already poisoned the cake, but I couldn't help taking a piece anyway. It was indeed delicious. Mu Fian took a sip of tea and asked where I was from. I said I was from Jinling. He kept asking about my parents, siblings, and future plans, endless questions that really annoyed me. So, I poured myself some tea and interrupted his interrogation, asking if he had feelings for me, since he was so interested in my information. This guy didn't even deny it, directly expressing his interest in me, with such a shameless expression. At this point, the housekeeper came over, startled by Mu Fian's directness, and quickly tried to correct his method of pursuing girls. Then, thinking again, she showed a happy expression, saying the young master finally had someone he liked. I secretly mocked, wondering if even the great young Master Mu had no one who liked him. How pathetic. Mu Fian told me not to feel troubled. He said he was just straightforward by nature. I smiled without speaking. Then Mu Fian prepared to pass me a piece of cake. Just as his hand reached in front of me, Mu Fian suddenly shuddered, knocking over a full cup of tea on the table. It spilled all over me. This old fox. I suppressed my anger, really wanting to kill this bastard right there. Mu Fian pretended to be panicked. He quickly apologized and asked Aunt May, the housekeeper, to take me to change clothes. This guy clearly did it on purpose and now was trying to act nice. Perhaps he knew I still had things from Bale Pavilion on me. My face darkened, thinking it was too dangerous to stay here with this old fox. So I stood up to leave, but Aunt May insisted I stay, apologizing for their poor hospitality. Seeing the old lady's sincere insistence, I found it hard to refuse. So I decided to stay a bit longer. I offered to help clean up the table, which made Aunt May beam with joy. Mu Fian asked another servant, Xiao Ju, to prepare clothes for me. I picked up the remaining tea from the table, intending to go to the kitchen with Aunt May. With Mu Fian's back turned to me, my anger grew, and a mischievous idea came to mind. I shouted, pretending to trip on my dress, and lunged forward. The teacup and teapot all flew towards Mu Fian. By the time he realized what happened, he was completely soaked. His face turned black with anger. I frantically grabbed a handkerchief and slapped it right on his wet bottom, and gave it a good squeeze while I was at it. Surely, he couldn't take this anymore. I waited for Mu Fian to get angry and kick me out. Surprisingly, Mu Fian could really hold his temper. He asked with a strange smile if I could remove my hand first. I quickly let go, complimenting his well-trained, elastic bottom. His face couldn't have looked worse as he rambled that if I wanted to squeeze again, I was welcome anytime. I could barely hold back my laughter. I had to bend down and help Aunt May clean up the mess. Mu Fian shouted for the servants to take me to change clothes. Aunt May was still inexplicably happy, muttering that people really act differently around someone they like. She took the clothes from Xiao Ju, wanting to personally help me change. At this moment, Mu Fian watched me leave, his mind full of doubts. As a new geisha, I had been too bold in front of him. When Xiao Ju called Mu Fian to change clothes, he finally came to his senses. He called Xiao Ju over to arrange something. Aunt May led me to a guest room and laid out a light purple qipao on the bed for me to change into. After Aunt May left, I looked at the room's decorations. As expected of the wood pavilion, even a guest room was quite grand. Just then, I heard faint singing coming from near the bed. Listening carefully, I realized it was coming from upstairs. It sounded like a woman singing. I'd heard that the Mu family only had father and son. Could it be a servant? It didn't seem like it. Perhaps Mu Fian was keeping a secret lover. What I didn't know was that at that moment, a woman in white was dancing gracefully in the attic of the Mu mansion. She was humming beautiful melodies. This person was Mu Li, Mu Fian's elder sister. I couldn't worry about that now. I hurried to change clothes. The problem was the qipao was too tight and small. I had nowhere to hide the letters I'd stolen from Bale Pavilion. With no choice, I could only stuff them into my bra. I needed to find an excuse to leave quickly. After changing, I went out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Mu Fian standing at the doorway, taking off his pants with his chest exposed. I froze. He could no longer contain himself and shouted, asking why I was in his room. Looking at the half-naked handsome man before me, I couldn't help but exclaim. I quickly explained that Aunt May had led me here, and I didn't know it was his room. Mufian quickly put his pants back on, muttering complaints about the old housekeeper's carelessness while pushing me out. He called for Aunt May to see me out and slammed the door shut, leaving me standing there confused. Aunt May and Xiao Ju came to gossip, asking what happened with their young master. I pretended to be shy and said I might have upset young Master Mu and got kicked out. With that, I turned to leave with my wet clothes. The two watched me go dumbfounded. That's when Xiao Ju remembered the young master had asked her to steal my changed clothes. Now they couldn't get them. Aunt May was shocked, wondering when their young master had become such a pervert, wanting to steal a young girl's clothes. She nearly fainted from anger. Mu Fian sat on his bed, listening to his sisters humming upstairs, feeling increasingly troubled. My disguise as Xia Chan seemed to have become this guy's nemesis. On my way back, I kept thinking about Mu Fian's half-naked form. I never expected his body to be so good, not inferior to my master's. He had taken advantage of me so many times. Today, I finally got my revenge. Late at night, Bale Pavilion had closed its doors to guests. Owner Vikas finally returned, and Savita hurried forward to inquire. Luoji wanted to follow and learn what happened, but Miss Sa angrily sent him away. As an outsider, he naturally didn't expect them to treat him like family, so he wisely walked away. Alone on the balcony, Luoji thought that the life of the rich wasn't as impressive as imagined. The Vikas family was so mysterious, obviously not good people. It confirmed his original thought that rich people couldn't be good, except for that girl called Lu Meng. At this thought, Luoji blushed. Suddenly, shouting came from inside. Vikas was furious. Apparently someone had stolen some map of his. Luoji hurried forward to ask what happened. Vikas, anxious, muttered to himself that someone had opened a drawer. A hair he'd placed there was missing, proving it. Then he asked Luoji to fetch the manager. After the manager came, Miss Sa asked him who besides young Master Mu and herself had been to the second floor that evening. The manager, sweating profusely, stammered that Miss Lu and Xia Chan had been there, as the young lady had used the second floor bathroom because the other one was broken. Miss Sa grew suspicious, thinking one of them might have stolen it. She said she would take the manager to apologize to her father. Luoji fell into deep thought. How could they suspect Miss Lu, such a kind person? He couldn't help but feel worried. The next day, at the Wood Pavilion, Mu Fian sat on the bed combing his sister's hair. Aunt May handed over an invitation, saying it was sent by Vikas. Upon opening it, it turned out they wanted to invite her to their private estate. Looking at his playful sister, Mu Fian initially wanted to politely decline, but then changed his mind and quickly asked Aunt May to find out if Miss Xia-chan would be going. It was late at night, but the lights were still on at Bale Pavilion's entrance. Miss Sa stood by the window, reporting to her father that all invitations had been sent out. Everyone who went upstairs during the party would be invited to the gathering at Rose Manor. The loss of the letter had greatly impacted Vikas. She had an idea. It was time to call in that dangerous person to solve the problem. Miss Sa didn't understand. Her father sat on the sofa, frowning as he explained this was their only option. They couldn't ask for help from the clan anymore. The eldest young master was dead, and this matter had to be kept hidden. Miss Sa seemed to be struck by a painful memory, gritting her teeth as she remembered. Not long ago, she had accidentally pushed the eldest young master into the sea. Though that bastard was extremely despicable, he also held the family's key. Vikas comforted his daughter, saying the situation wasn't too bad. The person who stole the map must also be looking for the key. They could use this opportunity, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The lost letter contained a map that could lead to the key. This map was related to Rose Manor's secret. Decoding the key's password wasn't easy either. Vikas planned to wait and watch, letting the thief decode the password and find the treasure in Rose Manor before making his move. For this, he thought of a dangerous person whose help would ensure the plan's success. At Honghu Theater, Xue Qingyang was preparing to put on makeup for the stage. Xue Fei suddenly burst in with an invitation, saying it was from Bale Pavilion. Xue Qingyang carefully drew his eyebrows while asking Xue Fei to read it. It turned out he was among those invited to the Rose Manor gathering. Strangely, Vikas had added a small note, saying he would personally visit tomorrow. Xue Qingyang smiled slightly. It had been a long time since he'd heard the name Vikas. On the day of the Rose Manor gathering, I waited at Bale Pavilion for the owner's car. At the guest's request, I performed a song to warm up the atmosphere. When the song ended, the guests applauded enthusiastically. Passionate fans even rushed onto the stage to give me flowers and clamored to invite me to dinner. I smiled and declined them all, taking the flowers back to the dressing room. I suddenly felt that being Zhuang Xiaochan was more tiring than being Zhuang Yuxiao. When pretending to be Zhuang Yuxiao, I only had to deal with Mu Fian and Bei Xian. Now I had to navigate between many men. Lost in these thoughts, I returned to the dressing room. There was a beautiful bouquet of poppies on my chair. I picked up the flowers, finding no card or signature. As I wondered who sent them, I walked out with the flowers. At the door, I heard someone calling me. Looking up, it was Mu Fian. He sat in his car, telling me Vicus's car had problems and was running late, likely unable to make it tonight. He noticed the flowers in my hand and asked who sent them. He noted that among all the flowers, I had only taken this bouquet, showing how much I liked it. I kept a straight face, thinking it was none of his business who sent them. The guy extended his hand gentlemanly, inviting me to ride with him. I was quite familiar with Mu Fian's personality by now. The more I avoided him, the more interested he became. The more he suspected someone, the more he would pursue them. Because of this, I was actually afraid of him. Perhaps if I went along with it, he would quickly lose interest in me. So I took Mu Fian's hand and politely got into the car. He drove us to a ferry dock. There was a butler sent by Vicus there. To reach Rose Manor, we needed to take a boat under his guidance. Mu Fian told me not to find it strange. The manor was completely surrounded by rivers. On the boat, that bastard showed his professional fake smile again. He pinched his nose and asked if I liked wearing strong perfume. Seeing his discomfort, I felt quite pleased, so I smugly asked if he didn't like it. That guy showed a disgusted expression, saying he preferred fresher scents. I mocked him, saying he must have dated countless women to have gained such knowledge. We continued bickering until we finally reached Rose Manor. The tall castle had no lights on. Under the pale moonlight, it looked quite eerie, giving off an ominous feeling. Because the roads in the manor were narrow, cars couldn't pass through, so the butler had to trouble us to ride horses to enter. Riding wasn't a problem, but that guy only brought out one horse. There were two of us. How were we supposed to ride? Sharing was not an option. The shadow from our last encounter hadn't faded yet. Just as I was about to rush forward first, Mu Fian took 3 quick steps and jumped onto the horse. He declared that if I wanted to ride, I'd have to sit behind him, otherwise I'd have to wait. I got angry, cursing his lack of gentlemanly manners, and tried to pull him down. Just then, the horse started running. When I pulled Mu Fian, he fell off. Before he could get up and yell at me, I jumped onto the horse. I mockingly repeated his words back to him, made a face, and rode away. Since it would feel too cramped with 2 people, I had to go ahead first. Though the butler hadn't told me which way to go, I couldn't worry about that now. Seeing Mu Fian's sour face, I just wanted to run far away. If I wasn't wrong, Vicus must have discovered that part of the map had been stolen. Inviting us to this remote manor couldn't be for anything good. Taking this opportunity, I could investigate and see if that incomplete map might be of this manor. After riding for a while, I stopped, dismounted, and found a lantern. I saw a well in the distance. Just as I was about to get closer, I heard a strange sound beneath my feet. I jumped quickly as a large pit suddenly opened beneath my feet. There were actually traps. Still shaken, I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around sharply, and it was Master. How was he here? Just as I was about to speak, Savita, the Bale Pavilion owner's daughter, appeared carrying a lantern behind him. Miss Sa asked me what had happened. This wasn't a place I should be. Old Shui gave an embarrassed smile and helped make excuses, saying I had gotten lost and accidentally ended up here. I nodded along, telling them the butler and young Master Mu were still behind. I had intended to ride to the hall first, but suddenly lost my way. Miss Sa seemed to have an inexplicable hostility toward me. She kept a cold face, not wanting to hear my explanations, and turned to lead us to the hall. Master also smiled and made a gesture inviting me to go ahead. I felt quite surprised inside. Since when did this old fellow start associating with the Bale Pavilion people? When I arrived at the hall, Mu Fian was already inside. Seeing old Shui beside me, that guy seemed a bit unhappy, glaring with his eyes, coming over to pick a fight again. Master greeted him. While shaking hands, Mu Fian asked sarcastically how things were going with Miss Liu and why he hadn't brought her today. He mentioned Miss Liu owed him a date. I glanced at him, thinking this guy really holds grudges. Miss Sa clapped her hands and told the guests that since it was late, everyone should rest first. The rooms were ready, and tomorrow Vicus would personally personally entertain us. Coincidentally, Master, Mu Fian, and my rooms were connected. Old Shue politely said goodnight and went to rest, leaving Mu Fian and me staring at each other. Mu Fian kept staring at Old Shue. When I reminded him, he gave me a cold look, saying beauty isn't limited to women, and what's wrong with admiring someone as handsome as Mr. Shue? I see. Master was indeed beautiful, attracting not just women but men too. Mu Fian said goodnight and went in. It wasn't early, so I thought I should rest too. The next day at breakfast, I discovered Lu Meng was also present. He had been drawn into this after all. Strangely, that dark-skinned guy sat next to me, constantly staring at Xiao Ming. Seeming to notice I was watching him, the dark-skinned guy quickly picked up a glass of wine and drank awkwardly. As we were eating, Vicus suddenly stood up, announcing he had prepared a game for everyone, saying the winner would receive a grand prize. He asked us to open the envelopes prepared on our tables. I had a premonition. Opening it, it was indeed a map fragment. I didn't know why he would voluntarily bring it out. Vicus explained that the game involved using our map fragments to explore the manor and find unexpected surprises. He added that tomorrow we would draw lots to form groups and see who could find a place marked with a red X on the map. Of course, the maps were incomplete, and only one person's map had the red X mark. Everyone else would have to guess where this place was. It really was an exciting and surprising game. As I was thinking about what to do next, Lu Ming came over and pulled me along, wanted to take a walk together. Having nothing else to do, I nodded in agreement. The dark-skinned guy showed a disappointed expression. What was this guy planning? At night, Lu Ming had already gone to sleep. I was piecing together the map while wondering what Vicus's intentions were. Having so many people search for his treasure seemed unreasonable. Then suddenly I understood. Perhaps he himself didn't know where the treasure was. That well from yesterday was suspicious. I decided to check it out again when I had the chance. When I went to the hall, I saw Master passed out drunk on the sofa. That guy had drunk who knows how much, and no one was taking care of him. So, as I helped him to the restroom, I felt like a nanny in front of him. Just as I was about to leave, Old Shue mumbled something. He suddenly pulled me into his arms. His eyes were hazy, and he was talking about spending the spring night together. Master's face was flushed red. I really don't know how much he had drunk to get in this state. I asked if he knew who I was. The old guy mumbled, seemingly mistaking me for the real Miss Ya-chan. I'd never seen him like this before. He looked just like a big demon, lying on the bed all seductively, complaining about the heat. Lucky it was me. If it had been someone else, Master would have been in real trouble. He was being way too careless. I asked if Master liked Miss Ya-chan. Surprisingly, he admitted it. I really don't understand why both Mu Fian and he liked this type. Since the old guy was confused, I thought I'd try to get some information out of him. So I brought up how he considered Miss Lu his soulmate, asking if he was changing his mind. Old Shue opened his hazy eyes, saying in his heart, I was just a kid, nowhere near comparable to Miss Ya-chan. This made me furious. So his disciple was just a shield to be used and discarded. Not wanting to deal with the old man anymore, I angrily stormed out. But right outside the door, I ran into Mu Fian, seeing me coming out of Old Shue's room. His veins popped with anger, though he still managed to put on a professional fake smile to greet me. I didn't give him a pleasant response, just casually acknowledged him. But Mu Fian, that old fox, was not only shameless, but also quite vindictive. Maybe because of my poor attitude, he came closer and blamed me for pulling him off the horse, injuring him so badly he couldn't sleep from the pain. I didn't want to argue with him, so I just gave him a friendly smile and told him to be more generous. Then quickly escaped back to my room. Mu Fian was parched with anger and was about to get some water. Suddenly, he heard movement behind Mr. Shue's door. Obviously, it was Shue Qingyang eavesdropping. Mu Fian stopped and called out to the door, mocking Mr. Shue for falling in love with everyone he meets. First Miss Lu, now Xia-chan. Then he proudly declared that he was actually just like old Shue. There seemed to be tension in the air, as if Shue Qingyang behind the door had been challenged. I couldn't help but curse Mu Fian as a little fox in my mind. The next day, the drawing results came out. Luckily, Master and I were in the same group. Lu Ming and Pa Ka, also known as Luaji, were grouped together. Poor Mu Fian ended up with his love at first sight, Miss Sa. This really amused me. Actually, Vicus's helper was the actor Shue Qingyang. He found the right moment to approach Mr. Shue, telling him to have his people ready, and stated that once they got the item, Mr. Shue could immediately take the other half. The latter nodded with a smile. The game officially began. Master and I walked in silence, first arriving at yesterday's suspicious dried well. He told me to wait up top, then jump down with one flip. The old guy seemed strange today, as if deliberately avoiding me. He barely spoke to me at all. After waiting for a quarter hour with no response from Jean Lee, I grew impatient. So I shouted Mr. Schwed down the well. After calling for a while with no response, I couldn't wait anymore. Then I also jumped in. At the bottom of the well, there was indeed a hidden space. It was very large with a rotting smell. I called out several times, but got no response. So I took out a lighter to illuminate the area. One wall looked strange, so I touched it. With a click, a secret passage appeared before me. I nervously walked in. Looking down at what I was stumbling over, the ground was covered in white bones. I felt a bit uneasy. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. I quickly shone the light in that direction. It was Mu Fian again. We both exclaimed in surprise. I asked him why he was here when he should be with Miss Sa. Mu Fian said they got separated accidentally, then asked me where Mr. Shui was. I thought he probably didn't like her and ditched her on purpose. I replied that I too had gotten separated. As we were looking at each other awkwardly, suddenly there was a cracking sound from above. Looking up, several large rocks were falling down. It seemed to be a cave-in. In that split second, Mu Fian shouted, "Watch out," and quickly came to shield me. The boulders fell at our feet. Mu Fian and I stared at each other, faces pale, breathing heavily. This guy had just saved me. Just now, Mu Fian had saved me from the falling rocks. At this moment, we were face to face, not knowing what to say. Another falling rock was about to hit. Mu Fian was still protecting me. If he didn't move away, he would surely be badly injured. Before I could think, my hand instinctively pulled out a cross-shaped dart. By the time I realized it, the dart had already been thrown, shattering the rock. The danger was finally over. This was bad. He would definitely be suspicious now. But to my surprise, Mu Fian didn't say anything. He just held back a laugh and hugged me. I was stunned. What was he doing? I got angry. Mu Fian told me not to move, seeming to sense the wall behind was hollow. Turns out I was blocking him from examining the wall. Finally, we found a switch, opened the wall, and following a passage, we made it outside. I thought we'd be fine once we got out, but the forest outside was like a maze we couldn't escape. The map was completely useless now. With no choice, Mu Fian suggested we rest, saying we might have to spend the night outdoors. After finding a clearing, Mu Fian gathered some firewood and started a campfire. I never expected such a young master would do this kind of manual labor. Seeing my surprised look, Mu Fian told me to stop staring and come closer as it was too cold. I hurriedly went to warm myself by the fire. We sat in awkward silence until my growling stomach broke the atmosphere. Realizing I must be hungry, Mu Fian took out a box of chocolate from his pocket and asked if I wanted some. I greedily reached out my hand. That guy started being unreasonable again, wanting me to beg him for a box of chocolate. That was impossible, so I dropped the act, suddenly stood up, and darted into the woods. In no time, I caught a wild chicken. Not to be outdone, Mu Fian also stood up and walked deeper into the forest. He returned a few minutes later with several fish. I thought even if he could catch food, his cooking skills couldn't match mine. He might even ask me for some chicken later, and then I'd make him beg properly. However, reality differed from expectations. While I was preparing the chicken, I suddenly smelled a delicious grilled fish aroma. Mu Fian smugly told me to stop staring at him with such surprised eyes. He boasted that he had many more talents, I just hadn't seen them yet. Suddenly, the chicken in my hands seemed tasteless. Mu Fian was quite generous, directly offering me a grilled fish, saying I didn't need to beg this time. I was struggling internally, but I still stubbornly told him I didn't like fish. Seeing this, Mu Fian said there were too many fish to finish, and while wasting food was a sin, there was no choice but to throw them away. This guy apologized to the fish while preparing to throw it into the fire. I couldn't take it anymore. I suddenly jumped up to grab the fish from his hand. Only one thing was on my mind now, that fragrant, delicious fish. By the time Mu Fian realized what happened, his hands were empty. I had leaped up in an awkward position and snatched the fish from his hand with my mouth. My words and actions were completely contradictory, leaving Mu Fian speechless. Since he said wasting food would bring divine punishment, I actually did him a favor by saving his life. Mu Fian didn't want to hear my excuses. He directly took my grilled chicken and started eating it in big bites. We started bickering back and forth again. After getting to know him for a while, I found this young Master Mu was quite different from what I had imagined. While eating the chicken, Mu Fian told me he wasn't just all show. He also spoke frankly about my two-faced nature. I laughed nervously, trying to play dumb again. Mu Fian said he preferred Miss Ya-chan when she showed her true nature earlier. Somehow, his words touched something in my heart. After so many undercover missions, I seemed to have forgotten what my true nature was. The scene fell silent again. Seemingly to ease the atmosphere, Mu Fian asked about the earlier cave-in. I thought rather than a natural cave-in, it seemed more like an intentionally set trap. The decayed bones along the way weren't from animals, showing we weren't the first visitors. Despite being so dangerous, this place still attracted many explorers. There must be some extraordinary secret hidden here. Hearing my thorough analysis, Mu Fian pretended to be impressed, praising me as someone extraordinary with insight. As we sat around the campfire, suddenly Mu Fian told me that if I ever got married, I should stop doing these dangerous things. This comment made my heart skip a beat. Could he know all my secrets? Then, Mu Fian stared at the fading sunset and spoke slowly. Unlike men, women in current society can only depend on their husbands. To live a peaceful and happy life, they should be well-behaved and create a warm home. I froze, remembering my father's teachings since childhood. In our Liu family, I was the only one left with legitimate bloodline. Father told me that even as a woman, I shouldn't lose to any family heir. My mission was not only to glorify the Liu family, but also to strengthen the entire family's influence. I needed to prove that our Liu family couldn't be trampled by other families. For this, I had to work harder than others and invest more effort. After all, Father was still waiting for the day I would become the family head. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but stand up and shout at the sky. It was both a release and a reminder. Women are not inferior to men. If they want, they can have grand ideals and pursue their ambitions. Why should women depend on men? Before talking about peace and happiness, how many men don't have multiple wives? I don't understand these things. The world is still too unfair to women. In my view, peace and happiness come from one's own efforts, not from vague begging and submissive behavior. Through my shouting, many similar emotions poured out. Mu Fian was stunned. I told him that even his father had married several wives. Even his mother couldn't define true happiness for women. Faced with these complex truths, Mu Fian fell into deep thought. He seemed to return to the day his mother passed away. She lay on her deathbed in a white dress, while he and his sister cried uncontrollably. In contrast, their father was out enjoying himself with his concubines. His mother's death was merely one less bowl at the table. At this moment, Mu Fian was sad and angry. I continued talking endlessly. I didn't notice the change in Mu Fian's face. I only felt a sudden gust of wind. I was already pinned to the ground by that guy. Mu Fian shouted that he wanted to show me the difference between men and women. I wasn't sure what madness he was up to now. Meanwhile, Xue Jinyang was still fumbling his way through the dark passage. Having heard the sound of collapse, he was somewhat worried, but thinking of the urgent matter at hand, he had to continue forward, comforting himself that his annoying disciple surely wouldn't follow. At this moment, that shameless Mu Fian was pressing down on me, up to who knows what mischief. He was very strong. I couldn't break free, so I could only mock him about being pulled off his horse earlier. But this pervert still wouldn't let go. So I had to use my ultimate move, a fierce kick to his groin. Mu Fian dodged and ducked. He managed to escape from my kick successfully. He cursed that a lady shouldn't do such things. I frowned silently. His behavior wasn't very gentlemanly either. I really didn't know which words had angered him. The atmosphere turned ice cold. Finally, Mu Fian was the first to change his attitude and apologize to me. For a moment just now, this guy seemed to show a very hurt expression. At this time, Lu Meng and Lu Oji were slowly making their way through the dense forest. The two seemed lost, and a wolf's howl came from somewhere. Lu Meng froze in fear and quickly asked Lu Oji if they might encounter wolves. Lu Oji was also sweating profusely. To comfort Lu Meng, he said there couldn't be wolves in this place, and that Vicus would surely come to get them after being missing for so long. Misfortunes never come alone. By midnight, heavy rain began to fall. Fortunately, Mu Fian found a small cave that could provide temporary shelter from the rain. I suggested we spend the night here. Mu Fian looked around at the environment, then glanced at me. It was a bit awkward being alone with the opposite sex. Suddenly, I had a bright idea. I picked up a piece of dirt from the ground. I started drawing a line on a large stone slab behind us. Mu Fian looked confused by my behavior. I told him that tonight this line would be our boundary. Whoever crosses it, hands over the line get broken, feet over the line get broken. Regarding this harsh proposal, Mu Fian strongly agreed. We rekindled the campfire and gathered around to chat. Mu Fian warned me not to easily share those outspoken views with others. Once you become a public figure, you must be careful with your words. Many ill-intentioned or jealous people would make a big deal out of it. This guy was actually showing concern for me. He believed that I was still vulnerable and not yet powerful enough to challenge certain people's bottom lines. So the best approach was to be careful and protect myself. Suddenly feeling touched, I nodded to Mu Fian to show my gratitude. After some time, the rain finally stopped. Mu Fian seemed to have fallen asleep against the rock wall. He wouldn't wake up no matter how I called. I wanted to take this chance to look at his map. There might be some important clues in his copy. I had seen Xiao Ming's before, which was clearly missing a large piece. I wondered if Mu Fian's could complete it. I reached out my sneaky hand. I carefully searched around his body, but after searching for a while, there was nothing in his pockets. How strange. Could it be in his clothes pocket? I held my breath and gently reached in. Indeed, I felt something that seemed like a map. Just as I was about to withdraw my hand, Mu Fian's head drooped onto mine. I was startled, but found he was still asleep, so I tried to carefully pull my head back first. After much struggle, I finally saved my head, but my hand was still in his clothes pocket. Just then, Mu Fian slowly opened his eyes and asked what I was touching. I was about to be exposed. My mind raced quickly, and I finally thought of a good excuse. Putting on a composed face, I told Mu Fian I wanted his clothes. I coughed while pretending to be freezing to death. My throat was my livelihood. I couldn't let it get sick. Mu Fian sighed, saying I didn't need to be sneaky and could just ask him directly. Then he smirked. While taking off his clothes, he asked if I had thoughts about his body. I took his coat, thinking the map was inside, and I could take it out when he fell asleep later. To be honest, his physique was indeed impressive. I couldn't help but compliment him again. But this old fox was still cautious. Even after handing me his clothes, he turned and took the map from the pocket. Mu Fian pretended to cry and demanded I take responsibility. What responsibility in this heavy rain? His expression was truly disgusting. Mu Fian explained that he had given me many of his firsts, so now he could only offer himself as compensation. I never thought this guy had such a clingy side. I put on a serious face and sincerely invited him to go outside to clear his head. Then I thought, this guy must have really fallen for Miss Yachan. I quickly asked him what he liked about me, saying I'd catch it right away. Mu Fian was quick-witted and simply said he liked how I looked down on him. Unable to get the map, I couldn't be bothered to joke with this masochist anymore. I glared at him and prepared to sleep. Late at night, Mu Fian couldn't sleep. He had suspected all along. My purpose in approaching him was for the map. As the strong perfume faded, a familiar scent triggered his suspicion. Mu Fian thought of a secret disguise technique. Perhaps I was the same person as Jia Yuxiao from before. This time he wouldn't use the aggressive methods from military school. He wanted to slowly unveil my true identity. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyang reached a bronze door with his torch. Previously, suddenly, there was the sound of mechanisms turning, and countless flying needles shot down like rain. Xue Qingyang flipped his body, dodging all the needles. Landing steadily, he pushed open the door. In the torchlight, he saw a huge red mark on the ground. In front of it sat an exquisite wooden box. To be safe, Xue Qingyang picked up a stone and threw it at the box. A flash of cold light, and sure enough, a flying sword sprung out, grazing past his ear and embedding itself in a stone pillar. Xue Qingyang walked forward and took out a golden key from the box. One key had been found. Still one more to go. Old Xue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I must be waiting anxiously, and decided to go find me first. In my drowsy state, I heard crisp bird chirping. Light hit my face. It seemed day had broken. I opened my eyes, suddenly realized I was hugging someone soft. Looking down, it was actually Mu Fian. That guy was also awake. We quickly separated, the atmosphere extremely awkward. Mu Fian quietly asked whose boundary was crossed. I ignored him and ran away using finding water as an excuse. Damn it, how did I end up embracing this guy? This is terrible. It's all because I slept too deeply. Someone took advantage of me, and I didn't even know. I suspect that bastard used some trick. All day long, he's thinking about taking advantage of me. I realized I couldn't stay with Mu Fian anymore. I need to split up with him quickly and regroup with Master. If this continues, who knows what other troubles might arise. However, what I didn't know was that Mu Fian had noticed my doubts. My current awkward behavior reminded him of Yu Xiaoxiao back then, showing an eagerness to get away from him. So Mu Fian suggested splitting up to search for the exit, saying it would be more efficient. He proposed meeting back at the same spot in half an hour. Before he finished speaking, I had already eagerly turned to leave, verbally agreeing. My feet were already quickly stepping in the opposite direction. After walking for a few minutes, I sensed something was wrong, so I quickly ducked into some bushes. Sure enough, Mu Fian soon followed. This guy was actually tracking me. I knew he had been suspicious of me. Every time I meet him, the mission becomes extremely difficult. Mu Fian looked around, seemingly searching for me. I moved to get a better look, but accidentally stepped on a branch, making a crisp sound. Mu Fian suddenly turned his head and started calling my name in this direction, but my mouth was already covered by Master, who had appeared from nowhere. Mu Fian called my name throughout the forest. After he walked away, I asked Master to let go quickly. The old guy still wanted to tease me, covering my eyes and telling me not to move. I pushed him away, angrily accusing him of tricking me again. Old Shue pressed his index finger against my forehead. He blamed me for running around everywhere, making him worry. I retorted that he left without explaining clearly, leaving me stuck between staying and leaving. Old Shue put on that stern face again, saying he saw me embracing that brat Mu Fian. This old fox must have been watching for who knows how long, just waiting to laugh at me. I sneered. I accused Master about teasing me that night, suggesting our master-disciple relationship had grown distant. No wonder he kept making fun of me. The old man grinned, affectionately patted my head, and put his arm around my shoulder to leave. Strangely, old Shue knew the correct path. Mu Fian and I had wandered around here for ages without finding the exit, yet the old guy moved about freely. This made me suspicious again about Master's relationship with the Bale Pavilion people. Old Shue noticed me staring at him and grinned again. I thought again, Master had been so good to me. How could I suspect him? I asked if he found anything in the well. Old Shue said there were only some old drains inside, nothing else. I told him what I had seen and heard when I went down the well earlier. Master frowned, but said nothing. Almost 2 days had passed. If there was still no news, I wanted to look somewhere else. Unable to dissuade me, old Shue had to accompany me again. Things didn't go smoothly. Until evening, Master and I searched the entire tunnel, but found nothing. We could only return to the manor. In the hall, most of the game participants had returned. They were complaining, saying the game wasn't fun at all. They were trapped in the woods and almost couldn't get out. Vicus wore a fake smile and apologized to the guests, saying he wasn't very familiar with that place either. He then promised to give everyone a satisfactory response. Before we knew it, it was dinner time again. I noticed Lu Meng and Lu Og had returned. The young man seemed injured. Lu Meng was carefully bandaging him. The two appeared to be getting along well. If little Meng knew that this dark-skinned guy was the black dog his father bought him from the slave market, I wonder what he would think. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but sigh. Vicus and Xue Qingyang were having a secret conversation. Xue Qingyang mentioned they only found one. Vicus said he wasn't sure about the location of the other one, as his nephew died before revealing the information. He frowned, expressing his suspicions about Mu Fian, Lu Meng, and me, hoping old Xue would help investigate. Xue Qingyang agreed verbally, but was defending his disciple in his heart. Afterward, they went to check the hidden treasure. The amount didn't meet their expectations. It seemed they needed to find the other key. Meanwhile, Mu Fian, using the map in his hand, found a secret passage in a corner of the manor. He walked through a door with his flashlight. He discovered a large space inside, with what appeared to be a drawer at the end of the passage. Just as Mu Fian took a step forward, there was a sudden collapse. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to stabilize himself in time. He slowly walked forward and opened the drawer. Inside was a complete map. Mu Fian was startled when he heard footsteps behind him. It was me searching for the key. I had passed by and heard sounds from inside, so I entered with a lamp. I saw many holes and cracks in the ground ahead. Wearing high heels and a dress, I couldn't move freely. I had to take them off and leap to the other side. I opened the drawer on the ground, but it was empty. Someone must have gotten there first. Unknown to me, Mu Fian was hiding in a corner, quietly watching my every move. The next day, for some reason, the weather was gloomy. Master was calling me by my new nickname, Daniel. I was very unhappy about it. Xue Fei was driving ahead and laughing. Furious, I shouted loudly. Master said I seemed distracted since returning from the manor, so he wanted to treat me to something good to eat. I glared at him, saying I had no appetite. Then it started raining. With a gloomy face, I told Old Shue I had a strong feeling this mission might fail. The rain got heavier. Mu Fian entered the woodwork shop with an umbrella. The second butler Lin Ke approached worriedly to attend to the young master. Mu Fian took off his coat and asked Uncle Lin to gather 10 skilled fighters and inquire about Xia Chan's performance time. Uncle Lin, clearly a longtime fan, almost jumped with joy at hearing Xia Chan's name. He blurted out immediately, Miss Xia's performance would be at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Mu Fian showed a hint of anticipation. There were some things he needed to prepare in advance. On the night of the performance, while doing my makeup, the makeup artist complimented me on my popularity. There were many guests today, with fans waiting outside even without tickets. Despite the heavy rain, it couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. I looked in the mirror at my elaborate makeup, feeling a hint of melancholy. After thanking the makeup artist, I prepared to go on stage. Before I even appeared, the audience's cheers were already rising like a tide. Mu Fian sat smugly in the VIP section, planning tonight's scheme. Uncle Lin's men were in position, blocking all theater exits, with some mixed among the audience. Today, he was determined to bring Miss Xia Chan before him. He was ready to find out who this Xia Chan, or rather Yu Xiu, really was. I stepped onto the stage with microphone in hand as soft spotlights gradually illuminated me. I was about to sing, putting my heart into this song. Scattered memories flashed before my eyes of family and master. And that guy Mu Fian. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted from the silent audience. It was time. The next song was about to begin. With my invitation, several sparklers suddenly burst on stage. They covered the entire stage, and the audience was captivated by the special effects. Mu Fian froze, his pupils trembling as he suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly shouted to his men below that someone was trying to escape. Mu's men rushed onto the stage, tearing away the sparklers, but the stage was already empty. Two clumsy fellows panicked and accidentally knocked over the lamp oil, setting themselves ablaze. Watching the chaos below, Mu Fian was speechless. It seemed he had to handle things himself. Meanwhile, I was running upstairs, with Mu Fian's shouts growing louder behind me. Soon, I reached the balcony. Mu Fian caught up, telling me there was nowhere to go and to stop. I played dumb, asking why he was chasing me. He sighed and told me to stop beating around the bush. He pulled something out that caught my attention, the key I'd been looking for. No wonder he hadn't appeared since we separated at the manor. He had found the key. Mu Fian dangled it. He said he would give me the key on one condition: I reveal my true identity. I laughed, mocking him, asking if he had really fallen for me. Mu Fian didn't deny it, seriously expressing his love. My smile froze. I hadn't expected him to be serious. My feelings were complicated, but there was nothing more to say. I jumped onto the railing, admitting defeat to Mu Fian. Then I dove down after saying, "Take care." As Mu Fian tried to follow, I jumped onto my prepared flying device, telling him to keep the key and that we'd meet again. Flying away, I thought to myself what a lunatic he was, proposing such a condition that would lead me into the tiger's den. Mu Fian stood on the balcony with a faint smile. For some reason, he seemed to be in a good mood. A few days later, news of the Mu family discovering their ancestral treasure made headlines, even overshadowing the news of Xia Chan's disappearance. Master and I sat together, reading the newspaper and praising how well that kid could make up stories. There was also a line in the paper. Looking closer, I read that young Master Mu was willing to give the key to his beloved, welcoming them to claim it any time. Remembering his smug face made me furious. To comfort me, Old Shue offered to treat me, his egg girl, to a fancy dinner. Meanwhile, Mu Fian was listening to the phonograph while playing with the key in his hand. Who would have thought the real treasure wasn't in Vicus's manor at all? Only a map was there. The Mu family benefited this time. Mu Fian was happy, but he couldn't help thinking about the person constantly on his mind. Recently, the weather had become increasingly unstable. Many ships arriving in the capital encountered sudden storm surges, with numerous vessels and lives lost at sea. A week later, crowds gathered at the dock for the commotion. The Mu family servants surrounded an unconscious white-haired girl. They shouted that they'd finally found her and needed to inform Master Mu. Meanwhile, Mu Fian stood frozen in place. His father had just told him that his fiancée, Yunjiu, was on her way. Luo Minjing, was to impersonate Yunjiu, daughter of the Mu family's old friend. The real Yunjiu had perished in the recent shipwreck, leaving no remains. Unexpectedly, I would be meeting Mu Fian again so soon. Another mission. This time, Luo Ming, would impersonate Yunjiu, who had died in the recent maritime disaster with no remains found. I hadn't expected to meet Mu Fian again so quickly. Inside, Master Xue Qingyang sat grimly on the sofa, asking Xue Fei beside him about my current mission progress. Xue Fei replied that the Mu family would pick me up today, and I should have arrived by now. Sensing Master's worry, Xue Fei complained that Lu Feng had assigned me too dangerous a mission, questioning my father's motives. Master thought father had become overly ambitious after I successfully stole Lin Hao's files. Plus, after my last mission's failure, he wanted to attempt something bigger this time. Facing Xue Fei's doubts, Master said I was too respectful of father, following Lu Feng's every word, making his advice useless. Xue Fei sighed that no father should use their children like this. Master dismissed him. After closing the door, Xue Fei sighed that the Master still cared deeply about me. I wondered how my relationship with Master would change once I knew the truth. Inside, Master walked to the window, thinking he had no right to accuse others of using me. Meanwhile, at the Mu Mansion, Uncle Lin was showing me around. I marveled at how quickly I'd returned to the Lin family. I stared intently at the handsome gardener nearby, my eyes sparkling. The gardener felt uncomfortable under my gaze. Uncle Lin called me twice and tapped my shoulder before I turned around. Seeing Uncle Lin's shocked face, I wondered if my performance had been too exaggerated. I persisted by asking Uncle Lin if there were any private establishments with handsome men catering exclusively to women. Hearing Uncle Lin had never heard of such places, I turned away pretending to be disappointed. Watching my behavior, Uncle Lin worried about how many times Mu Fian might be cheated on after I married into the Mu family. Upon learning of his fiancée's arrival, Mu Fian left home and temporarily moved to the Beijing residence. After confirming that Bai Jiujiu was normal and had no connection to my Xiachan identity, Mu Fian puzzledly continued asking his subordinates if there had been anything noteworthy recently. He learned that Bai Jiujiu and I had gone to Jinyan Temple to burn incense. At Bale Pavilion, Bai Jiujiu had been absent-minded these past few days. She claimed mountain spirits had captured her soul, frightening everyone around her. 10 days ago, knowing I was going to Jinyan Temple, Sister Bai insisted on coming along to play. At the temple, I let the breathless Sister Bai rest first. I went ahead to find my friend. Sister Bai regretted following me exhausted. After I knocked and was invited in, that guy Shifan Jing immediately called me Little Cherry. Annoyed, I called him Little Mirror and Little Vendor in return. Then we politely greeted each other. After I showed him this mission's target, he said it might hurt a bit this time. Sister Bai wondered why I hadn't returned yet. Shifan Jing and I walked over together. Sister Bai blushed looking at Shifan Jing, completely mesmerized. She didn't even hear me say we could leave. Sister Bai was curious about why my face had changed. I told him to wait and split up once we left. Shifan Jing wondered why the young monk had finished his tasks so quickly. Yuan Kong hurriedly explained his purpose. Bai saw Shifan Jing looking over. Sister Bai greeted him enthusiastically. Mu Fian looked at the exquisite wine and food on the table, praising Lin Shuran with satisfaction, then sat down quietly waiting for me to come eat together. But how could I possibly come? So the longer Mu Fian waited, the darker his face became. After 2 hours, I still hadn't arrived. Mu Fian ordered Uncle Lin to check where I was. Only then did they learn I had gone to Yu Xian Pavilion and hadn't returned. Though not knowing what Yu Xian Pavilion was, just hearing its name, Mu Fian's mind was filled with unpleasant thoughts. Meanwhile, Xue Fei reported to Master that I was in the shop, surrounded by companions. Master smiled knowingly, saying I knew how to choose good company. Xue Fei worried the shop was too shocking and might cause trouble. Master said not to worry. Just then, someone came to report that Mu Fian had arrived and the situation didn't look good. Here, Mu Fian and I sat on the sofa. He sat firmly while I appeared slightly nervous. I spoke first, asking why he came. He insisted I call him Brother Fian instead of just Fian. Mu Fian said he came to see what beauty had enchanted me so much I forgot to return home. I casually replied that this place was better than anywhere I'd been before. Food available anytime, and handsome men weren't always around. Just then, one of the handsome men accompanying me put his arm around my shoulder, agreeing with what I said. Mufian's face instantly darkened as he glared at that handsome man. The man instinctively removed his hand. Mufian expressed curiosity about the attentive service here, telling us to continue playing while standing there with a dark face watching us. I was speechless with anger. Mufian was clearly here to cause trouble. I went forward and took Mufian's arm, saying I wouldn't abandon a great tree just because there's a forest deliberately teasing him. Mufian grew angrier, his face darkening further. I looked at Mufian seriously, saying I wanted them all. Those nearby agreed, inviting Mufian to join us. Just then, my master came out and politely greeted Mufian. As Mufian was about to respond sarcastically to Master, I suddenly let go of his arm. I ran to Master's side, praising Master's beauty. Master put down the cigarette, gently stroking my head while talking to me. Mufian watched from behind, furious, demanding to know what I was doing. I ignored him and asked Master if she could accompany me. Master declined, and I pleaded with her pitifully. Master asked Mufian about our relationship. With a dark face, Mufian directly answered that I was his fiancée. Everyone in the room was stunned by this answer. Finding it boring, I invited Master to see me out. Just as Master agreed, Mufian suddenly picked me up in a princess carry. I continued expressing my admiration for Master's beauty. Master raised her hand to bid me farewell. Mufian found it strange that I, who usually became weak-kneed at the sight of beauty, could now bounce around actively. Feeling slightly guilty, I played along, saying I was still weak, and asked him to carry me all the way home. Mufian agreed with satisfaction. Then, Master invited me to watch a play at Hong Hu Tower this weekend. I looked back at Master, reminding me to be careful. Mufian pushed my head back forward. I wondered why Mufian was suddenly so attentive to his fiancée. I thought to myself what a scoundrel he was, then let out a muffled groan. Neither of us noticed that someone had taken a photo of Mufian carrying me princess style. Back at the Mu mansion, Mufian asked Aunt May to prepare bath items for me, saying such places weren't clean. The bedtime milk I asked Aunt May to prepare was intercepted by Mufian, who added something to it, then had Xiao Ju bring it to me. Watching Xiao Ju's figure, Mufian secretly thought about testing my true identity tonight. After the milk was delivered, I felt something was wrong as soon as I drank it. That night, Mufian came to my room, knocking on my locked door while remarking how this was necessary even at home. After entering, Mufian tried various methods in disbelief, but couldn't find anything wrong with my face. However, trusting his intuition, looking at my sleeping face, some strange thoughts occurred to him. Looking down, he saw my deeply cut neckline. He quickly covered me with a blanket. Mufian reflected on how sneaking into a young lady's room at night seemed perverted while slipping out of my room. Early the next morning, I woke up feeling comfortable, marveling at how well I slept at Mufian's house. I hadn't realized I was already exposed, still thanking whoever gave me the sleeping pills. After getting up, I stood by the window, planning how to use this identity to gain the trust of Mufian and his father to investigate the jade mine's location. I watched Mufian in the courtyard below, instructing servants to follow my orders when he's away. Meanwhile, Luo Ji returned to his life as a street punk after finishing his job impersonating Vicus's nephew. While Luo Ji was eating, old Diao seriously read the newspaper, which showed the photo of Mufian carrying me. Luo Ji complained that these newspapers never did real work, only caring about rich people's drama. Luo Ji tossed the remaining money from Vicus in his hand, considering whether to find some small business. Just as Luo Ji was thinking he'd probably never see me again, Amon pushed past Luo Ji and ran forward. Someone was chasing behind, shouting, "Catch the thief." Luo Ji grabbed Amon and asked if he really stole money. Amon shamefully explained that his brother was unconscious with fever and needed hospital care, but they had no money. The owner caught up and Luo Ji returned the money. Then he asked Amon to take him to see his brother. At the hospital, the doctor said they needed $30 silver, but Amon didn't even have $3 silver. The doctor said there was nothing he could do and turned to leave. Luo Ji watched the scene, struggling with a decision. He thought about giving all his remaining $29 silver, which would waste all his previous efforts. Finally, Luo Ji made up his mind, saying he had $29 silver and would pay the remaining one later. asking the doctor to save the person first. But the doctor insisted it wouldn't work without the full amount. Luo Ji grabbed the doctor's collar and questioned him. Just as the conflict was about to escalate, Lu Ming appeared, asking what was happening. Luo Ji turned his head away, not wanting Lu Ming to see him in such a sorry state. The doctor explained the situation to Lu Ming. It turned out this was the Lu family's hospital. Lu Ming looked at the unconscious child. She ordered the doctor to take the child to emergency immediately. The doctor continued explaining that hospital rules didn't allow it. Only after Lu Ming vouched for it using her father's authority did they take the child to emergency. Lu Ming wondered if she had been too harsh using her father's name for the first time. She suddenly realized she seemed to recognize Luo Ji. She asked if he was afraid of young Master Ka. Luo Ji didn't dare admit it and hurriedly said she had mistaken him for someone else. But looking at the bandage on Luo Ji's hand that she had wrapped herself, Lu Ming wondered how young Master Ka had ended up like this. Luo Ji insisted she was mistaken, shook off her hand, and quickly left. Watching Luo Ji's departing figure, Lu Ming looked very disappointed. A nurse handed Lu Ming a money pouch, passing on the message that the money would be repaid in full in 3 days. Lu Ming held the money pouch tightly, looking forward to 3 days later. At the Mu Mansion, I asked Aunt May where Mu Fian was. Learning that father and son were out entertaining and wouldn't return tonight, it seemed heaven was helping me. I then asked if anything was added to my milk last night. Aunt May told me it was arranged by Mu Fian's father, as instructed by Yun Jio's parents. Knowing this, I felt relieved, thinking I had overthought it, and asked Aunt May to tell me in advance next time she added it. What I didn't know was that after Aunt May put in one pill, Mu Fian had added another. I had actually taken 2 sleeping pills. That night, lying in bed, I heard the same singing I had heard earlier at the wooden frame. I wondered who was singing and why no one had introduced them to me. I suspected there might be something hidden, invited them to rest at a pavilion. Everything was arranged. Mu Fian declined Togo. Facing his father's questions, Mu Fian said he wanted to return home to accompany his father's arranged fiancée. That would be me. Mu Fian added a sarcastic comment to his father. The old man was furious, and everyone could see their father-son relationship wasn't good. We lay on the ground facing each other. I asked the girl her name, but she only seemed to know the words flower and beautiful. I suspected her name was Flower. Suddenly I noticed something different about the floor under the bed. Meanwhile, Mu Fian returned to the mansion and asked Aunt May to prepare bath water. It turned out there was a very narrow secret passage under the simple girl's bed. I followed the passage and successfully made it down, landing gracefully and smoothly. Then came the awkward moment. I found Mu Fian right in front of me. This was his room. Mu Fian teasingly questioned why I was in his room late at night and how I got in. I stood with my back to him, silent. He asked if this was like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Still facing away from him, I was speechless. Wasn't he supposed to not come back tonight? I thought this was trouble. Hearing him call me, I came up with a plan. I bumped my head against the wall and started walking with a vacant expression, muttering the names of the handsome guys from Yuxian Pavilion. Mu Fian wondered what I was mumbling about, seeing I was about to hit the wall again. He quickly held my shoulders and turned me toward the door. Seeing my state, he guessed I was sleepwalking. Following me, he noticed my shoes had fallen off, thoughtfully picked them up, and followed me. Watching me sleepwalk, Mu Fian became suspicious and decided to test me further. He quickly ran in front of me and thrust a table knife toward my eyes. I continued forward without hesitation. Finally, the knife stopped less than a centimeter from my pupil. Seeing that I didn't stop walking and my pupils didn't change at all, he finally dismissed his suspicions and believed I was really sleepwalking. While calmly reaching for the door, I cursed inside about how suspicious he was. Mu Fian was worried about waking a sleepwalker, fearing it might frighten me to death or make me stupid. Seeing me about to walk into the courtyard, he quickly placed the shoes in front of me, which I naturally put on. After following me around the courtyard for a long time, Mu Fian grew sleepy. Then he picked me up princess style to carry me back to rest. In Mu Fian's arms, my feet kept kicking as if walking in a dream. I suddenly stopped kicking and pulled Mu Fian's clothes over my head like a blanket. Then I nuzzled against his chest. When Mu Fian softly asked me to remove my head, I bit his chest. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, Mu Fian sat across from me eating a hearty breakfast, still feeling pain in his chest. When he asked if I hadn't slept well because of my dark circles, I froze. I smiled and told him I had a nightmare about being hunted down, thinking to myself, this scoundrel nearly stabbed my eyes out last night. I cheerfully told Mu Fian that in my dream, the scoundrel chasing me fell into a cesspit and split in two. Hearing this, Mu Fian spat out his food in anger. We continued talking about his dream. While internally mocking Mu Fian's romantic dream, I smoothly asked about the wedding night. Mu Fian regretfully told me just as the wedding night was about to happen. He woke up. I advised Mu Fian to be like me, embracing love freely. Aunt May handed Mu Fian today's newspaper. He said his heart wasn't as big as mine and asked about my weekend plans. I said I had a date with a beauty to watch opera and asked if he wanted to come. Learning Mu Fian was busy, I was secretly happy as I could meet with my master to discuss recent events. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian suddenly saw in the newspaper the names I had muttered last night, realizing they were from Yu Xian Pavilion. He quickly said he would accompany me on the weekend. My attempts to dissuade him failed, so I had to go with it. At Honghu Tower on the weekend, Mu Fian sat beside me, watching speechlessly as I stared lovingly at my master performing on stage. Mu Fian pondered what I was plotting by pretending to be his fiancée. The first time at Yushao was for the slave market list. The second time at Xiachen was for Vicus's treasure. Unable to figure it out, Mu Fian felt very uncomfortable. Just then, amid the commotion on stage, I stood up worriedly watching my master faint. At the hospital, we learned that master had gastric bleeding from excessive drinking and needed several weeks of treatment. Shuefei sincerely apologized to everyone gathered outside the ward. Mu Fian complained beside me about how an opera singer shouldn't drink, wondering if they didn't care about their voice. I worried about my master. Mu Fian held my shoulder, wanting to take me home. I turned toward the ward, and he questioned where I was going. I pitifully said I needed to check on the beauty, feeling too worried otherwise. Tears welled up in my eyes. Facing Mu Fian's doubts, tears streamed down my face. I just couldn't bear to see a beauty suffer. Mu Fian was speechless at how easily I cried, commenting that if I didn't fix this bad habit, I'd run out of tears. Just as I thought Mu Fian would let me visit, he grabbed my neck and dragged me away. That night, I came to Master's ward and found him screaming while removing bandages to change dressings, covered in sweat from pain. A diagonal wound across his lower back looked horrific. I knew it wasn't just gastric bleeding. As expected, seeing me arrive, Master casually asked me to help change his dressing, curious about why I came. Of course, it was because I noticed something was wrong. I assured Master that no one had discovered anything. I discovered a large tattoo on Master's lower back. I wondered about its meaning and why, after so many years together, Master remained such a mystery. I felt sad that Master didn't trust me. I gently touched Master's tattoo, worried about such a large wound and whether there would be issues with the doctor. Master trembled at my touch, so I quickly withdrew my hand. Master insisted it didn't hurt and told me not to worry, saying the doctor was one of their own. Needing rest and unable to appear in public, today's performance was deliberately staged to dispel suspicions. I watched as Master avoided my real question. Angry, I wrapped the bandages with all my strength. I really wanted to know how the wound happened. Master writhed in pain, suspecting I was trying to betray him. Just then, Shuefei heard the commotion and curiously opened the door to ask what was wrong. He saw the intimate scene between Master and me. Shuefei apologized for interrupting, told us to continue, and quickly closed the door. I wondered if Shuefei hadn't realized who I was, while Master thought I was being silly. Master asked if things were going smoothly at the Mu family, and if Mu Fian had discovered anything suspicious. How could things go smoothly with that scoundrel Mu Fian around? While I was feeling smug about my flawless disguise, thinking even Yun Jio's parents wouldn't notice anything wrong, let alone Mu Fian, I didn't notice Master's wound had opened slightly again, causing trembling from pain. I told Master about discovering that girl at the Mu family. Through Master, I learned Mu Fian had a sister. After his sister and mother died, the relationship between Mu's father and son deteriorated. They say the Mu family has no mistress now, because anyone who tried to replace Mu Fian's mother was killed by him. I thought to myself that Mu Fian was already ruthless even as a child. According to Master, it seems Mu Fian harbors deep hatred for his father. Once he gains enough power, the Mu mansion likely won't end well. I feel Mu Fian and I are similar, we both hide our true selves. Master noticed I suspected that girl was Mu Fian's sister, but I wasn't entirely sure. The age matched, but why did the Mu family say his sister was dead? And how did that girl go mad? Many questions remained. The Mu father and son aren't easily fooled. Master warned me to be careful. After I left, Master felt the wound wasn't as painful anymore. Back at the Mu house, I went to see Hua Hua, the girl in the attic, bringing her a box of shiny candies. Watching me play with the candies skillfully, that girl was amazed and happily applauded. I gave Hua Hua a piece of candy. After carefully chewing it for a while, she happily said sweet. I was happy too, and Hua Hua spoke the word heart to me. Hua Hua ran to hug me, saying she liked me. I thought how nice it would be if such a lovely girl were normal. Hua Hua and I played happily holding hands. Suddenly, I noticed movement outside. It was Mu Fian coming to chat with his sister. I thought to myself, who visits their sister in the middle of the night? Seeing the light still on, Mu Fian was about to enter. I was so scared my face turned pale. Hua Hua looked at me confused, not knowing what was wrong. When Mu Fian entered, he wondered what Hua Hua was doing. Hua Hua imitated me by throwing candies in the air and trying to catch them with her mouth. She didn't catch any and looked very disappointed. Mu Fian wondered if Aunt May had bought these candies for Hua Hua. He advised her to eat less candy as it's bad for her teeth. Hua Hua, feeling the sweetness, jumped and clung to Mu Fian's back. I hid in the secret passage under the bed, eavesdropping on the siblings' conversation, hoping to hear some useful information. I almost fell asleep listening, as they only talked about trivial matters with no value. After an hour, Mu Fian mentioned meeting an interesting person recently. Finally, just when I thought I'd hear something useful, Hua Hua fell asleep. Mu Fian helped his sister to bed, covered her with a blanket, and left. Just as I poked my head out of the secret passage, feeling frustrated, I saw a head hanging upside down from the bed, hair touching the ground, staring at me. It startled me. Looking carefully, I realized it was Hua Hua on the bed, peering under to look at me. Hua Hua called me beautiful. I felt awkward, thinking I didn't look beautiful at all in this state. Anyone else might have died from fright. The next morning, while washing up, I noticed something odd about my face in the mirror. So I went to find Shifan Jing at Jingyan Temple. I wondered if there was a technical problem, as my cheeks had suddenly become puffy. The monk explained it was because face changing was inherently harmful, and I had done it multiple times. Seemingly to get back at me for questioning his technique, Shifan was rougher than usual. I thought this monk was really petty. 2 hours later, it was finally fixed. I touched my face, still questioning if there would be more problems. Shifan Jing looked at me speechlessly. He asked for a mirror. I knew this monk didn't have any mirrors here, so I turned to leave. Just then, Shifan Jing called me back, seemingly wanting to ask about one of my friends. How annoying. He called me Xiaoingzi again. While I was wondering which friend he meant, Shifan Jing helplessly pinched his nose bridge and told me to go. As I walked out of Jingyan Temple wearing sunglasses, I didn't notice Sister Bai and young monk Yuan Kong sitting nearby chatting. Yuan Kong was eating food prepared by Sister Bai while advising her. Sister Bai sat there looking dejected. Sister Bai teased the young monk about asking his senior brother to catch demons. The young monk was scared and asked if demons were really that frightening. Sister Bai, looking at the adorable young monk, stopped teasing him and expressed her true feelings. It turned out Sister Bai liked Shifan Jing, especially his eyes that showed no desire and remained untainted by the secular world. It seemed just looking at Shifan Jing could bring peace to Sister Bai's heart. The young monk thought it strange that Sister Bai came often just because she liked his senior brother's eyes. Sister Bai explained she had fallen for his senior brother, love at first sight with Shifan Jing. She asked the young monk if he understood love at first sight. He both nodded and shook his head, clearly confused. Sister Bai continued explaining that she hoped his senior brother would leave monkhood and marry her. The young monk understood about leaving monkhood and looked surprised. Back at the carpentry shop, that scoundrel Mu Fian questioned why I went to Jingyan Temple. I forgot Yunjio's family didn't believe in gods and Buddha, so I told Mu Fian I went to burn incense. Mu Fian clearly didn't believe me. After swallowing my food, I quickly explained that I went there to learn massage. Unexpectedly, that rascal Mu Fian ran over half-naked asking for a massage, looking all seductive. I don't know who she was trying to tempt. Looking at Mu Fian before me, I felt awkward and made excuses that I had just learned and wasn't skilled. Mu Fian acted like she was willing to sacrifice herself, saying I needed more practice. I was furious. I watched angrily as Mu Fian lay on the bed, asking me to start with her back. With Mu Fian's anticipation, I slowly extended my evil claws, determined to teach her a lesson. I started with feather-light touches, gently pressing on Mu Fian's back. She complained that I was too gentle, asking if I hadn't eaten dinner. This was exactly what I was waiting for. So I took a deep breath, raised my hands, and slammed them down hard, making her head and feet lift up. She looked like she might cough up blood. Mu Fian complained that not only was my voice loud, but my strength was also considerable. I pretended to be wronged, saying Brother Fian was hard to please, first complaining I was too gentle, then too strong. I thought to myself, since you're asking for it, don't be afraid of what's coming. Mu Fian, that rascal, gritted her teeth and pretended to be fine, asking me to continue. Of course, I didn't hold back. I kept slapping frantically, until 15 minutes later, when my hands were bright red. That scoundrel Mu Fian was clearly trying to make things difficult for me. Now we were both suffering, just hurting each other, neither feeling like they gained any advantage. Mu Fian criticized my massage skills, asking if I only learned because the monk was handsome. While reaching for Mu Fian's bottom, I agreed that she knew me well. I continued our banter, saying that nowadays being handsome isn't enough, you need to have a skill too. Mu Fian turned over, grabbed my hand, and complained that I, usually so brazen, now wouldn't even spare monks. Seeing Mu Fian grab my hand as I tried to pinch her bottom, I thought this rascal still had some shame. When she wouldn't let me pinch, I awkwardly said she was hurting my hand. Mu Fian told me to just continue massaging above. I yawned sleepily, wanting to go to bed, but that rascal Mu Fian wouldn't let me leave until I gave her a proper massage. Otherwise, neither of us would sleep. Tonight, watching Mu Fian act pitiful towards me without being moved, I got angry again. I had to admit, this rascal could really take a beating. Thinking about tomorrow's tasks, I didn't want to waste the whole night with this rascal. To get back to rest quickly, I had to give Mu Fian a proper massage. She immediately sensed something was different and started acting up, making strange noises. I couldn't stand it. I told her to stop making those weird sounds. Mu Fian argued unreasonably that she made those sounds because it felt good, and asked if I wasn't used to hearing them. I couldn't admit it, so I lied to Mu Fian, saying I wasn't uncomfortable at all. I smiled on the outside while cursing inside. After all, no one could stand those springtime-like sounds. I pretended to be infatuated, claiming I'd been through it all, and nothing could affect me. Then I criticized Mu Fian's voice as unpleasant. By now, Mu Fian finally realized that I, who had deceived her multiple times with different faces, wasn't interested in her at all. This realization made her increasingly angry. The next morning, I went downstairs and saw Mu Fian arranging some tasks for the servants. Seeing me approach, Mu Fian asked where I planned to go today. I said I hadn't decided yet, probably just going around with Xiao Ju. At this moment, Mu Fian's father, Mu Sanchi, came over. After exchanging pleasantries with me, he asked me to leave first. They needed to discuss some business matters between father and son, just directly sending me away like that. Only then did I realize that Mu Sanchi didn't view the Yun family as very important. Moreover, Mu Fian didn't object either. This showed that father and son were remarkably united when it came to family interests. On the street, I learned that Mu Fian had passed all the highest difficulty tests at military school with excellence and graduated early. No wonder he had so much time to deal with me every day. I sent Xiao Ju away to buy candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, I went to a nearby pancake stall and bought 2 pancakes. While paying, I slipped the intelligence to the owner. After watching us walk away, the pancake vendor finally looked at the text on the intelligence cover. Urgent defection, meant for Shi Fanjing. Enter Cloud Temple. Shi Fanjing looked at the letter asking him to clean up, criticizing my ridiculous lie about learning massage from monks. Just as Shi Fanjing was helplessly pinching his nose bridge, young monk Yuan Kong came in saying Sister Bai had come again. Really don't want to see her? Shi Fanjing initially refused firmly. But when he heard his juniors say that someone came asking this morning if there were monks teaching special massage techniques, Shi Fanjing quickly asked what was said. Learning that the visitors had my picture, and the young monks told them there was no monk teaching special massage, Shi Fanjing stopped Yuan Kong as he was turning to leave, asking him to invite in Lady Bai. Back at the Wooden Mansion, I learned from Aunt May that Mu Fian had been out for a while. I knew it. With Mu Fian's suspicious nature, he definitely wouldn't believe my lie from last night. He must be on his way to Jin Yun Temple now. Sure enough, Mu Fian was asking Uncle Lin how much longer until they reached Jin Yun Temple. I hoped the monk had time to prepare. At this time, Mu Fian arrived at Shi Fanjing's place. After a brief greeting, he got straight to the point, saying Master must have met his fiancée me. Shi Fanjing pretended to be confused, not knowing who Mu Fian meant by fiancé. Mu Fian introduced me as Yun Jiao, who came yesterday to learn special massage from Shi Fanjing, questioning why he'd never heard of Jing Yun Temple teaching such things. Then Mu Fian and Shi Fanjing were silent for several seconds. Shi Fanjing explained the temple naturally doesn't teach such things. Just then, young monk Yuan Kong brought Sister Bai over. Sister Bai was surprised to see Mu Fian, wondering why he was here too. Mu Fian also said what a coincidence. Sister Bai explained she came specially to thank Master Shi Fanjing for helping massage her leg yesterday. As she spoke, she handed the snacks she brought for Yuan Kong to Shi Fanjing. Mu Fian was confused about what massage. Sister Bai continued explaining that she twisted her leg yesterday at Jingxiang. Thanks to Mai and Shi Fanjing's help, she was able to return home smoothly. She also said I was a wonderful person, very interesting. Seeing Master Shi Fanjing fix her leg in just a few moves, I insisted on learning massage techniques from him. She said I had ulterior motives. Mu Fian thought to himself that Bai Jiao and I were kindred spirits. Mu Fian finally somewhat believed that I learned massage from Shi Fanjing by chance. Mu Fian said after experiencing Xiao Jiao's massage, it felt good, so he came specially today to learn from the master. So Shi Fanjing took him to the back wing room. At night, in front of Mu Mansion, servants reported laughingly that Bai Jiao frequently visited Jin Yun Temple because she had fallen for a monk. Mu Fian angrily questioned if falling for a monk wasn't ridiculous, then arranged to continue monitoring Bai Jiao. Mu Fian became suspicious of Sister Bai and planned to find a chance to question her. After finishing the massage lesson with Mu Fian, Sister Bai hadn't left yet, touring Shi Fanjing's living quarters. Facing Shi Fanjing's gratitude, Sister Bai made an outrageous request, hoping to kiss Shi Fanjing. The young monk beside them curiously asked what a kiss was. Shi Fanjing ordered Yuan Kong to see the guest out. Sister Bai persisted, saying if not a kiss, then at least a hug with Shi Fanjing, but was directly ordered to leave. Mu Fian returned to the wooden mansion just as I was about to go out. After learning I was going to Yu Xian Pavilion, he helplessly let me go on my own. After entering the room, Uncle Lin reminded Mu Fian that I was his fiancée. Frequently mixing with men like this wasn't good for the Mu family's reputation. Hearing Uncle Lin's words, Mu Fian felt this indeed wasn't good. He thought about opening a similar night spot like Yu Xian Pavilion at home, so I wouldn't go elsewhere. Lin Shu was shocked by Mu Fian's idea. At the Lu family hospital, although 3 days had passed, Lu Ming still waited for Luo Ji every day. This silly boy, not knowing if he was waiting for himself or for that silver dollar. Tightly clutching the silver dollar, afraid that after returning it, there would be no more connection with Lu Ming. Finally, Luo Ji surrendered to reality, feeling unworthy. He randomly asked someone nearby to deliver the silver dollar to Lu Ming, then quickly ran away. When Lu Ming received the silver dollar, her face showed deep regret, seeming to catch a glimpse of young Master Paka. Lu Ming chased after Paka. I, who happened to be passing by, also saw Lu Ming's figure. After asking the driver to stop, I chased after her. Lu Ming got up after tripping over a wooden board, confused about where she had unconsciously run to. Looking at Lu Ming before me, I was thinking how unsafe it was for a wealthy young lady to be out so late at night. Danger appeared. 3 thugs surrounded Lu Ming, harassing her while preventing her from leaving. I clenched my fists, thinking these dogs must have a death wish tonight. Lu Ming backed away in fear. As she was about to slip and fall, I quickly caught her. I told her to close her eyes and not speak. Lu Ming obediently nodded. Then I went to deal with those thugs. I covered half my face with my hair. The 3 were startled by my appearance. Using the pretext of playing a game to add excitement, I successfully lured 2 of them into a dark alley. The remaining 1 followed, warning not to play too fast. Though Lu Ming was worried about me, she still obediently kept her eyes closed and stayed quiet. The 2 men were asking what game we'd play. I lifted my skirt and pulled out the weapon strapped to my leg. Successfully took down 2. At the alley entrance, the last one was wondering about the screaming when I struck his head with my baton, completing the triple kill. Coming out, Lu Ming asked how I was, having heard the screams. I assured her I was fine, told her to keep her eyes closed while I retracted the baton and strapped it back to my leg. Then, I princess carried Lu Ming, ready to take her out. Lu Ming knew I asked her to close her eyes to avoid seeing my face. She didn't know why, but somehow felt I was trustworthy. Meanwhile, Luo Ji was deeply regretting and reflecting on what he had just done. Suddenly seeing me carrying Lu Ming, fearing for her safety, he quickly caught up and questioned me. Lu Ming wondered if someone was calling her. I lied that she misheard. Lu Ming sweetly believed me and kept her eyes closed in my arms. I yelled, "Get lost!" then jumped over the railing. Luo Ji was shocked at this feat. Worried about Lu Ming's safety, he prepared to call the police. I put Lu Ming down near her home and turned to leave. After walking for a while and realizing I was gone, Lu Ming finally opened her eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was full of thoughts about me, the female warrior who had saved her, and had already forgotten about Paka. Very late at night, I encountered a pancake stall outside UCM Pavilion. Being hungry, I bought the last pancake with a cloth inside. Opening the intelligence, inside was a Mu family photo from 13 years ago. 7 people. Mu Mu holding 8-year-old Mu Li's left hand and 6-year-old Mu Fian's right hand, standing in the middle. On the left were Mu father and second Mu. On the right stood third Mu and a stranger. I wondered who the man on the far right was. There was no information about him in the known investigation data. The next evening, I searched around but couldn't find Mu Fian. I thought at this late hour, he must be out socializing again. At this time, Mei and Uncle Lin were already asleep. Thinking Hua Hua might recognize the person in the photo, I decided to find her. While wondering why I hadn't heard Hua Hua's voice tonight, and if she was already asleep, I unexpectedly met Mu Fian in Hua Hua's loft, coming to have a late-night heart-to-heart with his sister. He called out to me, and I foolishly pretended to be sleepwalking again. This time I pretended to play mahjong. Mu Fian looked at me suspiciously. Remembering what he learned from doctors, it's best not to wake sleepwalkers directly, but rather guide them back to bed. He found it troublesome. Mu Fian stared at me intently, making me feel scared. He wanted me to teach him mahjong later. The more Mu Fian looked at me, the more he thought my lips seemed to have something on them, looking very delicious. He leaned in, held my chin, and after careful inspection, decided it was cherry-flavored. Just as this scoundrel was about to lean in for a taste, my pupils contracted in fear. Unknown to me, Mu Fian had keenly noticed this detail. Mu Fian's face instantly darkened. He realized I had been pretending last time too. While I was wondering why his face had darkened, he decided to play along, holding my face and preparing to turn the act into reality. I quickly pretended to win at mahjong with a pure straight and pushed him away. Slowly waking up, I looked at Mu Fian in confusion. Wondering why I was there, I told Mu Fian I just dreamed of winning lots of money playing mahjong. Then I questioned why Mu Fian was so close, asking if he was trying to kiss me. Then I acted like a lovesick fool, dramatically inviting him to kiss me, pretending to be very fond of him. Mu Fian told me I had been sleepwalking. I had to act innocent and clueless, still wanting to kiss him. Mu Fian completely lost interest due to my behavior. I took the chance to slip away. Mu Fian suspected I had discovered his sister. Back in my room, I sighed at how dangerous that was. That scoundrel Mu Fian almost took advantage of me. Somehow, I thought I had been discovered. Meanwhile, at the police station, Luo Ji, for making a false report and arguing with the police, constantly pestering them, almost got disciplined. Fortunately, Lu Ming arrived in time. Only then did Luo Ji realize Lu Ming was really safe. Seeing Paka knew she was safe. He tried to sneak away. Lu Ming's face darkened. She quickly followed, telling Paka about what happened last night. Sure enough, Luo Ji turned back, wanting to know about it. Lu Ming angrily stared at Paka, who again looked like he wanted to run away. Lu Ming called out to Paka, asking if he wanted to know about what happened last night. This question immediately made Paka panic. Hurriedly turning his head, his reaction naturally admitted he was Paka, and he apologized to Lu Ming for his deception. Lu Ming told him what happened. Paka apologized again, feeling ashamed about calling the police. Lu Ming pretended to still be angry and made a request. At this point, Paka agreed to whatever Lu Ming would ask. Lu Ming suddenly became happy. Her request was simply to be good friends again like before. After hearing this special request, Paka fell silent. The engagement party, I hadn't expected Mufian to arrange it so quickly. Even Uncle and Anne knew about it. Mufian acted normally, considering it just a simple introduction. If Yun Jio's parents came, I'd be in trouble. The urgent matter now was to first figure out the location of the Mu family's jade mine and find that thing. I acted coy with Mufian, saying directly that he wasn't treating me like family at all. I never knew about the family's businesses, not even which clothing stores belonged to the Mu family. With such distrust, I won't marry him. Mufian gave in and agreed to let me go wherever I wanted to look. Just as I was feeling triumphant, I didn't expect there would be conditions. Mufian hadn't fallen for it. He wanted to turn the tables and use what Luo Mian wanted to trap her. I leaned in to hear what the conditions were. Suddenly, my ear hurt. Mufian had put his other earring on my ear. Mufian said only with this earring would I be considered part of the Mu family. He led me to a mirror to admire it, thinking the earring suited me well. Then Mufian stated his condition. I should be more conscious of my role as his fiancé and be more honest from now on. Mufian went downstairs. After putting the Bishua earring on his fiancée, he just wanted to wait for her to make a choice, hoping it would meet his expectations. I went to the bathroom and desperately tried to remove the earring, but to no avail. I couldn't understand how he put it on and why I couldn't take it off. No wonder he asked me to be honest earlier. This guy had ulterior motives. Never mind, the most important thing now is to get him to take me to the jade mine at least once before the engagement party. The next day when I woke up, I saw Mufian about to leave. As per my request, he decided to take me shopping at the family stores. Seeing this guy offering his arm, I reluctantly took it. On the street, Shui Qingyang and the servant saw Mufian and Lu Minjing shopping. Suddenly, Mufian leaned close to my ear, mentioning that once the earring was on, it couldn't be removed. I pretended not to believe it and tried to remove it under the pretense of wanting to wear different earrings, but Mufian refused. Shui Qingyang followed behind them, his expression revealing concern for his disciple. The servant believed the young miss could definitely complete the mission, but Shui Qingyang felt the mission was going too smoothly, and there seemed to be something odd about the earring. Mufian took me into a clothing store where the staff warmly welcomed us. Mufian told me to pick out clothes I liked while he looked at men's formal wear. I pretended to browse clothes while thinking about how to get to the jade mine. Since this was the first time he brought me to a Mu family store, I shouldn't be too hasty, lest I raise suspicions. Mufian suddenly appeared behind me, wearing his chosen formal wear for my approval. I complimented him outwardly, but I knew this guy wasn't a good person. He handed me a wedding dress. Surprisingly, he had even chosen my outfit for the engagement party. Could this be real? Mufian eagerly awaited seeing his fiancée in the wedding dress. How troublesome. It's not even a real engagement, yet I have to play along. From inside the fitting room, I heard a servant discussing something with Mufian. They were talking about the jade mine. From the sound of footsteps, something big must have happened. Mufian hurriedly left. The staff explained that Mufian had left due to an emergency. I pretended to be understanding, but inside I worried about what trouble might have occurred at the jade mine. I heard the doorbell ring, indicating new customers. When the door opened, it was my master. Master pretended to greet me casually, and I responded in kind. Seeing Master arrive, the store clerk had an admiring look. Indeed, Master was a star wherever he went. Master's servant sent the clerk away under the pretense of getting clothes. I looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Finally, I could talk freely with Master. I asked about Master's injuries. From his words, I learned that he had recovered. I reported to Master that everything was going smoothly, but he teased that Mufian truly liked me, even giving me the family heirloom to wear. Master told me about the earring's history. It was called the Bishua earring, only passed down to recognized direct descendants of the family. Mufian's earring was passed down after his grandfather's approval years ago. I asked Master how to remove the earring. Though he seemed troubled, he assured me there would be a way. After hearing Master's words, I felt relieved. Seeing the wedding dress in my hands, Master was angry about Mufian's feelings for me, but then changed his tone and asked me to try it on. I went to the fitting room to change into the wedding dress. When I came out, Master's eyes lit up, and he quickly praised how beautiful I looked. Hearing Master's praise didn't make me happy. After all, Jill was prettier. Master raised my hand and gently kissed it, saying I was the most beautiful today. Seeing Master do this, I couldn't understand his meaning. Despite his praise, I still felt that in terms of beauty, no one could compare to Master. Master smiled slightly and asked why I wasn't attracted to him. I was stunned, not knowing how to answer. After hearing about trouble at the Jade Mine, Mu Fian hurried there by car. According to his subordinates, that morning a group of men in black suddenly came down from the mountain, causing unrest at the Jade Mine. Mu Fian suspected that since the mine's location was secret, someone must have leaked the information. In a villa, Pang Ju stood on the sofa, playing with a knife while waiting for Xue Qingyang. Upon seeing Xue Qingyang's impatient expression, Pang Ju smiled apologetically about previously hurting him, but Xue Qingyang wasn't buying it. Pang Ju immediately put on a friendly face and got to the point, asking about Xue Qingyang's relationship with his disciple in Madame's name. Xue Qingyang stated this was his private matter, and he had already reached an understanding with Madame. But Pang Ju, under Madame's orders, continued inquiring. Xue Qingyang refused to reveal anything. So Pang Ju threatened Xue Qingyang in Madame's name. Seeing Xue Qingyang's stubbornness, he suggested going to find his disciple instead. Xue Qingyang remained unmoved and didn't stop him. After leaving, Pang Ju couldn't figure out Xue Qingyang's thoughts and cursed him as someone who relied on his looks. After Pang Ju left, the servant worried about Luo Minjing's safety, also unable to understand Xue Qingyang's thinking. But Xue Qingyang sat calmly on the sofa, seemingly unconcerned about his disciple. Hearing the servant say this, Xue Qingyang was lost in thought, thinking of his disciple's gentle and lovely face. Mu Fian and his group arrived at the Jade Mine. They dealt with all the men in black. Though they resolved the situation quickly, he was annoyed that his new formal was stained with blood. His subordinates managed to capture one survivor. Mu Fian wondered about the identity of these men in black, who would rather die than reveal their origins. Just as Mu Fian was about to use methods to make him talk, the black sunflower pattern on the man's neck was discovered. Moreover, all the men in black had this pattern. Seeing this sunflower mark, Mu Fian fell into deep thought. Who said this girl was stupid? She's beaten me so many times. Though reluctant, I had to admit she was better. After losing 10 chess games in a row, I didn't want to play anymore. I lost every time. Lying on the ground, I thought about today's events, wondering what happened at the Jade Mine that got Mu Fian so agitated. Suddenly, I remembered the photo in my pocket. Pointing to the man on the right, I asked Hua if she knew him. Unexpectedly, Hua became terrified upon seeing his face, as if trying to escape something. Mu Fian returned home, disappointed about not seeing his fiancée in the wedding dress today. Suddenly, he heard a scream from upstairs. It sounded like something happened to his sister. Seeing Hua's terrified expression, I couldn't understand why she screamed at the photo. I quickly went to ask what was wrong. Mu Fian suddenly rushed upstairs, anxiously asking what happened. Then went to comfort his sister. He suddenly turned and glared at me fiercely, asking again what happened. Seeing Mu Fian's expression, I was momentarily speechless. Mu Fian saw the photo on the ground and seemed to understand what happened. He angrily ordered me to get out, then threw the photo at me. My cheek was cut by the flying photo. Aunt May heard Hua's screams and came upstairs, finding me there. Seeing Aunt May, Mu Fian asked her to fetch Dr. Chung. He hugged Hua, comforting her that the bad person wouldn't come anymore. Hua cried, begging Mu Fian not to leave her. I didn't know what I'd done to shock Hua so badly, only that I'd made a terrible mistake. After examining Hua, the doctor indicated she couldn't handle any more shock. Her recovery would depend entirely on her ability to overcome this. Mu Fian blamed himself for being careless. Before leaving, the doctor consoled him not to be too upset. After seeing the doctor off, I wanted to ask about Hua's condition, but Mu Fian walked past me without a word. Mu Fian recalled a painful childhood memory. That day, because of training, Mu Fian wasn't with his sister. Returning at night, he witnessed his sister being assaulted. He grabbed scissors from the table and stabbed the attacker to death. The attacker's blood stained him. Mu Fian regretted that if he hadn't left that day, his sister might not have suffered this fate. In a secluded place, I held a gun to Dr. Cheng's head, demanding to know what had happened to Hua. Though reluctant to disclose patient information, under threat of death, the doctor revealed everything. I learned about Hua's situation. I was shocked to learn she had been assaulted as a child, causing her current state. I was angry at the perpetrator's actions and felt guilty about my behavior. I needed to apologize to the Mu siblings. I returned to the Mu house, but found the door unlocked and everything dark inside. Suddenly, an angry roar came from somewhere. I immediately became alert. As I was about to kick in the direction of the sound, I realized it was Mu Fian. He reeked of alcohol. I couldn't tell if he was drunk or trying to get revenge on me. He cursed again about Huahua's attacker. I realized he was drunk and mistook me for that perpetrator. Never mind, he's too drunk to deal with. He suddenly charged at me. I wondered if I could knock him out. Unexpectedly, he collapsed after a few steps. Whatever, I might as well take him back to his room. The drunken Mu Fian seemed to smell a familiar fragrance in his dream. I finally managed to carry him upstairs and put him on the bed. I'm exhausted. Is that blood on him? Maybe from the jade mine? After covering him with a blanket, I decided to leave. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian hugged me from behind. He seemed lost in memories, third uncle holding his dead friend. He angrily questioned Mu Fian why he killed his friend, but Mu Fian didn't answer, instead threatening to feed his friend to the dogs. Hearing this, third uncle threatened to tell his brother. Mu Fian held scissors to third uncle's throat, revealing that his friend had assaulted his sister. Third uncle couldn't believe his friend would do such a thing. Mu Fian begged him not to tell his mother and asked him to call a doctor. Third uncle took away his friend's body, terrified that Mu Fian could do such a horrible thing. Mu Fian's father, upon learning about his daughter's assault, slapped third uncle. He ordered that this shameful incident must be kept secret. Regarding his daughter's trauma-induced condition, they would tell others she died from illness to protect Mu family's business negotiations. But his words were overheard by Mu Fian behind the door. His father's words made him strongly feel his father's heartlessness. Mu Fian believed such a person didn't deserve to be a father. This guy's grip is still so strong, even while sleeping I'm choking. Looks like he's had it rough all these years too. Why am I feeling sympathy for him now? Let go of me already. Why is he sniffing again? Even while sleeping, he keeps hugging and sniffing. Must be part dog or something. Mu Fian opened his eyes in the morning. Getting up from bed, he remembered feeling down last night and drinking a lot. Then everything went blank. Finding himself in bed with his clothes removed and a familiar scent nearby, he suspected his fiancée had brought him up. Mu Fian couldn't understand why she was still so kind to him after yesterday's events and didn't know what to do next. I peeked through the door, playfully asking if he wanted breakfast. But Mu Fian ignored me. In the following days, trying to earn forgiveness, I kept following him everywhere. I wasn't sure if this approach would work. For half a month, unless absolutely necessary, Mu Fian wouldn't respond to anything Jiur did. I've been so nice to him for half a month, but he still ignores me. It's infuriating. Though it had been half a month since Mu Fian stopped acknowledging his fiancée, he didn't want to forgive her so easily. Mu Fian believed that while her apology to Mu Li was sincere, her attitude toward him might not be. However, deep down, he didn't want to leave her. His sister suddenly started shouting, asking Huahua to stay with her. Although Mu Fian explained Huahua was gone, his sister wouldn't believe it and insisted on finding her. She even refused to eat until she found her. Mu Fian realized his sister had become dependent on his fiancée, but he still didn't want to reconcile. Damn it, Mu Fian hasn't let me see Huahua for half a month. He hasn't mentioned the photos or what happened in Huahua's room. He hasn't even talked about canceling the engagement party. What is he planning? Half a month later at the engagement party, Luo Minjing was taking wedding photos with Mu Fian. The moment we finished, he immediately turned away. I must say, his acting is impressive. In public, he still acts like we're deeply in love. What are they discussing over there? How dare they say I'm just average? When I wanted to go to the bathroom, he actually offered to accompany me. I quickly refused. Some people who heard Mu Fian wanting to accompany me were filled with envy. While going downstairs, I suddenly met Master. He praised how beautiful I looked in the wedding dress today. He secretly warned me to be extra careful not to reveal anything in front of Yun Jio's parents. Then he left. Watching Master's back, I thought about the question he asked that day. However, he never mentioned it again after that. Master's mischievous nature hasn't changed at all. Shui Qingyang certainly attracts attention wherever he goes. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Jiur's parents had arrived. I suddenly heard someone calling Jiur's name. I looked back and sure enough, his parents had arrived. Looking at his parents, I was also worried about completing the mission. I happily ran to Mother, acting as if I hadn't seen her in ages. The parents politely asked Mu Fian to take good care of me. Seeing this, Shui Qingyang thought the plan was successful and turned to leave. Suddenly, an explosion came from behind. Shui Qingyang was also startled by the sudden explosion. At the wedding banquet, everyone rushed to escape after hearing the explosion. The Yun couple called out for their daughter, while being surrounded by flames. I decided to jump over to save them. Seeing my action, Mu Fian hurried to follow and protect me. Although we faced the flames, we were fine. The Yun couple was also safe and sound. After they expressed concern for their daughter, I smiled and assured them I was fine. Unexpectedly, the back of the wedding dress was torn. Because of this, Jior's mother discovered that the birthmark that was originally on her daughter's body had disappeared. Only then did I understand that she had a birthmark on her waist. Xue Qingyang chased Pang Ju to the rooftop. He discovered that the explosion at the wedding venue was Pang Ju's doing. Unable to find Xue Qingyang's disciple, Pang Ju had been following him, waiting to see when his disciple would appear. Pang Ju didn't deny causing the explosion. He was frank about his destructive tendencies. Xue Qingyang remained calm. On the surface, he accepted Pang Ju's stalking, but inside, he had long wanted to eliminate him. Looking down, Pang Ju spotted young Master Mu and his fiancée. I followed behind Mu Fian, not knowing what to say. Mu Fian was equally silent. I recalled that when Yun Jior's mother discovered the missing birthmark on my back, Mu Fian surprisingly helped me cover up the issue of the disappeared birthmark. His parents believe his words. I don't understand. Mu Fian knows I'm not his real fiancé, so why would he help me? While lost in thought, Mu Fian suddenly turned his head, apparently wanting something in return. He stated 2 conditions. If I agreed, he would help keep my secret, and I could continue staying at his house. The first was to continue accompanying Hua Hua. This was acceptable, as I haven't seen Hua Hua for a long time. At this moment, Mu Fian grabbed my arm and kissed me before finishing his words. I tried to push Mu Fian away, but failed. Our lips remained pressed together, and I couldn't escape. Unexpectedly, the second condition was to continue being the Mu family's fiancé. Surprisingly, Pang Ju witnessed their kiss. He was shocked by their sudden appearance and wanted to hear what they were discussing. He noticed Xue Qingyang's expression wasn't good. Xue Qingyang stated that Yun Jio was his guest. Pang Ju didn't expect Xue Qingyang would be jealous. Xue Qingyang responded by referring to their business relationship, but in his heart, he was still thinking about his disciple. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Pang Ju couldn't help but doubt Xue Qingyang's previous words. At night, I was alone in my room, wondering why Mu Fian would help me and how he discovered me. Could it be that he actually fell in love with me? No. Who would love someone mysterious with unclear intentions lurking around them? Perhaps he wants to uncover the forces behind me. So that's his purpose. I threw a punch at Mu Fian, who suddenly appeared in my room. He blocked the attack and told me to think it over carefully. He believed if Yun Jio disappeared, the Mu family would be implicated, so he wanted me to continue the pretense. Things have become so troublesome. Lying in Master's arms, I pestered him to answer the previous question. Master likes me, right? But Master didn't answer directly, instead asking about my thoughts. Master is so cunning, never mind if he won't say it. Master held me tighter, asking again if I really liked him. Of course, Master is the one I like. The disciple in Xue Qingyang's arms suddenly disappeared. Then he saw his disciple before him, actually falling in love with Mu Fian, and stating directly that he had never answered whether he liked her or not. Xue Qingyang watched his disciple kissing Mu Fian. He suddenly became panicked, angrily calling his disciple back to his side. It was just a dream. After Xue Qingyang woke up from the dream, everything from the dream was still vivid. His mind was filled with images of his disciple with Mu Fian. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Yun Hao got up to use the bathroom at midnight. He was startled by his wife's open eyes. He asked Yun Hao if their daughter had any changes. Yun Hao awkwardly replied that Yun Jio hadn't changed much, just that their daughter was now a woman. Hearing Yun Hao's improper answer, his mother hit him hard. Yun Jio's mother suddenly thought of their deceased child. They couldn't lose their daughter now. Yun's father didn't understand his wife's worries and comforted her that their daughter was still by their side. His wife hoped these worries were just overthinking. While collecting shells by the sea, Yun Jio heard a man calling her to come home for dinner. At that time, Yun Jio intended to visit the Mu family, but unfortunately encountered an assassination attempt on the way and almost lost her life. However, the sea waves capsized the ship, which ended up saving her. She held onto a wooden plank and drifted to a small fishing village, where local villagers rescued her. Jua was grateful for her luck in surviving. She hasn't gone to the Mu family yet, partly because she's attached to the villagers here, and partly because she dislikes Mu Fian. In her view, Mu Fian had always been ill-natured since childhood and lacked compassion. But Yun's parents were very satisfied with Mu Fian, even arranging a childhood betrothal between their daughter and him. Yunjura thought Mu Fian had nothing going for him except his handsome face, and her greatest wish was to create a forest of handsome men. Since there were no phones here, Yunjura couldn't inform her parents she was safe. But she thought it wasn't her first time running away without notice, planning to return and break off the engagement with Mu Fian after she'd had enough fun. Then Jura followed Brother Yuan home for dinner. Mu Fian asked Hua indignantly why he lost and had to stick the note on his face. Seeing Mu Fian's frustrated look made me want to laugh. Of course Hua likes me more than Mu Fian. Hua became happy hearing me say that. Seeing how much Hua likes to tease Mu Fian, I'll use Hua to teach you a lesson. The doorbell rang. Wonder who it is. Hua excitedly went to open the door. It was just the house servant bringing snacks. Only Mu Fian and I were left on the sofa. It's awkward after revealing identities. I don't want to sit with this guy. Mu Fian poked my shoulder. Unexpectedly, he suddenly kissed me. Seeing that smug expression really made me angry. I pushed Mu Fian away. I wanted to punch him, but noticed Hua had returned. The servants thought our behavior was just flirting. Seeing this, Hua wanted to imitate our kissing. Mu Fian didn't expect this fake fiancé would be helpless even against his sister. Mu Fian lifted his shirt, surprised at how hard she had hit him. He thought to himself that they were getting closer now. A servant stopped Mu Fian at the door, seemingly with urgent business. The servant reported that by Jojo's life records for the past decade were now in his study. At night, Lu Fu was alone in his room, studying the documents. He suddenly heard a knock on the door. It was Xue Qingyang, whose arrival startled Lu Fu. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xue Qingyang entered, he asked Lu Fu to call his daughter back. Lu Fu was shocked, worried something had happened to his daughter. Xue Qingyang suspected Mu Fian had become suspicious of his fiancée and wanted to withdraw his disciple. Lu Fu believed they needed more patience with someone as difficult as Mu Fian. He also wondered if Xue Qingyang lacked confidence in his disciple, while Xue Qingyang was actually concerned about his disciple's safety and had to decide to withdraw. Hearing this, Lu Fu said if his daughter agreed, she could be withdrawn. Xue Qingyang understood he needed to ask his disciple's opinion. Then he left the Lu family. Before leaving, Xue Qingyang thought about how Kuei's group had disappeared. He asked Lu's father if he had sent them out. Hearing this, Lu's father showed displeasure at Xue Qingyang's question, but before he could answer, Xue Qingyang had already left. After leaving the Lu family, Xue Qingyang was certain that Kuei's people were directed by Lu's father, though that group was likely in grave danger. He realized that in Lu's eyes, his daughter's life was worth less than his ambition. However, Xue Qingyang also believed Lu's actions benefited him. Everything was under his control. Just felt like something was missing in his heart. Outside Yuxian Pavilion, Pang Ju, who had been watching Xue Qingyang, noticed Mu Fian's fiancée coming out alone. Pang Ju suspected they had some unspeakable secret. I entered Yuxian Pavilion and was led by the waiter to meet my master. Master expressed concern about the explosion from 2 days ago. I couldn't understand who would dare to openly challenge the Mu family at their wedding banquet. They must be busy now dealing with the aftermath for the guests. Master suddenly asked about the culprit's identity. I hadn't paid attention to that these days and didn't know why Master brought it up. Then Master asked about the mission's progress. I didn't want Master to know my identity had been exposed. I feared the mission would be deemed a failure, and worried more that Father would consider me useless for not completing it. Master seemed to know the mission had faced setbacks, but didn't punish me. Instead, surprisingly suggested withdrawal. Through Master, I learned of Father's thoughts, but I still wanted to continue. Unexpectedly, Master strongly insisted on withdrawing me. This was unexpected. In Yuxian Pavilion, 2 drunk men were discussing rumors about Mu family's fiancé and Xue Qingyang. Pang Ju, who had followed, saw everything. Learning they were in the VIP area on the 3rd floor, he naturally wanted to go up and look. He checked each room on the 3rd floor, finding them all locked. Suddenly, at one room, he sensed those 2 were next door. Just as I was about to tell Master my thoughts, unexpectedly Master removed my clothes and embraced me. I looked back and saw someone had come in. Then I burrowed into Master's embrace. Master angrily ordered that person to get out. That person was apparently looking for his wife. Leaving the room, Pang Ju secretly mocked Xue Qingyang's behavior, wanted to make public the news of his affair with Mu Fian's fiancée. Master and I sighed in relief. Fortunately, we fooled him. Master pinched my face so hard just now it really hurt. I asked Master about that person's identity. Master gave the same answer as that person, a husband looking to catch his cheating wife. It was really scary just now. I placed both hands on Master's hands, determined to ask Master for another half-month. If the mission wasn't completed by then, I would agree to withdraw. Master agreed to my request, advising me to be more careful and to work ahead. After this conversation, I left the room. When closing the door, I suddenly noticed the lock was broken. That person had silently picked the lock. He must be extraordinary. Xue Qingyang worried that Pang Ju would eventually discover his disciple's identity. He wanted to use the Mu family's explosion case to eliminate Pang Ju. Xue Qingyang realized he had a reaction when holding his disciple. He was frustrated at how poor his self-control had become. He hoped his disciple hadn't noticed. Just now, I felt something hard pressing against me. After coming out, that person apologized, but his words were full of mockery towards Master. That person wanted to talk with me, but I ignored him and just wanted to leave. Pang Ju still hadn't found Xue Qingyang's disciple's whereabouts and didn't know how to report back to Madam. I returned to the Mu family and started planning for the final half-month. Suddenly, Mu Fian hugged me from behind. I hit Mu Fian's hands hard, telling him to stop acting. But Mu Fian insisted on making me the Mu family's fiancé. Is there something wrong with his head? How did he become suspicious of me? Unexpectedly, he came closer, as if knowing what I was thinking. Mu Fian said if I revealed my identity, he would explain why he became suspicious of me. Seems there's no room for negotiation. Mu Fian then examined my face, wondering why it looked exactly like yours. I could see determination in his eyes to get to the bottom of this. His gaze frightened me, as if I were his prey. I covered my chest, pushed Mu Fian away, and didn't answer his question. Strange that he didn't ask why I was impersonating Gio. Mu Fian seemed to see through my intentions, speaking in a provocative tone. It's infuriating how arrogant he is. I didn't want to hear any more nonsense and pushed him out of the room. As he was about to leave, he told me that Jiwer's parents really believed their daughter had already been with him, and sleeping separately would raise suspicions. Since things were like this, there was no choice. Can't make him sleep on the floor anyway. This guy just lay down on the bed on his own, refusing to get up no matter what. I tried hard to pull Mu Fian off the bed, but he absolutely refused. Why did Yunjio's parents come in? Mu Fian hugged me from behind. Given the situation, I couldn't say anything more and had to pretend to be asleep. Damn, what nonsense is he talking about? I'll strangle you. It was funny seeing him enduring the pain, but not daring to make a sound. Then Mu Fian sent Jiwer's parents away. I told Mu Fian to leave, but he said he was afraid Jiwer's parents might return and stubbornly refused to go. I could only remove his hands. Mu Fian stared at his fake fiancée. He knew it was too early to make her reveal her true identity, but he would definitely keep her firmly in his grasp. I lay in bed thinking about the next steps of the plan. Earlier, Mu Fian was checking by Jojo's records and learned that she was bought by the Liu family at age 6. Afterward, Bai Jojo served as the Liu family young lady's study companion. But 2 years later, Liu's father sent Bai Jojo to an ordinary family. Later, at 16, Bai Jojo left her hometown to make a living, tired of studying. 2 years later, Bai Jojo returned and joined Bale Pavilion. She quickly became a popular socialite. Mu Fian wondered why Bai Jojo's 2 years of working experience were blank. He learned from servants that Bai Jojo had visited Jinyan Temple with Miss Liu. After burning incense, Mu Fian suddenly remembered that Yun Jier had also been there before. Mu Fian discovered that whether it was Yu Xiao, Xia Chan, or Jier, Bai Jojo was definitely connected to them. Mu Fian suspected that the fake Yun Jiao, Bai Jojo, and Luo Mieying already knew each other. He also didn't understand why Bai Jojo, as Luo Mieying's study companion, left after 2 years. Combined with Luo Mieying's previous contemptuous attitude towards him, Mu Fian quickly developed a theory. The one impersonating Jiao was Luo Mieying. While Mu Fian was deep in thought, servants brought in Whale's invitation. The content of the invitation seemed to align with Mu Fian's intentions. After reading it, Mu Fian accepted the invitation. Meanwhile, He called Mr. Wales, who sent the invitation, seemingly wanting to ask for a favor. Being so mysterious early in the morning, I don't know where Mu Fian wants to take me. After driving for a while, Mu Fian finally said he was taking me to discuss business and meet some friends. When he mentioned meeting Luo Minjing, I tried hard to control my expression, maintaining my usual calmness. Fortunately, he didn't notice anything. Mu Fian actually said he wanted to get to know Luo Minjing better. You won't be able to see her today anyway. I wanted to ask who had enough influence to invite all these families, but Mu Fian didn't answer. Just arrived, and his friend came so quickly, talking so much right away. How annoying. Oh no, why did they notice me? Mu Fian's friend made a brief self-introduction. Not bad looking actually. Mu Fian suddenly pulled his friend aside. In front of his friend, Mu Fian still concealed my identity. Mu Fian took a fruit wine from the waiter and handed it to me. Just then, a voice called out to Mu Fian. It was Wales. It was clear that Wales and Mu Fian were very familiar. I didn't expect this gathering was organized by him. How did I not receive any information? Since there hadn't been any transactions, Lin House files were still with father. Seeing Mu Fian go to talk with Wales, his friend came over and immediately started asking how Mu Fian and I knew each other. This guy is so nosy, wanting to know everything. I couldn't be bothered to answer and told him to ask Mu Fian instead. After all, aren't you very concerned about your brother Mu Fian? What? The Liu family has arrived? Then father must be here too. What? The Liu family's young lady looks exactly like me. Wondering if father had arrived? When I turned around, I saw someone who looked exactly like my original self. I finally realized that father had made arrangements beforehand. While secretly relieved, I was also curious about who this double impersonating me was. Watching the person disguised as me exchange a few words with father before he left, I turned around to find Mu Fian staring at me. Then we argued about who was staring at whom. Watching us flirt and bicker, Beixing felt like a third wheel. Mu Fian was frustrated that Luo Minjing had come, realizing his judgment was wrong. He put his arm around my shoulder, saying the Liu family's young lady had arrived and we should go greet her. Mu Fian confidently went forward to greet Miss Liu. My double's voice was hoarse, seeming to have a cold. She indicated she needed to leave early. Mu Fian politely told Miss Liu to take care of her health. Then Mu Fian introduced me and my double to each other, stating I was his fiancé. The Liu family's young lady appeared to be slightly older than me. Bei Ekton darkly stood aside, watching the person who had previously slapped his face, now standing there as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Mu Fian suddenly brought up the date that Miss Liu still owed him. I was speechless. Why was this scoundrel still hung up on that? The double said that would make his fiancée jealous. Mu Fian showed an expression of anticipating my jealousy. Beside us, Bei Ekton deliberately spilled his wine towards my double. Mu Fian blocked Miss Liu with his clothes, scolding Xin for being so careless. Then, using changing clothes as an excuse, he pulled away the reluctant Bei Ekton. On the other side, Bei Ekton was about to explain, but was interrupted by Mu Fian, telling him not to cause trouble here. I discovered that the person disguised as me was actually Sister Bai. Wales wondered if it was because Miss Liu had something special with Mu Fian that he asked for help to ensure Miss Liu's invitation. Originally, the Liu family wasn't even on the guest list. This was the first time Mu Fian had asked for his help. Mu Fian stood by the window, back to Wales, his blue eyes gazing into the distance. He said there was nothing special, brushing off the topic with a laugh. Wales then brought up the matter of Lin Hao's missing files, demanding an explanation from Mu Fian. After some hesitation, Mu Fian turned around. He had guessed that Wales already knew the whereabouts of Lin Hao's files. Wales, who had been looking grim, called him a little fox and burst into laughter, telling Mu Fian that he had indeed received news about Lin Hao's files. Due to his urgent return to Europe, the transaction had been delayed. Before Wales could finish, Mu Fian knew he had ulterior motives. Wales said he could tell Mu Fian the transaction location and let him deal with the person who embarrassed him however he wanted, but the Mu family must provide appropriate compensation. At Jinyan Temple, Sister Bai dramatically covered her face, crying in pain. After experiencing the pain of face changing, Sister Bai couldn't understand how I could endure this. There were no mirrors here at the temple to check her face. Sure, Fan Jing was thanking Sister Bai for helping her out this time, but Sister Bai suddenly pushed her down on the bed, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Sister Bai didn't want to hear empty thanks. This was her second time helping Shi Fanjing. She planned to calculate both favors plus interest and have Shi Fanjing repay with her body. As Sister Bai's lips drew closer, almost about to kiss her, Shi Fanjing's mind was spinning from this situation. Seeing Shi Fanjing frozen, this time she didn't push her away. Sister Bai's heart was pounding excitedly, thinking if she couldn't seize this opportunity, her years in the entertainment circle would have been wasted. However, Sister Bai didn't know why she was so nervous. Just as she was about to kiss her, Shi Fanjing's head was buzzing with Sister Bai's heartbeat. A red pill was placed into Sister Bai's slightly open mouth. Sister Bai fell to the other side of the bed, covering her mouth with a darkened face, wondering what Shi Fanjing had fed her and if it was poisonous. It turned out to be medicine for throat recovery. Shi Fanjing thought since Sister Bai had helped her twice, she wouldn't pursue her improper behavior. She got up, distanced herself from Sister Bai, and asked her to leave. Sister Bai persistently refused to leave, thinking Shi Fanjing couldn't do anything about it. Clearly, she didn't know this monk well enough. Shi Fanjing grabbed her hand and pushed her out, slammed the door shut with a bang, while asking Yuan Kong to see the guest out. After being pushed out, Sister Bai was confused for a moment before turning around, frantically knocking on the door, while cursing Shi Fanjing for being despicable and ungrateful. Little monk Yuan Kong stood nearby, eating the snack Sister Bai had brought while reminding her this was sacred ground and to mind her words, warning that continued knocking would attract other senior monks and cause trouble. Sister Bai deflated and turned away, leaving in a huff. At the Mu residence, lying in bed, I thought about the message Father had sent through Sister Bai. Father had found information about the Mu family's jade mine. Now I just needed to find a way to shake off Mu Fian. But lately he's been sticking too close to me. Here he comes again, putting his hand on me and asking if I'm asleep. I fiercely told Mu Fian to take his hand off me. This scene was witnessed by Yun Jio's father. It turned out Yun Jio's father had sent Mu Fian to call me for dinner. Mu Fian gently helped me deal with Yun Jio's father. He explained that I might be tired from accompanying him to business meetings today, which is why I went to bed so early. I hugged Mu Fian's neck, telling Yun Jio's parents to go ahead and eat, saying I'd be fine with Brother Fian here. Yun Jio's father looked puzzled but said it was fine, commenting on how different young people are these days. After we heard him close the door and leave, Mu Fian noticed I was still holding his neck, teasing if I wanted to hold on longer, saying he hadn't showered yet and asking if I wanted to shower together. I pushed him away immediately, exemplifying using and discarding. Just then my stomach growled. Mu Fian knew I didn't want to interact too much with Yun Jio's parents, which is why I didn't go to dinner. He had prepared a fruit cake for me and placed it on the coffee table. I watched intently as Mu Fian searched for something in the bedside cabinet. This cake was a new product from the bakery we had visited before. I had mentioned earlier that their fruit cakes were delicious, but the one I liked had sold out. So Mu Fian had chosen this one for me. He had tried a piece and thought I would like it. Looking at Mu Fian like this, I felt it wasn't necessary. He was trying to soften me up. Mu Fian looked at me with disappointment, seeming to think only his initiative could prevent us from growing further apart, knowing I would never take a step closer. This side of Mu Fian somewhat moved my heart. He understood our relationship and knew all of this was useless. Mu Fian felt it didn't matter. At least I didn't hate him as much now. He wanted to wash up. How could I not hate Mu Fian? Just for repeatedly sabotaging my missions and hindering me in various ways. I must hate him. The next day, Mu Fian and I took Huahua shopping. We were all excited. This was Huahua's first time out in many years, and she was clearly happy. Mu Fian went to buy food for Huahua while we waited. Because it was too crowded, I took Huahua to a different spot. When Mu Fian returned, he couldn't find us. Then I ran to him anxiously, telling him Huahua was missing. I quickly explained that I had gone to buy candy for Huahua, telling her to wait under the tree, but when I returned, she was gone. Mu Fian looked very anxious, saying we should find Sister quickly since she hadn't been out for so long and anything could happen. I decided to go back to the Mu house first to get help. After some hesitation, Mu Fian agreed to let me go back for help. He hoped nothing would happen to Sister. On my way back to the Mu residence, I noticed someone following me. I suspected they were Mu Fian's people. He still didn't trust me, which was typical of him. I got into the car Father had prepared. He had thoughtfully prepared clothes in the car. Along with a wig, I stepped on the gas, hoping to quickly reach the jade mine and meet up with our people. Mu Fian stood at the entrance of the Mu residence, anxiously asking if she had been found, sweating profusely. A subordinate pointed to a girl being carried princess style, asking if that was who they were looking for. Hua Hua happily greeted Mu Fian. Mu Fian was confused about how his sister could be so intimate with a stranger. He shielded his sister behind him and demanded to know who this person was. This person was Zhuang Xian, an employee at the corner cafe. I had given him a generous tip earlier to take care of Hua Hua and bring her back to the Mu residence at this time. Mu Fian clenched his fists, realizing I had already gotten what I wanted and fled. His words from the past few days had been useless. With a smiling face, he said the Mu family would properly thank Zhuang Xian and ensure his trip wasn't wasted. Zhuang Xian said no thanks were necessary, saying it was his honor to escort such a lovely lady as Hua Hua home. Hua Hua shyly hid behind Mu Fian. As Mu Fian took Hua Hua home, she secretly looked back and felt her heart flutter, seeing Zhuang Xian's handsome face as he waved goodbye. As Zhuang Xian turned to leave, just taking out a cigarette before lighting it, he was stopped by one of Mu Fian's subordinates. Mu Fian had invited Zhuang Xian over to explain in detail everything that happened after meeting me today. Faced with Mu Fian's intimidating manner, what could Zhuang Xian do but agree? Zhuang Xian honestly confessed that I had said some farewell-like words to Hua Hua. I had told her that she seemed much better lately and that I had to leave. Although Hua Hua might not have fully understood my meaning, I believed Mu Fian would take good care of her after I left. I hope Hua Hua would get better soon. Mu Fian thought dejectedly that I had always been kind to others, with him being the only exception. I had always just been going through the motions with him. At this time, the person who had been following me reported to Mu Fian that I had driven towards the jade mine in the suburbs. Mu Fian finally realized my purpose was either to expose and destroy the jade mine to bring down the Mu family, or to get something else, or perhaps both. Thinking that I had already infiltrated the mine, Mu Fian ordered his subordinates to alert the mine to be on high guard. Although Mu Fian hadn't wanted to resort to threatening a woman, he finally ordered his subordinates to capture a certain woman. I had indeed successfully infiltrated the jade mine. The old man sharing my room was curious how someone as frail as me came to do such physical labor. He learned that I came because my parents couldn't feed all their children. The big brother patted my shoulder consolingly, saying that although we couldn't leave for several years, it was better than starving outside. The rule stated no outside contact for 5 years, with family contact allowed only once every 6 months through management. This big brother was just 1 week away from going home, eagerly imagining his future happy days with his family and daughter. Others in the room complained about old fives showing off about going home again. I realized then that these people were all common folk working hard just for a meal. I hesitated about whether to complete my father's mission. Father had ordered me to find the item and then detonate the mine, but if I did, all these people would die. What father wanted was for the Mu family to be unable to suppress the illegal mining scandal after the jade mine explosion. The people in the mine weren't even a consideration for him. Just before lights out, the manager blew his whistle for assembly. Everyone was complaining. I knew this was Mu Fian's doing. He had figured it out, but hadn't found me yet. I quietly slipped out through the window. I took advantage of the chaos to reach the forge room. I found people examining the item I was looking for. They locked it up before going to assembly. I pondered how to open this lock that required the correct password. Meanwhile, Mu Fian was inspecting the assembled workers at the jade mine. His subordinates led him to where the new workers from today were. Checking into the last room, Mu Fian hoped to find some trace of me. With disgust on his face, he slowly lifted and smelled each bed, one by one. Finally, at my bed position, he discovered I had been there. Mu Fian turned and closed the door, ordering all workers to stay in the field and not leave. Then he had the manager seal all exits and arm the men, but without guns. An hour later, I was happy that the Mu family couldn't deliver smoothly. Looking around while holding the priceless sword, just as I was about to wrap it up to take away, Mu Fian embraced me from behind. He grabbed my hand, thinking it would be dangerous if I dropped it. Only then did Mu Fian realize this was what I wanted. After staying by his side for so long with careful planning, I had failed again. I elbowed Mu Fian in the stomach, then took the chance to turn and distance myself, glaring at her fiercely. Mu Fian felt she should be the angry one. I didn't want to hear nonsense, just wanted to know what she wanted. Seeing I showed no sentiment and wouldn't yield to either kindness or force, Mu Fian asked what I would do if I were him. I said I would probably just kill him. Seeing my attitude, Mu Fian became furious, suspecting I might strike him or have other backup plans. I pulled out an explosive device from my chest, threatening to take everyone down if they didn't let me leave. Just as Mu Fian showed disbelief, it exploded. Now it was my turn to look incredulous. I had definitely removed all the fuses. After the explosion, Mu Fian lay on the ground, one hand supporting his head. My parting gift was unexpected for him. Then I realized they hadn't told me all the bomb locations. Elsewhere, and Kuei's people claimed this was the family head's order. Shui Qingyang was just an outsider, while Kuei was ultimately part of the Liu family. Shui Feijin couldn't stop them and could only watch helplessly as they detonated the bombs. With a grim expression, he thought about reporting to his master how Kuei's people had grown suspicious of his master. Amidst the chaos, I saw Old Five, who was just 1 week away from seeing his wife and daughter. Seeing he was about to be hit by falling rocks, I reached out to warn him to dodge, but there wasn't enough time. I could only watch helplessly as he was crushed by the rocks. I stared blankly at the scene before me. In the tremendous roar, I didn't hear Mu Fian's warning. Mu Fian saw I was about to be hit and dove to push me down, using his body to shield me from the falling rocks and boards. I turned back to look at Mu Fian in shock. His head was crushed by rocks, blood flowing everywhere. Things gained through scheming never last long. To gain others' true hearts, one must first give their own true heart. I clutched Mu Fian's clothes at his chest, begging him to wake up, but there was still no response at all. I secretly put my ear to Mu Fian's chest. There was still a heartbeat, but why wasn't there any breathing? At that moment, Mu Fian opened her eyes, wondering why I was lying on her chest. She saw my surprise that she wasn't dead. Mu Fian thought I probably wished she was dead. I couldn't be bothered with her anymore. My stomach was still bleeding nonstop. At this rate, I would die from blood loss sooner or later. I quickly covered my stomach and fled, since I couldn't move him anyway. After escaping the jade mine, I hurriedly told the guards outside to go save young Master Mu Fian. Watching them rush in, I felt relieved, but the blood from my wound continued dripping onto the ground. Meanwhile, Master Shui Qingyang slammed his book on the table, feeling uneasy all day. Then he heard shouting outside the door to open up quickly. Something had happened. Opening the door, he found Kuei's subordinates had brought me back. Learning I had been shot and was nearly unconscious from blood loss, Master held me in his arms, ordering his men to find Dr. Wu and prepare Type B blood, while telling Shui Fei to get the emergency medical kit. Master prepared to remove the bullet. Hearing Master's voice, I slowly opened my eyes. Master comforted me, saying it would be fine once the bullet was out, telling me not to speak. The worried Master scolded Shui Fei for being as slow as a turtle today, reminding him not to forget the anesthetic. My hand slipped out, holding the mission target, and handed the sword to Master. This time, I finally didn't disappoint Master and Father. Master looked at me with pain in his eyes, thinking what a fool, silly disciple I was. Master had said that compared to these things, my life was more important. But in my heart, I just couldn't bear to disappoint Father and Master. Shui Fei prepared the tools for bullet extraction. Master carefully cut open my clothes with scissors and tossed them aside. Looking at my body, Master fell silent, realizing I had grown into a young woman. After covering my chest, Master took a deep breath to calm his disturbed thoughts, preparing to extract the bullet. As I fell unconscious, my mind kept replaying images of Old Five and Mu Fian, constantly blaming myself for hurting them. Old Five was about to go home to see his wife and daughter. Why did he have to die? Mu Fian had been so good to me. Why did I hurt him? They all kept asking why. Why wasn't I the one who died? Master questioned Dr. Wu why there wasn't enough blood. They urgently needed it, but suddenly the clinic didn't have enough. Both Type B and O blood weren't sufficient. Even emergency requests from other hospitals couldn't guarantee supply. But seeing my condition, Master couldn't wait that long. He decided to donate his own blood since he was also Type B. Dr. Wu praised Shui Fei, saying fortunately he found suitable blood bags, otherwise my condition would have been dangerous. Now as long as I didn't develop a fever in the next 2 days, my condition would be stable. Shui Fei happily said it was just his duty. Master sat by the bed, worriedly watching me still unconscious, asking Dr. Wu when I would wake up. Shui Fei suddenly realized he might have celebrated too early. Dr. Wu thought Master was too anxious, saying with such serious injuries I would need to sleep at least for today. Hearing Dr. Wu's explanation, Master noticeably relaxed. Dr. Wu hesitated, but finally spoke up. He thought that since I was a girl after all, if the bullet hadn't missed vital organs and I didn't have a strong constitution, I wouldn't have escaped danger so easily. Master noticed Dr. Wu beating around the bush and directly asked what he wanted to say. Dr. Wu felt that as a young lady from a noble family, compared to others, my situation was too difficult. Seeing Dr. Wu's concern for me, Master dismissed this so-called concern. When Dr. Wu tried to persuade Master, he was interrupted. Master reminded Dr. Wu he talked too much today and thanked him for his concern. Then he had Xue Fei escort the guest out. Master twirled my hair with his fingers and poked my face, thinking if one day I found out all his kindness was fake, what would happen? Would I hate him enough to kill him? Just as Master was kissing my forehead, he heard the door click open. It was Xue Fei returning after escorting Dr. Wu. Seeing this scene, Xue Fei quickly stammered incoherently, saying he didn't see anything. Master told Xue Fei to go rest, thanking him for his hard work today, saying he would personally take care of me. Xue Fei nervously asked if Master had fallen in love with me. Seeing his master's puzzled expression after hearing this question, Xue Fei quickly explained that it was because of Master's attitude towards me and sometimes his actions. Since things were different from the original plan, he wondered if Master had fallen for me. Master interrupted Xue Fei, asking how many years he had followed him and if he remembered their oath. Xue Fei had been following Master for 23 years and 4 months. Back then, Master was 5 and Xue Fei was 4. They had made a blood oath at Ouyang Kang's grave. Remembering those scenes from the past, Xue Fei apologized to Master with regret for saying things he shouldn't have. Master said it was fine and told Xue Fei to go. At the hospital bedside, Aunt May asked Uncle Lin why Mu Fian's father hadn't come to visit her yet. Mu's father now hated Mu Fian so much he wanted to kill her himself. How could he come? But father-son grudges shouldn't last overnight, especially with such chaos. The Mu family was just angry. It would be better after a night's sleep. Mu Fian woke up, opening her eyes, feeling the sunlight was so harsh. Aunt May was delighted to see Mu Fian awake, quickly preparing things to help her sit up, asking about her eyes. Though the doctor said Mu Fian's eyes were fine, and she felt they were okay, she learned from Aunt May that she had been unconscious for 3 days. Aunt May brought hot water for Mu Fian, about to let her drink, when they heard commotion outside the room. Aunt May instantly became irritated, asking old Lin to check what was happening outside, wondering if it was those annoying reporters trying to harass Mu Fian again, telling him to drive them away quickly. Mu Fian guessed these reporters were here about the jade mine explosion and her injury. Aunt May told her to rest well and not worry about these troubles. They planned not to tell Mu Fian about the Yun family matters yet. Seeing Aunt May's concern, Mu Fian comforted her, then learned from her that her sister was doing well at home. Then Mu Fian thought of me, wondering where I had gone, if I had become another unrecognizable person again. Just when we had gotten closer, everything returned to square one. Mu Fian instructed Lin and Aunt May to tell the reporters outside, and Mu's father, that he was still in a coma. Then she wondered why the Mu family wanted this too. Lin and Aunt May left as Mu Fian needed to rest. Mu Fian thought that if I had any conscience at all, knowing he was still in a coma, I would come to check on his condition. Between anxiety and determination, she made up her mind. Even if I didn't come looking, she would find me like searching for a needle in the sea. Meanwhile, Master watched me sleeping restlessly, wondering if I was about to wake up. 3 weeks later, many reporters were still surrounding, asking about Mu Fian's condition, whether Miss Yun's disappearance was true, when the Mu family would respond about their private mining, and whether the father-son conflict was real. Bei Xin angrily scolded these reporters for being inhuman and unproductive. In the hospital room, Lin Shu and Aunt May wondered why Mu Fian looked so dejected, as if she had lost all color. Mu Fian was extremely upset. For 3 whole weeks, news of her serious injury was everywhere, yet I still hadn't shown up. It was truly the height of heartlessness. Mu Fian instructed Lin Shu and Aunt May to prepare, as she would be discharged in 3 days. She wouldn't wait any longer. That night, Mu Fian, lying in her hospital bed, heard movement and knew someone had come. Looking at the sleeping person before me, I reached out to touch her bandaged forehead. Mu Fian guessed it was me from my scent. I looked at the person who didn't seem seriously injured but wouldn't wake up, very puzzled. Crouching down and standing up to observe carefully, wondering if there was blood clotting in her brain that hadn't dispersed, and if we needed to find a reliable doctor. Mu Fian wondered what I was doing, if her fake sleep had been discovered. I was about to go ask the doctor when Mu Fian saw I was leaving. She quickly pretended to just wake up wanting water. I brought over some water. Mu Fian was still calling for Uncle Lin, refusing the water. Steadily catching the water that Mu Fian pushed away. Mu Fian demanded to know who I was and where Lin Shu and Aunt Mei were. I had knocked Lin Shu and Aunt Mei unconscious in the next room. Taking a deep breath, I simply said it's me to identify myself. Knowing it was her fiancé, Yun Jiao, Mu Fian looked delighted after I confirmed my identity. Thinking she would now want to drink the water, I handed her the water and turned to leave. Mu Fian called out to wait, trying to get up and chase after me, but got tangled up. She was about to fall from the bed. I quickly rushed forward to catch her, then demanded to know what she was doing, saying patients should stay in bed. Mu Fian hugged me, resting her chin on my shoulder, asking me not to leave, to stay with her for a while, because she was afraid of the dark. Mu Fian's eyes seemed not to have healed at all. I asked Mu Fian to let go first, but she stubbornly refused, acting unreasonable. During the struggle, I gave a gentle push, barely using any force. Who knew Mu Fian had become so fragile? She fell backward, about to hit the ground. I quickly reached out to grab her. Mu Fian fell back, pulling me down too, and I ended up on top of her. Oh no, I felt my wound reopening. I told her to get up quickly and pushed hard. She pretended to be in pain and pressed down again for the second time. I suspected she was doing this on purpose, but since Mu Fian became like this because of me, I felt guilty. Mu Fian's hand accidentally pressed against my wound where blood had already soaked through my clothes. Puzzled by the smell of blood, Mu Fian suddenly pulled open my clothes, asking how I got injured. Only then did I realize that scoundrel hasn't left. Mu Fian nervously tried to explain, but I didn't want to hear this scoundrel's explanation. I left Mu Fian curled up sitting on the bed, dejected and wanting to explain. Walking out of the hospital room, I ran into the night nurse. Visiting hours were already over. The nurse asked whose family member I was. I couldn't be bothered to answer and just left. Mu Fian got up and came over to explain that I was her family member. The nurse was delighted to discover that Mu Fian, who had been in a coma for 3 weeks, was finally awake, and she could even walk. The nurse immediately called for the doctor. After a thorough examination, Mu Fian was discharged smoothly. I want to ask Father Lu Feng about the jade mine explosion, although Father tried hard to explain, stating that those who disobeyed orders had been executed and promising it wouldn't happen again. However, a dark cloud remained in my heart that was difficult to remove. Master learned from his subordinates that I had withdrawn quite a bit of my money from the bank to compensate the deceased miners' families. He sighed, saying with such a soft heart, who knows how much more suffering I would endure in the future. Watching Mu Fian being driven away while personally delivering money. Carrying the heavy silver coins, I started to panic, afraid of being driven away too. I decided to leave it secretly. The scenes before me made me fall into deep thought. Setting aside family matters, Mu Fian wasn't really a bad person. Half a month later, because my gunshot wound hadn't fully healed, and there were no new missions temporarily, I returned to Yinjing Women's Academy for classes. This month happened to be the biennial extracurricular exchange at Yinjing Academy. They would select one higher education institution within the province for a joint performance, then travel to other provinces for academic exchanges with other schools. This year, they happened to select Beiyang Military Academy. The exchange activity would last 1 month. Representatives from both schools would jointly rehearse a stage play to compete with schools from other provinces. Winners would receive extra credits. Everyone seemed very interested. I wasn't interested in any of this at all. While Lu Meng was extremely excited about traveling with classmates for the first time, Master came too. This time, as one of Yinjing Academy's visiting team teachers, mainly responsible for directing the stage play. As always, he received enthusiastic support. I could understand inviting Master, but I couldn't understand why Mu Fian, who had already graduated, was here too. It turned out that Mu Fian, as Beiyang Military Academy's only early graduate outstanding student, was also invited as one of the team teachers in charge of discipline. The train to Jinling would depart in 20 minutes. Mu Fian saw me and felt something was different from last time, guessing it might be because of the student attire. On the crowded train, little Ming struggled with the suitcase, refusing my help. Mu Fian came over to give him a push. We thought she would be in our compartment, but after greeting us, she said she needed to return to her own compartment. Mu Fian just came to make contact with me. After leaving, Mu Fian was extremely excited because she knew it was me from the scent. But thinking about the missing earring, she became very upset, wondering in disbelief how it was removed. She planned to confirm it again later. The train rumbled forward. Students who were eating received notice to go to the conference compartment at 7:30 for a meeting after dinner. During the meeting, while everyone was away, she sneaked into my and Lu Ming's room. That scoundrel had checked the room number in advance. Mu Fian finally confirmed that I was the person who had been staying by her side. Mu Fian wondered how the earring was removed and if I had thrown it away. Hearing rustling sounds from the bathroom, Mu Fian quietly opened the door to peek. Her eyes widened in shock at the figure before her. Mu Fian quickly turned away, wondering why I hadn't gone to the meeting. She thought I must have been bandaging wounds just now. Mu Fian thought the gunshot wound couldn't have healed so quickly. It must have been from the gunshot she heard when she was knocked unconscious. Thinking about how I, a girl, had such a serious injury, yet could attend classes as if nothing happened, she wondered what kind of environment I grew up in. Hearing water running, Mu Fian thought I must be taking a shower. She worried whether my wounds were still an issue. Afraid of being discovered, just as she was about to leave, suddenly there was a knock at the door. A startled Mu Fian realized it was Xue Jinyang calling. Ing asked if I was there. She wondered why people who should be in the meeting hall came here. Master found the door unlocked. After entering the room and finding it quiet with no one there, he wondered where his foolish disciple had wandered off to. Just then, the train suddenly stopped. The power went out too. The train was pitch black and chaos erupted. Mu Fian was in the bathroom at this time. Covering my mouth, she said, "Excuse me," and prepared to slip away. Seeing Mu Fian turning to leave, I quickly stopped her and demanded to know why she was in my room. Mu Fian stammered, unable to explain properly. Seeing my questioning, she randomly explained she came to get something for Lu Ming. While turning her head to avoid my gaze, she was grateful for the power outage that hid her face. But then the power came back on, restoring brightness. Mu Fian quickly pulled away from me. She turned and left, telling me to ask Lu Ming myself. Her ears were bright red. After Mu Fian turned and closed the door, I wondered why her ears had turned red. I lifted the towel to look at my chest. Only then did I realize I wasn't wearing my prosthetic. My face turned from black to red. After Mu Fian ran out, she thought about changing her wet clothes while thinking about her stupid excuse. She was about to be exposed. In her hurried departure, Mu Fian didn't notice someone behind her, wondering why she came out of my and Lu Ming's room with wet clothes. In the train corridor, people were discussing why the train suddenly stopped. Passing by, Mu Fian was invited to check on some injured students. While I was wondering why Lu Ming hadn't returned, I heard the door open. It was Master who came in. Through Master, I learned that some fallen trees were blocking the tracks and needed time to clear. Master asked where I'd been earlier. I walked out with him. We saw Mu Fian stopped in the corridor, watching helplessly as students argued about her wet clothes. Suddenly Mu Fian looked this way. After our eyes met, we both avoided each other's gaze. Master saw our actions and felt something was wrong. After returning to her room and changing clothes, Mu Fian sat dazed on the sofa, remembering how her hand felt covering my mouth. She could still feel the sensation on her hand. Mu Fian thought that I now gave her a more special feeling compared to when I was pretending to be Yunjio. Face was softer and waist was thin and soft. Thinking it might be because this was the real person, Mu Fian wanted to try once more. She figured she'd know for sure then. Mu Fian suddenly calmed down, shocked by her own perverted thoughts, telling herself to stop thinking about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like a pervert. After a night of clearing, the train finally continued towards the spirits the next morning. At 8 o'clock, still very sleepy, Lu Ming wondered why I got up so early. As expected, last night Mu Fian was lying through her teeth. Little Ming never asked her to get anything. I became instantly alert, but had no clues at all. Little Ming got up then fell back down, wanting to stay in bed longer. He Xiaoming had just sat down in the dining car when my keen ears heard whispers from nearby. They gossiped that I didn't seem special, and my hairstyle was outdated, questioning if I was really involved with Mu Fian. I didn't attend yesterday's meeting, and someone saw Mu Fian leaving my room with wet clothes. They said I wanted to be promoted and was deliberately seducing Mu Fian in a shameless way. Xiaoming also sensed something was wrong. The atmosphere was strange, with everyone whispering. I suggested that people might have found something interesting, not knowing who spread the rumors. Master asked Mu Fian why she didn't attend yesterday's meeting. Mu Fian thought about how Shui Qingyang didn't go either and got her caught. She calmly explained she wasn't feeling well and took a nap. Master sarcastically said she had delayed him, and as a disciplined teacher, Mu Fian should set an example. Mu Fian sarcastically thanked Master for the reminder and asked what was discussed at the meeting. Master said due to the power outage, almost nothing was discussed. On the surface, all was calm, but internally they were cursing each other as old and young foxes. Mu Fian then asked Master why he specially cared for me. Master casually explained it was because Lu Ming and I were regular theater guests, wanting to take care of Mu Fian more. It felt like more than simple care. Thinking about Shui Qingyang's intimate meeting with me at Lu Ming's birthday party and Master's familiar way of calling me Ing last night, our relationship seemed complicated. Going to find Master, when our eyes met with Mu Fian, I felt extremely annoyed. Mu Fian felt incredibly awkward, her mind in chaos. Seeing Master about to leave with me, Mu Fian instinctively stood up, wanting to follow. Thinking she wouldn't know what to say if she followed, and it would be awkward like last night, Mu Fian stayed rooted in place. Unexpectedly, rumors about me and Mu Fian intensified within a day, becoming increasingly unpleasant, getting more and more ridiculous. Everyone knew about it. Facing Master's questions about the rumors, I calmly said I only heard the discussions this morning, feeling completely detached from being the subject of gossip. Until Master asked what actually happened between me and Mu Fian, I suddenly felt awkward, thinking about the bathroom scene. It was too embarrassing. I didn't know how to discuss this with Master. Seeing Yin's rare blush, Master couldn't guess exactly what happened, but was certain something occurred between Yin and Mu Fian that she didn't want to mention. Master thought Yin's behavior showed she had developed feelings for Mu Fian without realizing it. Seeing my innocent look, Master realized this foolish disciple had fallen for someone like Mu Fian. I was stunned for a moment. I'm not stupid, and how could I possibly like someone like Mu Fian? Master must have misunderstood something. Master said it's fine to like whoever, and he would stand by my side. But hadn't Master once asked me why I didn't fall for him? What's going on now? But thinking carefully, Master has always been able to say ambiguous things to anyone easily, seeming romantic, but never truly caring about anyone. After all these years, it seems I never really understood what kind of person Master is. Seeing me quiet and troubled, Master said I could tell him anything. Looking at Master like this made me a bit angry, so I excused myself and left, deliberately slammed the door shut. Shui Qingyang lit a cigar, not understanding why Ying was angry. He was the one who was never taken seriously. Shui Qingyang sighed that decades of knowing her meant less than someone known for just months. While smoking, he pensively thought about Ying and Mu Fian's situation. He felt Mu Fian also had feelings for Ying. It was mutual. Shui Qingyang struggled between supporting them or stopping Ying's thoughts early, thinking about after Ying and Mu Fian become lovers. Then revealing the hidden secrets between the Mu and Lu families, those dirty deals. Currently, the two families maintained a relatively peaceful relationship, but would inevitably return to a life-or-death situation. What would Mu Fian and Ying do then? Choose each other or their families? Shui Qingyang thought he would definitely be the one to reveal this secret, letting Ying and Mu Fian know. At this moment, a voice emerged in Shui Qingyang's mind, saying these weren't things he wanted to do. He didn't want to hurt Ying. Why not follow his true heart? Shui Qingyang wondered what his true heart was. The voice said Shui Qingyang's true heart was buried deep inside. He could find it if he just tried. Hearing Shui Qingyang curse get lost, the voice said he would regret it and disappeared reluctantly. After 3 days on the train, they could finally rest for a night in a small town. Just as Xiaoming and I were about to look around, someone called from behind, angrily demanding I explain whether I had actively climbed into teacher Mu's bed, grabbing my clothes, not letting me leave. Xiaoming also rushed over angrily, knocking away the hand grabbing my clothes. Lu Ming loudly accused them of making baseless allegations. What business was it of theirs about Xiaoying and young Master Mu? This person not only pushed Xiaoming, making him stagger, but arrogantly questioned who Xiaoming thought he was to interfere. I grabbed their wrist and twisted it hard. These people didn't dare question Mu Fian, only dared to trouble me. Did they think the Lu family was easy to bully? That I, Lu Minjing, was easy to bully? Only bullying those who seemed weaker than themselves. How pathetic. I threw off their hand. These people just wanted to know about my relationship with Mu Fian. The truth is I'm not interested in Mu Fian. But these people obviously didn't believe it, thinking Mu Fian wouldn't be interested in someone as dull and unfashionable as me, demanding evidence. They could just ask Mu Fian themselves. I prepared to leave with Xiaoming. Xiaoming thought Xiaoying was really cool just now. At this moment, Mu Fian came over, saying they could ask her directly. She had seen how they were putting others down to lift themselves up. Since you're all girls, I'll let it go this time, but please control yourselves. Then Mu Fian publicly stated that she was indeed trying to win Miss Lu's favor. Unexpectedly cooperative, and even using my own words, Mu Fian prepared to explain the widely circulated bed climbing incident. The bed climbing incident was just a rumor, Mu Fian said personally. Though the source of this rumor was unknown, she was here now. Anyone with questions could confront her directly. Hearing Mu Fian's words, everyone discussed where the rumor came from, but no one seemed to know. Xiaoming thought admiringly that Mu Fian really did have feelings for me. The person who had belittled me earlier suddenly stepped forward, mentioning what happened with Mu Fian's fiancée. Before finishing, they were pulled back by someone nearby. Unable to speak further, Mu Fian asked with a smile if anyone had any more questions. I stood by, showing no courtesy. They wondered how Mu Fian could pursue others right after breaking off her engagement. From Xiachan Xiaojiu to me, they thought Mu Fian was such a player. Meanwhile, Mu Fian thought sadly that I was probably making up stories about her again. We both agreed that we had thought too highly of each other before. Seeing everyone dispersing, Mu Fian asked if I wanted to know who spread the video, saying she had a way to find out together. Back in the room, Xiaoming stared at me strangely, burning with curiosity, demanding I explain my situation with Mu Fian. Unable to get any information, Xiaoming deflated immediately, looking disappointed. Xiaoming explained that Mu Fian used to be unapproachable and fierce, which scared him. But recently she had changed, even helping him with his luggage, becoming more approachable, possibly because of pursuing me. Admitting it in front of so many people today didn't seem like something a frivolous person would do. I quickly refuted Xiaoming's words. Who says Mu Fian isn't frivolous? She had a fiancé, Yunjiu, and broke off the engagement right after she went missing. Her character must be questionable. Xiaoming felt that arranged marriages couldn't have real feelings, so Mu Fian's attitude was understandable. Xiaoming sighed, wondering if she would also marry someone she didn't love in the future. I comforted Xiaoming, saying her parents loved her very much and wouldn't marry her off carelessly. Just then, I heard a knock on the door. Opening it, I only found a note. It was Mu Fian asking me to meet at the warehouse next door at 10 p.m. to discuss something, thinking who would meet him at the warehouse at midnight. I crumpled the paper into a ball, threw it in the trash, and prepared for bed. But for some reason, Xiaoming went to the bathroom and hadn't returned. It was 9:30. Xiaoming arrived at the warehouse, found no one, and asked where they were. Suddenly seeing a shadow before her, someone with a stick behind her, she turned around. With a thud, she lost consciousness. I searched all over the warehouse for people. Mu Fian covered my mouth and dragged me to a corner to hide together. There seemed to be someone outside. It turned out someone had used our names to send fake messages, luring us to the warehouse. It seemed the plan needed to be moved up. Just as we were about to leave, Mu Fian pressed his left index finger to my lips. People were coming, we'd talk later, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. At that moment, I just wanted to break Mu Fian's finger. I squeezed his hand hard, and he wondered what I was doing. It hurt so much. I angrily turned and walked away. Mu Fian was even more confused about how he had offended me. I was truly unpredictable. After walking out, I saw 4 men standing outside. I pretended to be harmless and asked them if young Master Mu had called me here. There was a moment of silence when I asked where he was. Then these 4 men burst into mocking laughter, saying she actually came. They planned to assault me. I pretended to be naive and scared, running away. At that time, a woman was hiding behind the door crack, intently taking photos, planning to capture photos of me being assaulted by several men. To make Mu Fian not, I hadn't noticed that Mu Fian had already walked up beside her. Mu Fian asked how many photos she had taken, and if she was the one spreading rumors, then grabbed the camera. Meanwhile, I was running and shouting for help, wondering why Mu Fian hadn't come yet despite my loud calls. I didn't want him to see me fighting people, or else that guy would ask endless questions. So annoying. I hadn't noticed Mu Fian waiting nearby for me to make a move, waiting until he was almost falling asleep. Seeing myself cornered by these scumbags, and their insults were too vulgar. Finally couldn't hold back, and took down 3 of them in no time. Mu Fian came over dragging one person, praising my skills while taking credit for helping me with one person. This scoundrel, being involved himself, how dare he say he was helping me? This guy deliberately came late. Mu Fian had already warned the mastermind behind this, and let them go, planning to report to the school together tomorrow morning for the severest punishment. Mu Fian handed me the camera. It turned out Zhang Xinxin wanted to take compromising photos and spread them. How vicious. Mu Fian, seeing my good fighting skills, extended an invitation to spar sometime. I slapped his hand and accepted the challenge. Mu Fian tried to set a time for the match. After waking up the 4 unconscious men, we learned that Zhang Xinxin, fearing I wouldn't come, had used a note about revealing the rumor spreader to lure Lu Meng here, planning to use her as leverage if I didn't show up. I fiercely asked these people where Lu Meng was, found out she was in the deepest part of the warehouse, found unconscious Lu Meng with a big bump on the back of her head. She should be fine. Handed Lu Meng to Mu Fian and prepared to deal with those 4 scumbags. Mu Fian, as a teacher, helplessly turned away, pretending not to see, thinking it's fine as long as no one dies. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinxin was still delighted that Mu Fian had asked for her name, happily thinking Mu Fian must like her. The doctor said Lu Meng was fine, and Mu Fian also bid farewell. I hid behind the door and called out to Mu Fian. Mu Fian turned back and looked at me puzzled. After hesitating, I still thanked Mu Fian. Looking at his bright, sunny smile was really beautiful. After blessing Mu Fian with a word, I said goodbye again. Then, I forcefully closed the door. Through the window, I suddenly saw Zhang Xinxin chasing after him. Later wondered why she came to the boys' dormitory so late. I saw Zhang Xinxin enter a dormitory room. Thought she must be meeting her accomplice there. 3 male teachers lived on this floor. First ruling out Mu Fian and Master Xue Qingyang, I prepared to catch them in the act. Quietly approaching the door, I put my ear against it and heard Zhang Xinxin telling young Master Mu to be gentler, saying it hurts and pleading no. I was completely stunned, then realized this was Mu Fian's room. This scoundrel was indeed a player. I instinctively burst through the door. Inside, Zhang Xinxin was tied up and curled up on the floor. Mu Fian stood beside her holding one end of the rope. The situation became awkward. Mu Fian wondered why I was here. I wondered what he was doing. Mu Fian told me to close the door quickly, questioning if it was broken. With lightning speed, I blocked the broken door with a cabinet. Mu Fian explained with exasperation that Zhang Xinxin was bold enough to come to his room at night to attack him. Zhang Xinxin on the floor explained with a wronged expression that Mu Fian misunderstood. This wasn't an attack, but an expression of her love for Mu Fian, who had previously said he liked her too. Mu Fian looked surprised and confused. I was surprised and curious. Seeing my suspicious stare, Mu Fian shook his head frantically. I still didn't believe it and felt inexplicably angry. Mu Fian quickly asked Zhang Xinxin when he had ever shown any interest in her. Zhang Xinxin excitedly explained while I watched expressionlessly. Apparently, it was because he let her go and asked for her name, which made her believe her long persistence had finally paid off. Mu Fian was extremely speechless, regretting letting her go before and vowing to send such cases directly to the principal in the future. Moreover, Zhang Xinxin had liked Mu Fian for a long time, with an entire wall covered in his photos. This was her motivation in life. She felt happy seeing Mu Fian's photos when she got home. Zhang Xinxin was extremely excited that she finally got to be with Mu Fian. I was extremely annoyed talking to her. Sarcastically said young Master Mu sure is popular. A shuddering Mu Fian with a dark face listened as I continued making sarcastic remarks, telling him to comfort Zhang Xinxin well to avoid breaking the young girl's heart. Mu Fian grabbed my collar, pulling me close. His heart was racing wildly, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't say it. Under Zhang Xinxin's shocked gaze, he pushed me forward and started frantically deflecting, saying he already had someone and Zhang Xinxin would never have a chance, not even in the next life. Then we saw Zhang Xinxin, with her limbs still tied up, suddenly spring up from the ground. She actually sprang up. I turned to run away. Mu Fian, full of indignation, refused to leave. At this moment, Zhang Xinxin sprang up again, lunging at Mu Fian, shouting that Mu Fian loved her and couldn't change his mind. Although Mu Fian quickly dodged, he couldn't completely avoid her. Zhang Xinxin fell, and her mouth brushed against his hand. Then she frantically rubbed against Mu Fian's feet. Zhang Xinxin was extremely excited, having touched young Master Mu's skin, feeling so happy she could faint. Mu Fian, covered in cold sweat, let out a scream. I witnessed a terrifying scene from the side. At this time, Master Xue Qingyang heard the scream and came to knock, asking what happened. Mu Fian hadn't recovered yet, and I was afraid that if Master found out I was in this scoundrel's room so late, it would be impossible to explain. I told Mu Fian to open the door. With a terrible expression, Mu Fian opened it. He pushed Zhang Xinxin out and asked Master to help take her back. Then Mu Fian explained the whole situation to Master. Zhang Xinxin was finally taken away obediently by Master. After the door slammed shut, Mu Fian rushed to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and frantically washed his hands and feet. On his way back after washing, I kept rubbing salt in the wound, saying he'd washed his feet raw. Looking at Mu Fian sitting on the bed, starting to shut down, I said goodbye again, preparing to slip away. A pillow came flying over. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Mu Fian blamed me for not helping earlier. I calmly picked up the pillow, casually explained it was just a crazy girl pursuing him, thought he could handle it alone. Another pillow flew over. This time I couldn't dodge and got hit in the face. Mu Fian continued accusing me of not wanting to help, just watching from the side. Enjoying the show, I got angry too, ignoring the pillow falling from my face. Threw the pillow in my hand hard at Mu Fian's head, who said I had to help Mu Fian. Then we fell into a pillow fight, frantically throwing pillows at each other's heads until the pillows were torn and feathers came out. Mu Fian sneezed, and both our moods seemed to improve. Meanwhile, Master told Zhang Xinxin that he had notified the principal. This time Zhang Xinxin wouldn't escape punishment. Someone would take her to see the principal tomorrow. Zhang Xinxin listened expressionlessly. When they reached the girls' dormitory, Master told Zhang Xinxin to go back and turned to leave. Watching Master's back, Zhang Xinxin's expressionless face finally showed some color, thinking how after all these years, Qingyang hadn't changed. I felt something was very wrong. How could I have let my guard down around that scoundrel? I even had fun just now, deeply regretful. But thinking carefully during this outing, Mu Fian, who usually minds his own business, had helped me twice. Meanwhile, the two people watching by Jojo couldn't take it anymore. Young Master hadn't arrived yet, so they couldn't contact him. One person couldn't stand it anymore. Sister Bai would start making trouble after eating and sleeping, yelling at Sister Bai to stop. Got kicked in the face and lectured instead. Sister Bai demanded to know how long they planned to keep her locked up. The two grabbed Bai Jiejie from both sides, threw her on the bed, went out, closed the door, and ignored her. Bai Jiejie worried about what was happening outside, if anyone was looking for her, then pathetically thought if she were to die here, she'd like to see the handsome monk Xiao Kong one last time. Meanwhile, young monk Yuan Kong sadly asked his senior brother, after searching for Sister Bai for so long without finding her, if something might have happened to her. He started crying, blaming himself that Sister Bai was captured by bad people to protect him. Shifan Jing sighed beside him, patting the young monk's head, comforting him that benefactor Bai would be fine and they'd find her soon. After staying one night, we arrived safely the next noon. Free activities in the afternoon. Theater rehearsal starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Scripts will be distributed tonight. Then we dispersed. I asked how Xiao Ming's head was, telling him not to trust others so easily in the future. Xiao Ming explained and apologized to me for making me worry again. Mu Fian told those 4 people not to cause trouble. They still wanted to ask more questions about the incident. Mu Fian glared at them darkly, and I scared them away. I gestured Mu Fian to come to a quiet place, having something to discuss. After we got there, I grabbed Mu Fian's tie with a gentle smile. Then my attack was blocked. Mu Fian wondered if we were going to spar now. Then I landed a right hook on his left cheek, then turned away without hesitation. Facing Mu Fian's confusion, I said we're even now. The crazy fangirl incident ended there. Then I bid farewell. Mu Fian was completely puzzled, not understanding what that was about. I sighed helplessly. My instincts warned me not to let my guard down around this guy. Finding him less and less bad was becoming dangerous. At this time, Xiaoming was looking for me. I explained to Xiaoming that I just went for a walk around, thanked him for helping with the luggage. Master was nearby, helplessly watching everything that just happened. Master came over saying the elf had visited several times before. If Xiaoming and I had no plans this afternoon, he could show us around. I looked at Master speechlessly, while Xiaoming was overjoyed, quickly saying thanks to Manager Shui. Master secretly passed me a note, taking the chance to squeeze my hand firmly, then bid farewell. When alone, I opened the note and saw the words. My face instantly darkened. After returning home, Zhang Xinxin removed her disguise, returning to original form. This wasn't the real Zhang Xinxin. The real Zhang Xinxin was still lying quietly in bed. Zhang Xinxin made a phone call. The person on the other end asked Madame if she had seen Shui Qingyang and his little apprentice. The one impersonating Zhang Xinxin was Madame Gao Helen mentioned before. At this time, Gao Helen was talking with Pang Wan, discussing the relationship between Shui Qingyang and that little apprentice. Obviously, they both disagreed with each other's views. Then noises of commotion came from Pang Wan's end. Pang Wan said after solving this small problem, he would go find Gao Helen, then hung up. It turned out Mu Fian's people came to catch Pang Wan again about the fake wedding incident. Though Pang Wan found it annoying, he clearly didn't take these intruders seriously. Calmly removed his glasses. After hanging up, Gao Helen walked to the bedside, tilted her head looking at Zhang Xinxin still unconscious on the bed, thinking helping the little sister express her love for young Master Mu was worth getting disciplined or expelled. An evil laugh echoed in the air. After shopping, Xiaoming was beaming with happiness. I walked in the middle with a helpless expression. Xiaoming's suitcase couldn't fit all these things. Xiaoming calmly said it's rare to travel far. Just buy another suitcase. Xiaoming thanked Manager Shui for carrying his things, then asked Manager Shui if what he said before about Xiao and being his close friend meant he liked her. I scolded Xiaoming, saying such questions would make Manager Shui uncomfortable. Master calmly stated that of course he liked her, but not as lovers. Aang was a very special person to him. I was speechless. Master was fooling people again. I had no idea when I became his most important person. He's just using me as a shield. Lu Meng didn't understand what most special person meant and was about to ask more. I quickly interrupted to change the topic, saying if he kept gossiping, he'd have to carry his things back himself. Seeing I seemed a bit angry, Xiaoming quickly apologized and offered to buy cake for forgiveness. He walked away to buy cake, not noticing Master's depressed and helpless expression. The next day, drawing lots decided the roles for last night's Sleeping Beauty script. Lu Meng was scared because of his bad luck. When it was my turn to draw, I just hoped to get an insignificant role. But when I opened the paper, my face instantly darkened. Shui Qingyang wondered why there were still papers in the box. Mu Fian explained someone was disciplined and couldn't participate. The replacement would arrive in a few days. After learning the situation, Shui Qingyang invited Mu Fian to join the performance. Mu Fian calmly agreed. Then Mu Fian also drew lots. Students who drew a stand left, B right, C middle. Coincidentally, Mu Fian and I got the lead roles of First Love. I didn't want to play the prince and Sleeping Beauty. Moreover, I didn't want to perform with Mu Fian. I immediately raised my hand to request a role change from Teacher Shui, stating I had no acting experience and couldn't handle the lead role, afraid of letting down the academy. Mu Fian was furious, saying he also had no interest in playing the prince. Shui Qingyang quickly offered to switch roles with Mu. Seeing Master play the prince, I quickly said I could perform. Mu Fian questioned why I would perform with Teacher Shui, but not him. Of course, it's because Teacher Shui has rich acting experience and could guide me. Then the atmosphere became strange. Afterward, everyone was arranged to get their costumes from backstage according to their roles. The lead roles' costumes would arrive tomorrow. Now we could only familiarize ourselves with the script. Night. Master climbed through the window to my room. Afraid of being discovered by Mu Fian, who lived in the same building, Master handed me the prepared items, reminding me to be careful tonight. Mu Fian received intelligence from Mr. Wells about File 0, the transaction location at Jinling, Taiping Road, Pier Number 1. Time was tonight at 12. Told him to come watch if he wanted revenge. At Taiping Road, Pier Number 1, I exchanged briefcases with the other party. The other party seemed unable to stand some smell. Walking back through a grove after the exchange, something felt strange. Then a black kitten jumped out. I crouched down to see if the black kitten was lost. Just then my foot seemed to step on something. Then I was lifted up. Mufian walked out, happy that he finally caught me. I realized I had been careless. Well's side had betrayed me. Then I struggled frantically. Mufian advised not to struggle, saying it wouldn't be easy to break free. How could I listen to him? I continued struggling frantically. Mufian couldn't be bothered with me. He turned around. I pretended to be innocent and asked why he caught me. I was obviously playing dumb. Mufian said he'd let me go if I gave him the briefcase. If I gave him the briefcase, what if he silenced me? I planned to wait it out with him until late night to find a way to shake him off. At this time, Mufian was grilling chicken wings on the ground below. I was so hungry. Felt like this guy could hear my thoughts. Mufian tore off a chicken leg and asked if I wanted some. Although I was dying of hunger, I still refused. I needed to go down. Miss Mufian told me to hold it in, saying I could relieve myself right there if I couldn't hold it. This guy was really a pervert. If this dragged on until dawn, it would be troublesome. I quickly acted pitiful, saying I was just taking money, helping Susu with errands. Mufian was indeed curious about who I was working for. I said I didn't know who I was working for, just wanted to earn money for a few decent meals. I gave the briefcase back to Mufian, begging him to let me go. Mufian finally let me down, tied my hands, and made me lead the way. This guy complained about my smell and deliberately lengthened the rope, mocking that it seemed like I hadn't bathed for months. He was treating me like a dog on a leash. Mufian knocked off my hat, told me to lead the way, then suddenly realized something. The little beggar in front of him was the one who had tricked him before, who knew he'd still remember after half a year. Little beggar Mufian got angry, gripped my shoulders tightly, face darkened, saying I was really good at playing pitiful. I laughed, pretending to just remember. Mufian was the guy who gave me a silver coin back then. I hugged his neck in thanks, saying because of him, I hadn't gone hungry for a long time. I had no way to repay him. Then I kissed Mufian's mouth. While he was stunned, I waited for the right moment to make my move. But unlike planned, Mufian was easily pushed to the ground by me, still pulling me hard. Then I noticed this guy seemed about to vomit. I told him to get away. Don't vomit on me. He bit me. It hurt so much. Was he part dog? Mufian tried hard to hold it in and didn't vomit. Then he cursed, angrily asking if I was deliberately mocking him. He seemed really angry. I continued playing dumb, saying I just wanted to repay him and had no bad intentions. Mufian felt disgusted just because I was male. He couldn't accept it. It was really heartbreaking. During the time Mufian was stunned, with lightning speed, I pulled the rope from Mufian's hand, grabbed the briefcase, and ran. It started raining. As I ran, I untied the rope from my hands and threw it away. A group of people blocked my path ahead. Mufian was gloating behind me. I pulled out my dagger and charged forward. Mufian praised my skills while asking me to throw him the briefcase to help carry it. Unable to stand Mufian's gloating, I ran behind him and used him as a human shield. Mufian drew his gun. This guy actually brought a gun to ambush me. Thinking about this, I quickly ran away. After Mufian finished shooting those people, he couldn't find me anymore. Mufian continued to chase me relentlessly, showing no intention of letting me go. The rain got heavier. At this time, more people caught up. Mufian was speechless. Even I didn't know how many people I had offended. Mufian told me not to just stand there, but help her, as she was out of bullets. What a hassle. I went forward to help. Together we dealt with a few people harassing Mufian. Then I pulled her and ran. This time it was me and Mufian running in front with a group of people chasing behind, looking just as determined not to let us go. Dark night and heavy rain, running blindly without knowing the way. Mufian was afraid of getting lost. I criticized him for being delicate. Just as we were arguing, danger struck. A nearby tree was struck by lightning and fell. Seeing me fall to the ground, Mufian sarcastically wondered how I hadn't been crushed to death. This dog thief, even if he died, I wouldn't die. That was close, almost crushed my neck. After standing up, Mufian reached out towards me. I didn't know what he was trying to do. We hadn't noticed we were standing on the edge of a cliff. Another lightning struck nearby, and the cliff cracked. Mufian and I fell down. Meanwhile, Master was extremely worried, thinking that Aang hadn't returned for so long. Something must have happened. He got up, dressed, and slammed the door shut, preparing to go look for Aang. Waking up on Mufian's leg in the morning was strange. Surprisingly, we hadn't died. But Mu Fian's leg seemed broken. I said I'd go ahead to find help for him, thinking I couldn't let Master worry and needed to return the items quickly. Mu Fian pulled out his gun and pointed it at my head. I questioned if the gun had any bullets left, but Mu Fian said this was his backup plan. I couldn't risk it. I had to take Mu Fian to a nearby cave and start a campfire. When I came back from checking, I was shocked to see Mu Fian taking off his clothes. He was afraid his dirty, smelly clothes would infect his wound, so he wanted to dry them. He even blamed me for not bringing clean water back, saying I was useless. He had no attitude of someone asking for help, arrogantly stating he was threatening me. This guy was so annoying. With a broken leg, he was still so arrogant. And when I came in earlier, my face was red. This dog thief noticed and questioned if I was thinking something dirty, saying it was disgusting. Somehow, my heart was racing. I was furious. This guy was showing off like a peacock, being presumptuous. I ignored him and turned to tend the firewood. It's just that dog thief's naked body. I've seen it before. It's not even as good as Master's. Don't know why I'm getting nervous. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and my heart beat faster. Why won't this stupid heart stop beating so hard? So pathetic. Mu Fian lay on the grass behind his clothes, using the box as a pillow. He said we were in this together now. Without me, he couldn't leave. If I dared to run with the box, he'd shoot me dead. He also told me not to get sick and burden him, or he'd shoot me dead anyway. That was true indeed. Before delivering the box to Father, I really couldn't afford to fall ill. Hearing the little beggar's voice, Mu Fian thought about being gone for a day. The school must have sent people to search, but he didn't have much hope for their efficiency. Then he thought of Xiaoying, wondering if she was worried about him. Remembering their previous unpleasant parting, Mu Fian didn't hold much hope for that either. The naked Mu Fian sniffed the air intensely, looking disbelieving. He secretly lifted his clothes and took a peek, praying that it wasn't true, that everything from the beginning until now had been my deception. The wound opened again. We must return quickly. But Mu Fian was still beside me, picking through clothes to dry them. I didn't notice behind the clothes, Mu Fian was fumbling around with blank eyes. He got hold of the gun. The next day, I woke up Mu Fian. While chewing on some fruits, I thought we should find our way back while it wasn't raining. I offered the fruits I gathered to Mu Fian, but this dog thief didn't want to eat. I persuaded him again, continuing to offer the fruits, kindly asking him to make do with them. Don't know what's wrong with this dog thief. If he didn't want to eat, fine, but he didn't have to slap the food out of my hand. Don't know why he's so angry. Slowly picked up the fruits that were hard to gather. If you want to eat, fine. I'm not the one who'll starve. I knew this dog thief would say his leg hurts and can't walk. I prepared a makeshift crutch in advance. This dog thief just wouldn't cooperate. Nothing was good enough. I decided to scout ahead alone, letting him rest here and come back for him after finding the way. But that wasn't acceptable either. Nothing was acceptable. Don't know what this dog thief wants. The dog thief pointed his gun at me, insisting he must come with me. Just because he has a gun, he thinks he's great, demanding I carry him on my back. Had no choice but to carry this dog thief along. He looks thin but feels incredibly heavy. Suddenly stepped on a rock and stumbled. This dog thief got scared, told me to be careful. I took the chance to complain about how heavy he was. Mu Fian actually said since I could carry him anyway. This guy is infuriating. Never met someone so shameless. Actually, Mu Fian knew his behavior was shameless. In the past, he would never do such things. But now he was too angry that he had been fooled for so long, and yet couldn't bring himself to shoot the person who fooled him. At this time, I heard Mu Fian's stomach growling. I had that I told you so look. Mu Fian told me to shut up. While he was talking, I precisely tossed the last fruit into his mouth. What a waste on him. This guy even complained it tasted bad. We found a river with many live fish and some small items washed down by the water. Mu Fian and I grilled fish. After eating, we planned to follow the stream, hoping to find a small village. Mu Fian completely ignored everyone. When the fish was ready, I handed it to him, but he still ignored me. I thought he must be more injured than me and feeling unbalanced. After giving him the fish, I took off his tie and sprinkled the last bit of medicine on Mu Fian's leg. Started bandaging him up. The sky was gloomy. Seemed like it would rain soon. Told Mu Fian to hurry and finish eating so we could leave. Mu Fian stared blankly at his newly bandaged leg. Carrying Mu Fian, the rain indeed came. The wound on my stomach opened again, blood seeping through my clothes. Mu Fian seemed to notice something and asked to be put down. There seemed to be smoke ahead, looking not too far away. Thought we could reach it before dark, but we still walked a long way. By the time we reached the village, it was very dark and the rain had lightened. After knocking on the door, an old lady and her son answered. When we finally negotiated to go inside, I finally collapsed. The old lady felt my body. It was burning hot. Mu Fian turned around, watching this scene with an indescribable expression. Luo Minjing lying in bed. The disguise had been removed. Mu Fian asked the old lady about his companion's condition. He learned that the situation wasn't optimistic and the village doctor wasn't available. They'd have to wait until tomorrow at least. After Mu Fian thanked the old lady, she left the room. Mu Fian kept watch alone by the bed. He was angry that Luo Minjing had repeatedly impersonated people around him to steal Lin Hao's files and didn't want to give him medicine. Thinking about being deceived multiple times and how the Mu family had suffered great losses, he thought about ending it while Luo Minjing was unconscious with fever. But Mu Fian remembered everything that had happened between them, even how he had helped him before. His heart softened, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Mu Fian sat helplessly by the bed, angry at himself for being unable to act. Then he leaned down and forcefully kissed Luo Minjing's neck, even leaving teeth marks. Though Mu Fian couldn't bring himself to harm her, he decided to let her suffer a bit more. His heart softened again. He picked up the soup to feed Luo Minjing, but couldn't get it in no matter what. Then Mu Fian thought of an idea. He drank the medicine. He fed it to Luo Minjing through a kiss. During this, as usual, that guy just came back. Now I can only cover it with the quilt. What should I do next? At this moment, I heard Mu Fian speaking in this direction. I reluctantly turned my head. Xue Qingyang demanded Gao Helen to tell him the whereabouts of his disciple. But Gao Helen asked Xue Qingyang to play a game. First, he asked him to take off his clothes. Xue Qingyang refused this request and instead demanded Gao Helen to compensate for his plan's losses. Gao Helen wasn't angry, but confused. Why couldn't Xue Qingyang be obedient like Pang Ju and others? He and Xue Qingyang grew up together after all. It turned out that when Xue Qingyang was very young, he was a servant in the Gao family. When young Gao Helen requested to ride horses, the servants all came forward for extra food. When Pang Ju tried to persuade Xue Qingyang to join, he refused. Pang Ju wondered why Xue Qingyang wouldn't go when Gao Helen was so kind to the servants. Xue remained stubborn and just didn't like Gao Helen. Like when he was young, he refused to submit to Gao Helen. But Gao Helen still liked him and even claimed Xue Qingyang was his favorite dog. Suddenly, a servant came to report that the master was critically ill. After hearing this news, Gao Helen quickly left home to visit his father. Actually, this was deliberately made up by Pang Ju to lure Gao Helen away. Xue Jinyang asked again about his disciple's whereabouts, but Pang Ju still didn't answer. Then Xue Qingyang threatened Pang Ju using Gao Helen. Pang Ju had no choice but to tell him. Mu Fian came in with a crutch, but none of us knew what to say, creating an awkward situation. The old lady left the room right after Mu Fian came in, leaving just the two of us. Does this person want me to confess voluntarily? We spoke simultaneously, but Mu Fian let me speak first. Not knowing how to start, I asked about the box. Mu Fian seemed dissatisfied with these words and left under the pretext of getting food. Indeed, he must want me to confess on my own. However, why isn't he surprised about my identity? It's as if he knew beforehand. When Mu Fian left the room, he saw a mysterious person talking with the old couple. That person seemed to have ill intentions. Lying in bed at night, the more I thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. At dawn, Mu Fian's attitude towards Xiachan and Yun Jiao had become so friendly. This study trip also seemed like a sudden attempt to get close. Mu Fian isn't someone who meddles in others' affairs. Could he have discovered me earlier? I know Mu Fian isn't asleep. This guy discovered me long ago. Is it fun playing with me like this? Mu Fian was even dissatisfied. Initially, Yu Xiaohe and Xiachan's target wasn't her, but she suddenly interfered and ruined many things. This Mu Fian instead thinks I was the one who deceived first. These days, he must have been taking revenge on me. Mu Fian didn't deny my thoughts. Damn it, this guy must have been trying to take advantage earlier. I wanted to give him a hard slap, but Mu Fian caught my wrist first. He explained it was unavoidable. Who would believe such nonsense? I kicked hard at Mu Fian's injured leg. This time, he finally subdued me. Sitting on Mu Fian, I could easily strangle him now. But unexpectedly, this guy took the chance to grab my waist. I could only grip Mu Fian's neck tightly. Probably because the noise was too loud, it drew the old couple in. Now I had no choice but to let go. I withdrew my hand. I wanted to explain, but I didn't know what was going through their mind. After apologizing to the old lady, I sent them away. Mu Fian pulled me down and took over the bed. Had no choice but to sleep on the floor mat. Too tired to argue. The next day, during breakfast, Mu Fian planned to leave once the wounds healed better. I saw that she seemed able to walk now, but Mu Fian still decided to wait longer, even dreaming about riding on top of me. After our conversation, she put some shrimp in my bowl and asked about my injuries. Was she trying to apologize? It was funny seeing her act so awkwardly. Although I was also at fault and wanted to apologize to Mu Fian, seeing her like this, I decided to forget it. Eating was more important. Due to Mu Fian's sudden disappearance, the Mu household was in chaos, naturally weakening their guard over Bai Jiujio. This created an opportunity for Shi Fanjing to rescue Bai Jiujio. Bai Jiujio didn't expect Shi Fanjing would come to save her. While escaping, Bai Jiujio took off her high heels to run faster. During the escape, the few guards were taken down by Shi Fanjing. After escaping from the Mu family, Bai Jiujio saw Yuan Kong, and they hugged happily. Bai Jiujio was surprised that Yuan Kong had called his senior brother to rescue her, while Yuan Kong expressed his guilt. Shi Fanjing handed over a pair of shoes for Bai Jiujio to wear. Bai Jiujio didn't expect him to be so wealthy and considerate. The three quickly left. Shi Fanjing wanted to ask Bai Jiujio about her kidnapping experience. Why isn't the box anywhere to be found? That cup is from a farming family. How could they have such a style of cup? Mu Fian suddenly came back. Wasn't she looking for a carriage? She knew I was searching for the box, but she hadn't put it here. But I'll get my hands on it sooner or later. Just then, the old lady called us for dinner. They prepared such a big feast. Thanks to this family's hospitality, the old lady was about to pour fruit wine into the cups to taste. But Mu Fian took it away, saying I couldn't drink. Could there be something wrong with the wine? Well, I'll play along for now. After dinner, I saw Mu Fian suddenly collapse on the bed. I hurried over. Her body was so hot. There must have been something in that wine earlier. Why did she still drink it? I need to ask about this. Mu Fian grabbed me, suspecting something was wrong with his family. Actually, I had noticed it too. She thought I was completely clueless. At this moment, Mu Fian curled up in bed, weakly asking for my help. Help with what? We still don't know their background, and we can't just ask. Why did she bury her head in the blanket? Did she even hear what I said? Her shy expression made me nervous too. Could she have been drugged? Following Mu Fian's instructions, I secretly brought back a bucket of water. Seeing Mu Fian like this, I really wanted to tease her. At this moment, Mu Fian actually asked me to leave. I wouldn't miss this chance to see her embarrassed. Following what Mu Fian said before, I refused using the excuse of avoiding suspicion. Mu Fian saw through Luo Minjing's thoughts, but given the current situation, there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, he saw Luo Minjing acting unusually, actually holding his hand to help him. Is this person hallucinating? Why keep holding up their hand? It's really confusing. Mu Fian asked me to leave again. I chose to stay in the corner, just not looking at him. Suddenly, Mu Fian grabbed my hand and put it down there. What a pervert. Still claiming they didn't take any suspicious medicine. This makes me so angry. I angrily left the room, leaving Mu Fian alone. Late at night, I sat alone on the roof, eating an apple. Mu Fian was so shameless, putting my hand in such a place. Looking at these hands, I suddenly lost my appetite. I'll settle this score someday. This person knew something was wrong with the wine, but still drank it. I won't thank you for blocking the wine for me. However, they do seem to notice hidden things. Standing on the roof, I suddenly saw the old lady and others whispering with a mysterious person. So late at night, who knows what they're up to? Come to think of it, why hasn't he questioned my male disguise? Or asked about my wounds? Fortunately, they haven't tried to kill us yet. But why did they drug the wine? And who ordered it? The mysterious person instructed the old lady and others to find ways to keep Mu Fian and Luo Minjing here until receiving orders from the madam. It turns out this was all Gao Helen's plan. He sent people to chase the two until they reached this village. Such elaborate scheme, just to test Xue Qingyang's bottom line. In his eyes, he absolutely won't allow his toy to have anything more important than him. Whatever their purpose is, we need to find a chance to leave first. Huh? What's wrong with Mu Fian? It should be fine to take a peek. Why do they roll off the bed? What are they doing? I shouldn't look at improper things. What a disgusting person. The old lady's daughter Arya came back, wanting to see the two newcomers in the village, but the old lady refused. Late at night, Arya looked at a note in her hand. Someone had come to rescue Luo Minjing. They asked the old lady's daughter to find a chance to take them away. At night, Xue Qingyang sat alone looking at his disciple's photo. It seemed he had a rescue plan, but unfortunately, he couldn't personally come to retrieve his disciple. After discovering these people's ill intentions, I quickly went to find Mu Fian. We need to slip away quickly. But looking at Mu Fian's condition, we probably can't leave. That old lady came again, probably to check on the situation. She said she came to bring medicinal wine soup. I had to open the door. First, I took off Mu Fian's clothes to avoid suspicion. Wrapped in a blanket, I pretended to be embarrassed as I opened the door. The old lady said the wine contained deer antler. Given the effects, it must be some dirty drug. The old lady stared at the sleeping Mu Fian inside, but fortunately didn't notice anything unusual. I quickly sent her away, then told Mu Fian to get dressed, deciding to leave the village tonight. Why won't this person wake up no matter how much I call? I might just leave alone. Let's first look around the village for any means of escape. There happens to be a carriage there. I gently patted the horse, hoping it would be obedient. That's Arya. I hope she won't call anyone. I don't want to harm a child. At this moment, Arya also noticed Luo Minjing trying to escape. I helped Mu Fian out. There's no other choice now. We can only trust this child. Suddenly remembered where the box went. Mu Fian said he hid the box in the forest and marked its location. Arya was still confused why both people were leaving now and why they needed a shovel. There's no box here at all. Is Mu Fian playing tricks on me? He's also unclear where the box went. Arya saw the two arguing and was speechless. Arya saw villagers coming and told them to run quickly. Hearing Arya's warning, we quickly extinguished the lantern and left on the carriage. Arya helped us escape the village. I didn't know how to thank her, but she said she had already been paid. What a strange child. Mu Fian seemed to know who arranged this. After the child bid us farewell, Mu Fian wondered what Arya had just said. I couldn't be bothered and simply replied that the child didn't like Mu Fian. I urged Mu Fian to hurry, but this person wanted me to carry them. Dream on. At this time, the Mu family and school were still searching for the two. Xue Qingyang walked across a suspension bridge. Looking down at the time, his disciple should arrive soon. After walking for a while, I decided to separate from Mu Fian. I didn't want others gossiping about me when I returned. Mu Fian agreed to this request. Mu Fian was being mysterious and suddenly wanted to tell me something. What impossible thing? Before I could react, Mu Fian's lips came closer. Why did Master come? Upon seeing Master, I quickly pushed Mu Fian away. Where did he go? Did I see wrong just now? Mu Fian was confused by my behavior. I asked him to continue what he was saying, but he refused unless I kissed him. How shameless. Mu Fian mentioned that I was quite brave when I disguised myself as a little beggar. How can these two things be the same? Seeing my unwillingness, Mu Fian prepared to leave. I rushed over and grabbed her. Put a finger between our lips. This counts as agreement, right? I asked Mu Fian to finish speaking, but she said everything had already been said. This person tricked me again. Just as I was about to teach Mu Fian a lesson, he ran away with his crutch, telling me to watch out for spies around me. This lame person sure runs fast. Thinking about Mu Fian's words, I recalled that only father and master knew about the trade, maybe including Xue Fei. There couldn't be spies. But Arya was clearly Master's person, showing that Master knew about our situation early on. If it was Master, why would he have Arya help me escape? How could I doubt Master just because of Mu Fian's words? Never mind. After Ying and Mu Fian returned to the school's theater, they each made up excuses and managed to keep everything secret. Back at the theater, Mu Fian was quickly surrounded by friends asking questions, leaving him speechless. After I returned, Xiaoming expressed concern and mentioned that Master had been looking for me these days. I made up an excuse about helping an old lady to the hospital, which is why I couldn't return to school. I must have learned to make up such ridiculous excuses from Mu Fian. Master seemed to have seen me, but he seemed somewhat strange. The Sleeping Beauty play resumed rehearsals with the return of both lead actors. Due to Mu Fian's leg injury, Xue Qingyang had to switch their roles. People nearby gasped when they saw Mu Fian dressed as Sleeping Beauty. Mu Fian felt this was Shui Qingyang's deliberate doing. I went to Master's room, and he immediately embraced me. I snatched the cigarette from Master's hand, telling him to smoke less. Master thought I was being meddlesome. Now Master smells strongly of smoke, unlike his previous fragrant scent. Master casually replied that he wasn't food. Regarding the box, I also sent people to search nearby. I hope Master won't brood anymore. Shui Qingyang realized the lost box was the real issue, yet he was angry about his disciple kissing Mu Fian. He wondered when he became so easily swayed by emotions. Master didn't blame me. Instead, he felt fortunate that I returned safely. However, with the box gone, he didn't know how to explain it to Father. I told Master that Mu Fian already knew my identity. Gao Helen returned and found Peng Ju, believing Peng Ju had lied to deliberately lead him away. Peng Ju was angry that Gao Helen immediately accused him, wondering why he didn't suspect Shui Qingyang. But Gao Helen didn't believe Shui Qingyang would do this. Only Peng Ju would do such things. He threatened to make Peng Ju leave for good if it happened again. Peng Ju suddenly grabbed Gao Helen's wrist and embraced him. Instead of letting go, as Gao Helen said, Peng Ju kissed him directly. Gao Helen slapped Peng Ju's face, then actively kissed him, ordering Peng Ju that everything must be led by himself. Peng Ju willingly obeyed Gao Helen's commands. A Mu family servant brought the box Mu Fian needed. Looking at the documents in the box, Mu Fian thought about how the Lu family had been making moves against the Mu family lately. Anyone would think the two families had a deep grudge. Remembering that Lu Feng, the Lu family head, was a cautious and somewhat weak person. But this person secretly trained his daughter as a spy. Perhaps his usual demeanor was just an act. Mu Fian planned to ask his father if there was any personal grudge with Lu Feng. At this time, Xia Ren reported that the performance costumes were ready. Xia Ren was very satisfied with the princess dress. But Mu Fian became irritated just thinking about having to dress up as Sleeping Beauty. In the morning, Peng Ju sat on the bed edge getting dressed. Looking at the still sleeping Gao Helen, he seemed to want to kiss him again. But Gao Helen stopped Peng Ju, reminding him of yesterday's words. Out of obedience, Peng Ju had to give up. Peng Ju told Gao Helen to find him if he wanted company in the future, but Gao Helen told him to leave. After leaving, Peng Ju thought to himself that if Gao Helen found someone else for company, he would kill them. Others in the theater praised Mu Fian's appearance as Sleeping Beauty. While Mu Fian appeared calm on the surface, he was actually breaking down inside. However, this prince outfit looks quite nice. The kissing scene has started, and I slowly walked to Mu Fian's bedside. Did this guy really fall asleep? Hurry up and be quiet. I'm about to start. Although nervous, I still went in for the kiss. Mu Fian wondered why it was taking so long to kiss. The thought of me being the prince kissing Mu Fian is just hilarious. I can't hold back my laughter. Master saw this scene and had no choice but to call a 15-minute break. During the break, Mu Fian said someone wanted to give me an envelope. This guy's still playing dumb. Who else could it be but him? Mu Fian suddenly asked strangely if this was in the play or real life. What does that mean? This guy even said Sleeping Beauty needs the prince's kiss to speak. What a smooth talker. Since Mu Fian has already seen the documents, peaceful coexistence between us is impossible now. Mu Fian stared at me intently, calling me an idiot. After reading the documents, Mu Fian learned that Lu Feng was behind Lu Minjing, and Aang was just Lu Feng's tool against the Mu family. Unable to understand what Mu Fian meant, he said my actions were particularly strange. Compared to Lu Meng, he seemed like someone from another world. Lu Meng knew nothing about this. Since Mother's death, except for his sister, Mu Fian hadn't cared about anyone else. Until Aang appeared, Mu Fian actually enjoyed this process of mutual conflict and got increasingly entangled. As Mu Fian continued talking about what father wanted done, I didn't want to hear more and shoved the documents back. While spending time with Aang, Mu Fian realized Aang was actually a soft-hearted person. It wasn't particularly hard to accept, but feared that if this continued, Aang's fondness would completely disappear. Mu Fian seemed to have found a solution. What else does this guy want, actually offering to give me the documents unconditionally? Break time was over, Time to return to rehearsal. Suddenly, Mu Fian's clothes got caught, and when about to fall, grabbed Lu Minjing's clothes. I fell right on top of Mu Fian. Why did Master come in at this moment? Today's rehearsal ended, and just as I was about to go home, I found Father had come to pick me up. Father took Master and me away under the pretext of having dinner. Arriving at the destination, I handed the documents to Father. He was satisfied with this operation, but seemed to have different thoughts about my relationship with Mu Fian. Returning to Master's place at night, I learned Xiaoming had gone out. Master saw my troubled face and asked about the earlier conversation. I had to tell Master that Father wanted me to officially date Mu Fian, though this was also part of the plan to infiltrate the Mu family. I asked Master about Mother. Master didn't understand why I suddenly asked about this. I didn't answer, but asked Master if I should continue going to the Mu family. I didn't want to keep deceiving Mu Fian's feelings. Master comforted me, saying this was just like usual, just another mission. Master's words were irritating. This time, it's not about approaching Mu Fian under another identity. Master asked if I was feeling guilty or afraid of falling for Mu Fian, wanting him to help persuade Father. Master's words hit the mark. On the surface, I just told Master I didn't want to deceive people anymore, but he saw right through these words. Master comforted me, saying that as long as I stay true to my heart, no one can defeat me. Though still hesitant, I accepted it, not sure if Xue Qingyang's words were meant for his disciple or himself. Tossing and turning all night, I thought about the conversation with Father during the day. I directly asked Father about the Mu Tower, whether the two families had conflicts, and why we still needed to approach Mu Fian. Father was silent for a moment, then revealed that Mother was killed by Mu Sanqi and stepmother was killed by Mu Fian. So Father's actions weren't wrong. The Mu family must pay the price. The next day, I took the initiative to invite Mu Fian for a meal. He noticed I hadn't slept well last night. Mu Fian thought since I actively invited him to eat, there must be another purpose. I handed over a box containing the earrings Mu Fian had given before. Mu Fian didn't understand how the earrings were removed and refused to take them back, saying to dispose of them myself. I explained my position again, but Mu Fian firmly refused to take them. Mu Fian expressed that he had always been serious about the earrings matter. I leaned forward and kissed Mu Fian, actively suggesting we date officially. That's how it was decided. No turning back now. Mu Fian seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this approach, saying he should have been the one to do it. But what's the difference? Then he pulled me close and kissed me. Unexpectedly, people nearby saw us. How embarrassing. Let's run away first. Quickly pulled Mu Fian away from that restaurant. Mu Fian thought about how Lu Minjing suddenly changed attitude. There must be something else going on. Xue Qingyang just returned home to find Peng Zhu and Gao Helen waiting for him. Xue Qingyang wondered why these people came to see him and stated he didn't want visitors today. After hearing that Gao Helen and others came to discuss his disciples' matters, Xue Qingyang immediately became interested. Gao Helen mentioned Lu Minjing and Mu Fian sharing a bed and being intimate in the village. Xue Qingyang flew into a rage, smashed his teacup, and grabbed Gao Helen's neck, forbidding anyone from slandering his disciple. Peng Zhu panicked and pulled out a gun, pointing it at Xue Qingyang's head, making him release Gao Helen. The freed Gao Helen glared fiercely at Xue Qingyang. Xue Qingyang put on a smiling face, saying he just lost control momentarily. To make amends, Xue Qingyang offered to treat Gao Helen to a meal, but Peng Zhu disagreed. Xue Qingyang said if they wouldn't go, he'd leave, and told Gao Helen and his companion to leave his house. After Xue Qingyang left, Gao Helen suddenly burst into laughter, surprised that Xue Qingyang could lose control like that. Early in the morning, Xiaoming was already up, picking clothes for tonight's date. Surprised that Xiaoming knew about it. That guy sure talks fast. However, Xiaoming thought Mu Fian was quite nice, except that he had a deadpan expression for everyone but me. Xiaoming quickly threw over a pile of clothes. Not sure what to do on a date with that guy. At the night market date, Mu Fian grabbed me right away. It was a bit embarrassing in front of so many people. Mu Fian pulled me to watch the fire-breathing performance over there. What's so interesting about that? Where did he go? Just turned my head. A candied haw stick appeared in front of my mouth. Mu Fian thought of our first meeting. Speaking of how we first met, but these candied haws taste pretty good. There's a fruit tea vendor over there. Looks quite tasty. I handed a box to Mu Fian. Could it be he's afraid to drink it? Mu Fian seemed to want to say something, but suddenly a young monk interrupted us. He looked somewhat familiar. Isn't that Sister Bai next to the young monk? It's awkward being seen shopping with Mu Fian again. Sister Bai then thanked Mu Fian for taking care of her recently. Her words seemed to have hidden meaning. Mu Fian was very nervous, knowing Bai Jiuzhou must have found out he was behind her kidnapping. Found a bar. Sister Bai told us about what happened these days. I didn't know Mu Fian could be so cruel. Mu Fian awkwardly chatted with Shi Fanjing, and every word she said pierced Mu Fian's heart. Sister Bai made an excuse and left first with Shi Fanjing. After hearing Sister Bai's words, I saw Mu Fian's true colors and wanted to leave alone, but he kept trying to explain. At that moment, I saw two people coming out of Master's house. One of the women had a strange look. So they're Master's acquaintances. Isn't that man the one Yunjiu met? Does he know Master too? For the next few days, Aing completely ignored Mu Fian. The Sleeping Beauty play is finally ready to perform. Mu Fian kept feeding me grapes, trying to seek forgiveness. Dream on. He just wanted to use Sister Bai to get information from me. Mu Fian admitted his actions, saying the person has been rescued and the plan failed. He seems quite proud. Mu Fian leaned over to apologize again, promising that my friends would be his friends from now on. That needs some consideration, given how scheming he is. How dare he suddenly steal the grape with his mouth, saying he bought them. So annoying. Mu Fian, this guy is becoming harder to understand. Mu Fian suddenly said he had never liked anyone before, asking me to take good care of him in the future. He spoke so seriously I didn't know how to ruin it. Turns out he likes all my disguised personas. Then Mu Fian said he would never leave again. Although he might have other intentions, it feels nice to be acknowledged. The Sleeping Beauty play achieved the best results in school history. With this, the study tour came to an end. When Mu Fian returned home that night, he unexpectedly found his father there. Father was dissatisfied with Mu Fian's attitude. Mu Fian ignored this and asked about Lu Feng's relationship with the Mu family. Father didn't answer, but told his son not to get too involved with the Lu family. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Yunjiu had been found. She was still noisy as before, complaining about the Mu family sending rough women to pick her up. Upon entering and seeing Mu Fian, she remembered the little devil from the past. Yun's parents were very happy to see their daughter return. Yunjiu didn't know how to explain being away for so long. Suddenly, Mu Fian embraced her, and she couldn't understand why he was acting so familiar. Mu Fian secretly told her to follow his lead, or else she'd be taken home by her parents and couldn't even think about handsome men anymore. Mu Fian appeared very happy, immediately introducing his fiancée to his parents. Yunjiu was shocked, not knowing when she had become engaged to Mu Fian. They barely got through the day, and at night, she asked Mu Fian what had happened these days. But Mu Fian took out a Yu Xian Pavilion VIP card and made a deal with her. To get the VIP card, she had to choose not to pursue the truth for now. I was still sleeping when I sensed danger. I raised my knife and stabbed down, but that person grabbed my hand. It was Mu Fian. What was he doing here in the middle of the night? Mu Fian just said he wanted to see me, even wanting to do something exciting. No time for excitement this late at night. I just want to sleep. But Mu Fian said the real person has returned. So he didn't die. The real fiancé is back. Mu Fian must be happy. So Mu Fian came to find me in the middle of the night, just to tell me not to believe any news about Yunjiu tomorrow. Alright, he should leave now. I need to sleep. Why is he leaning over saying he likes everything about me? That's not enough? How annoying. Then just don't like me. After hearing these words, Mu Fian leaned down and bit my lip, drawing blood and refusing to let go. Mu Fian warned me not to say such things again. He said he would never let go of what's his. Before I could speak, Mu Fian told me to sleep. Weren't those words a bit hurtful? After Luo Minjing fell asleep, Mu Fian stroked her hair, hoping Ying would like him more. The next day, Yunjiu looked at the news in the paper, feeling confused and angry. Even the photos were taken so ugly. She thought about all the grievances she suffered and decided she should ask Mu Fian for more compensation. Early in the morning, Yunjiu was taken to the temple by her mother to fulfill a vow. Since her daughter's disappearance, Yun's mother had been praying at this temple, and her daughter really did return. Yun's mother hoped there were gods and Buddhas, seeming to have something on her mind. While her mother was praying, Yunjiu wanted to look around the temple. Shi Fanjing attracted her attention. Bai Jiuzhou was startled seeing Luo Minjing's true form. After Yun's mother finished praying, she found her daughter talking to a woman. When Bai Jiuzhou saw Yun's mother, she seemed to remember something and left immediately. Yun's mother wanted to call out to Bai Jiuzhou, feeling she had something to say. Bai Jiuzhou hurriedly left and bumped into Shi Fanjing on the way. Sure, Fanjing wanted to ask what happened. Unexpectedly, she burst into tears as if she had suffered some grievance. The guy left his earrings again. Mu Fian was actually serious. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy I felt. Master seemed to have arrived, almost making me drop the earrings. I quickly put them away. Master looked confused seeing my panic state. I said it was nothing and hurried to pour tea for Master. I was really worried Master would notice the bite mark on my neck. Turns out Master just came to check on me. I asked Master to stay for dinner, then made an excuse about getting something from school to leave. Unexpectedly, Master pushed me against the wall. I didn't know what was going to happen. It turned out Master was giving me a scarf. But it's not even cold. Master must have seen the bite mark. Shui Qingyang had just arrived at Yuxian Pavilion. The servant told him that Miss Yun specifically asked for him. Shui Qingyang thought about how she came to him voluntarily and formed a plan in his mind. Shui Qingyang acted as usual, approached Yun Jiao, and instantly captivated her. After Shui Qingyang dismissed everyone else, he started drinking with Yun Jiao. After they finished, he also fell unconscious due to the drug in the wine. I unexpectedly ran into Mu Fian outside. He wanted to take me to school. How troublesome. Didn't we just meet that night? Mu Fian seemed to notice the men's perfume on me. I just met with Master. I hope he hasn't discovered anything. Shui Qingyang took Yun Jiao back to the room. Looking at her unconscious state, Shui Qingyang seemed to have a bold idea. I opened the door, breathing heavily, calling out Master, but I saw red liquid flowing beside the unconscious Yun Jiao. My vision suddenly went black. I couldn't believe Master would kill her. As I was about to lift Yun Jiao up, her body unexpectedly moved a few times. Then she turned her head, looking comfortable. What? She was just sleeping. Then that red liquid beside her was just spilled red wine. Before I could react, a familiar voice reached my ears. I saw the spilled wine bottle from the corner of my eye. Finally, my heart was at ease. Seeing Master arrive, I quickly made up an excuse about returning the scarf. However, my little cleverness couldn't fool Master. He saw through my earlier thoughts. I hurriedly explained that I never saw Master as a ruthless person. My concern for Yun Jiao was just to prevent tragedy from repeating and innocent people from dying unjustly. Hearing my words, Master seemed to think of something. He taught me that in this world, countless people die unjustly. My kind heart would never achieve great things and might even cause more deaths. After hearing these words, I was speechless for a long time. I only remember how Master looked at me then, as if I were a stranger. The next day, after washing up, I was eating breakfast and browsing today's newspaper. I'm furious. What are these paparazzi making up? What ridiculous expose is this? Love triangle? Palace drama? These stories are getting more and more absurd. I heard commotion downstairs. Opening the window, I saw a large crowd of paparazzi blocking the entrance. No doubt they're here because of these rumors. After thinking for a long time, I decided we shouldn't meet for now. As soon as Yun Jiao came downstairs, she learned her mother was going to Jing Yun Temple again. She saw her mother's disappointment at not meeting that woman and didn't understand why her mother was so determined to find her. Although in her view, that woman didn't seem like a bad person. While Yun Jiao was thinking, the servants urged her to leave. Yun Jiao quickly bid farewell to her mother and went to the auction with Mu Fian. At the antique auction, bidding voices constantly echoed in Yun Jiao's ears. Yun Jiao looked around, searching for the handsome man. I saw Mu Fian in the corner of the auction house, and he seemed to see me too. I hurriedly ran out of the auction house, but tripped at the corner. I fell into his arms, and our lips pressed together. When I was about to complain, a tingling sensation spread through my body, and I involuntarily leaned against him. He thoughtfully asked if I had missed him. Not wanting to reveal my true feelings, I immediately replied that I hadn't. He cupped my face, gently pinching my cheeks with his fingers. Looking at me lovingly, he repeated his question from before. Though I appeared reluctant on the outside, I was secretly delighted. I couldn't believe he had just held me so tightly. I wanted to deny it and refuse to admit it, but his hand blocked my way. This guy is so persistent, just assuming I was the one who missed him. Our heads rested on each other's shoulders. He seemed happy, relieved that I no longer despised him now. Was my past aversion really that obvious? Just as we were about to go further, I heard someone coming. Those two people saw us embracing, and this guy scared them away with just one look. I really hope those two didn't know us, or else rumors would spread all over the city again. Fian wanted to hold a press conference to announce the dissolution of his engagement with Xiao Yun 9, and then introduce me to his family. But I understood that once I entered the Mu family, I would be caught in my father's plan with no way to retreat. I quickly advised not to rush this matter, but he was uneasy, worried that I might leave one day. I stood on tiptoes, held his face, and kissed him, hoping to comfort him this way. Unexpectedly, this guy got greedy and wanted me to do it again. The final auction began. A man in sunglasses was whispering with a lady. After the auction, they would invite VIP members to a secret location for the auction of remaining mysterious items. The man in sunglasses noticed Yun Jiao dozing alone in the auction seats. He thought, isn't that the girl who used to be with Xue Qingyang? The man in sunglasses watched as Mu Fian and Yun Jiao left together and couldn't help but admire. Young Master Mu could tolerate being cheated on, truly an extraordinary person. In the mansion, Gao Helen asked Mu Qingyang to help ship some mysterious goods. After getting agreement, he took off his coat and couldn't help hugging Xue Qingyang from behind, crying out for a chance to pursue him. But Xue Qingyang remained unmoved, saying he only promised his father to care for him like a sister. Gao Helen directly expressed his love for Xue Qingyang, while Xue Qingyang still treated him like a sister. He suspected Xue Qingyang had fallen for Yun Jiao. As Helen became furious, Xue Qingyang calmly stated that he would never love anyone, including him. After speaking, Xue Qingyang took off his coat and put it on Gao Helen, and helped him into the car. Before leaving, Gao Helen hugged Xue Qingyang and kissed his face. I witnessed all of this. Could that woman be Master's lover? Gao Helen looked into Xue Qingyang's eyes, saying this would be the last time, but was pushed into the car. Seeing Xue Qingyang's unyielding attitude, Helen's competitive spirit grew stronger, determined to conquer him someday. I saw Master quietly turn away after sending that woman off. The next day, Yun Jiao invited two friends for dinner, hoping they could help carry things. The friends gladly agreed. After hearing their agreement, Yun Jiao went to the bathroom. As he was leaving the bathroom, he met an elegantly dressed little girl. The little girl, looking panicked, hugged Yun Jiao. Two servants appeared before Yun Jiao. They claimed they were just looking for their young miss. The little girl was about to cry for help to Yun Jiao, but the servants carried her away. Seeing the little girl's nervous expression, Yun 9 stopped them. Suspecting they were kidnappers, she threatened to call for help if they didn't release the little girl. But there was no one around at that moment. She had to dramatically announce her name to buy time. Unexpectedly, she was knocked unconscious and taken away. While shopping for groceries, I heard that a group of outsiders were carrying a young woman into a car. That young woman looked like Yun Jiao. That night, I came to Mu Fian's room to wake him up. I didn't expect him to suddenly grab my arm. He pinned me down and greedily smelled my neck. I quickly asked him to pull me up, complaining about his habit of pouncing on people. He seriously claimed that only I was his, and he couldn't mistake anyone else. He grabbed my arm again, and his lips pressed against mine. Just like before, he laid me on the bed, asking me to lie with him. I seemed to be getting more used to being with him, which worried me. Suddenly, I felt something touch my body. I quickly got up. He froze for a moment, awkwardly adjusting the blanket, trying to explain what just happened as an uncontrollable impulse. Mu Fian was becoming more infatuated with me, but given our current relationship, I had to ask him to control himself. Oh no, I forgot the important matter. I hurriedly asked him about Yun Jiao's whereabouts, but Mu Fian didn't know either. This made a bad feeling slowly rise in my heart. Outside a villa, a group of children were standing downstairs waiting for something. In a room upstairs, a man in a black coat sighed, saying if it weren't for Lin's business, he might not even be alive as an orphan. However, the black-coated man's words drew mockery from Xue Qingyang. The black-coated man couldn't understand why Xue Qingyang despised his benefactor so much. He grabbed Xue Qingyang's collar, cursing him as ungrateful. But Xue Qingyang pried his hands off. In Xue Qingyang's view, without the human trafficking business, there wouldn't be so many orphans suffering tragic fates. Such disgusting business didn't need to be given a beautiful name. The man in the black coat argued that if he didn't do the human trafficking business, others would. Besides, some children were abandoned anyway, so they might as well follow rich people. At least they wouldn't starve to death. But faced with Xue Qingyang's question about whether these children might end up wishing they were dead, the man in black chose to remain silent. Xue Qingyang said the man in black could speak for those he loved, but shouldn't try to change his mind. Mu Fian, and I followed the vehicles to this villa's entrance. Yunjio really has bad luck, always running into trouble. Under the cover of night, we plan to sneak in and bring Yunjio back. Let's move. In a room inside the villa, Yunjio was still unconscious. Gao Helen lifted Yunjio's head, examining his face. Seeing his good looks, he wanted to make him a special gift for tonight's auction. But the servant worried that Yunjio knew their secret and might be dangerous to them, suggesting they should just eliminate him. Without a word, Gao Helen slapped the servant across the face. He berated the servant for their incompetence, letting the little girl escape and getting discovered. He wasn't worried that this young woman would reveal his secret. After leaving with the servant, only Yunjio was left in the room. It turned out he was already awake. After hearing Gao Helen and others leave, he opened his eyes, annoyed at why he always encountered misfortune. Yunjio tried to force the window open, but found it was locked. He could only wait for fate here. Fian and I secretly infiltrated the villa. When we heard footsteps, we slipped into a room. From the servant's conversation, I learned this place was involved in child trafficking, selling children as playthings to rich people. While I was thinking, I noticed something was off about Mu Fian. Unexpectedly, he brought his nose close as usual. Damn, he's starting again. I must teach him a lesson. I gave him a good scolding in the cabinet. Let's see if he dares to be so unruly again. I decided to look for Yunjio alone. No matter what he says, I couldn't be bothered with that guy. I walked along the corridor and quickly jumped onto the chandelier when I heard footsteps. Why did one person's back look so much like Master's? When that person turned his head, I was certain it was my master. Why was Master here? How many more secrets did he have? Before I could process this, a hand covered my mouth. At this moment, Mu Fian entered the party with a stolen invitation. While thinking about Yunjio's whereabouts, he observed his surroundings. A young man in a suit appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Mu Fian thought he might be able to get some information from this man who was greeting him. From the suited man, he learned that the clients here were mostly rich, ugly old men. The suited man himself seemed to understand these special preferences. Mu Fian was secretly furious hearing these words. Then, the suited man introduced the event to Mu Fian. It was hosted by Gao Helen, and they had added a special gift for tonight. Learning that Yunjio was upstairs, Mu Fian invited the suited man to sneak upstairs with him. At this time, Gao Helen noticed Shui Qingyang hadn't arrived and ordered his men to find him. After Master pulled me into a room, he first asked why I was here. But I wanted to ask Master why he was at this child trafficking place. However, Master didn't answer and insisted I leave. I strongly demanded Master answer my questions. Master seemed angry about these questions, but I insisted on understanding his connection to this place. After hearing my determined questioning, Master softened but still refused to tell me the truth, repeatedly asking me to leave. Seeing Master always hiding things from me, I left alone in disappointment. I hadn't walked far when Master suddenly hugged me from behind. He decided to tell me the truth after the auction ended. Unable to resist Master's complete surrender, I believed his words as always and quickly asked about Yunjio's whereabouts. Mu Fian had already gone upstairs and defeated all the guards with Yunjio. The suited man cowered in the corner, watching them in terror. Yunjio picked up a wooden stick and angrily sent the suited man flying. Mu Fian suddenly sensed someone coming and quickly pulled Yunjio into hiding. Master took me to the room where Yunjio was held, but the guards were already knocked unconscious, and Yunjio was nowhere to be found. Had Mu Fian already rescued him? The two hiding behind the bookshelf listened carefully to the conversation. Yunjio felt it sounded like Shui Qingyang's voice. Master asked if anyone came with me. Without thinking, I denied it, though I didn't know why I lied. Hearing the commotion, Mu Fian peeked out and was surprised to find me with Shui Qingyang. Somehow Yunjio had appeared behind Mu Fian, but he was discovered when he tripped over a stick and made a noise. Seeing this, Mu Fian felt helpless at Yunjio's clumsiness, but they had to accept their fate of being exposed. Master discovered the two, so Yunjio had really been rescued by Fian. Master seemed to know Fian from before, but their relationship was clearly not good. Fian showed hatred upon seeing Master, mocking him for being involved in child trafficking. But Master countered, suggesting the Mu family's business wasn't so simple either. I felt these words weren't serious. Master seemed to be acting out of spite. Fian didn't beat around the bush and directly asked if they would let them go. Master readily agreed, but his emphasis on Mu's fiancé's status made both Fian and me uncomfortable, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Master stepped forward and apologized to Yunjio about today's events. This hopeless one indeed loses his way when seeing handsome men accepting without thinking. After resolving the matter, Fian planned to leave with me, considering our relationship. I let him take Yunjio first. Fian seemed angry hearing my words and left with Yunjio without another word. After a few steps, Yunjio seemed to have something to tell Master and ran back. The man in black followed Gao Helen's orders, searching for Xue Qingyang upstairs. He keenly noticed outsiders on this floor. Following them, Xue Qingyang suddenly appeared at the corner. The man in black immediately told Xue Qingyang to find Gao Helen. When asked if others had been there, Xue Qingyang left on his own, denying anyone's presence. However, the man in black was suspicious. Outside the villa, Yunjio was still worried about my safe departure. Unexpectedly, he turned to see Mu Fian looking resentful. But since Mu Fian had saved him, he thought Mu Fian had some good qualities. Suddenly, there was a sound from the bushes, quickly noticed by the keen Mu Fian. It was me in disguise. I came out and led Fian and Yunjio to the car Master had prepared for us. Learning it was Xue Qingyang's help again, Mu Fian's resentment grew stronger. After everyone left by car, Yunjio, exhausted, fell asleep. Mu Fian drove, occasionally glancing at my face through the rearview mirror. Seeing my melancholic expression, he thought about his mysterious relationship with Xue Qingyang. Mu Fian recalled the past. The man scent he smelled on me was Xue Qingyang's, but he didn't acknowledge it and instead lied to himself. Mu Fian wanted to ignore those things, but today he discovered their relationship was indeed not simple. He could no longer choose to ignore it. After returning, I begged Master to save those children. But Master calmly stated he couldn't help, saying even the police had long ignored these matters and advised me not to dwell on it. Unwilling but helpless, I could only leave. Master taught me as usual, saying only by becoming strong could one avoid being controlled by others. Seeing Master's evasive behavior, it seemed he had his own difficulties. But now, I only ask that Master tell me everything after this is over. After speaking, I closed the door and left angrily. The car stopped at Yunjio's house, and I let him go home first. Then I took Mu Fian's hand and walked towards the street corner. Before I could speak, he suddenly grabbed my waist and kissed me. I was completely fed up with this behavior and slapped him across the face.